renewed drive to reform and strengthen the country's national electricity grid. Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, told newsmen in Abuja that the 4 proposals from the Ministry of Power were aimed at modernizing aging transmission infrastructure, improving supply reliability, and meeting a rising electricity demand nationwide. Adelabu stated that the first approval was the release of 13 billion naira for compensation of right-of-way acquisitions under the Lagos Industrial Transmission Project, funded through a $238 million development loan from the Japan International Cooperation Agency. The said project was targeted at boosting supply to key industrial clusters in Lagos, which accounted for a large share of Nigeria's manufacturing output. Adelabu described Nigeria's national grid as an aging system, much of which had been in operation for over 5 decades and was operating beyond its intended lifespan. Center for Memories organizes a colloquium in honor of Christian Chukwu. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Center for Memories, ENUGU, on Thursday organized a colloquium as part of activities lined up for the burial of football legend Christian Chukwu. The event, which took place at the ENUGU Sports Club, was attended by top government functionaries, the football community, and people from all walks of life. Speaking on the occasion, the ENUGU State Commissioner for Environment, Professor ENUGU, who represented Governor Peter Mbah, stated that Christian Chukwu changed the football narrative in ENUGU State and beyond.
Field Marshal, Chairman, Christian Chukwu, MFR. This is because of the law we have for the Rangers and Chairman Chukwu in his great days and even after. The Igbo people, Nigeria and Africa have lost a treasure and an asset. We will radiate glory, love, and honor in Nigeria and beyond.
The ENUGU State Commissioner for Youth and Sports, Leo Ekweremadu, was also the chairman of the burial committee, expressed gratitude to all those who contributed to put the event together. He described the event as a befitting honor to Christian. The keynote speaker and senior advocate of Nigeria, Professor Chidi Odinkalu, spoke of the exemplary qualities of Christian Chukwu and his enduring legacies as both a sporting icon and a symbol of visionary leadership.
And it's interesting because his middle name was Chukwu Emeka. God has accomplished a great thing. And his surname was Chukwu. It made him look like a god on the football pitch. And his leadership skills are commanded beyond the football pitch. And so Ernest Okonkwo christened him chairman, later transforming him to field marshal because of that. In reality, Christian Chukwu was, without a question, the first truly pan-Nigerian superstar.
President General of ENUGU Worldwide, John Mbata, said Chukwu deserved to be celebrated by all Nigerians, saying that he remained one of the unsung ambassadors of the country. Chairman of Vacation and former Minister of Information John Modo regretted that Christian Chukwu and his peers were not given the honor they deserved for their services to the country. And indeed other Nigerians count down to the final farewell of one of Nigeria's greatest sporting icons. Emotions ran high as dignitaries, loved ones and teammates paid tribute to the late Christian Chukwu. The night was filled with memories, music and moments that celebrated the life and legacy of the man fondly called Chairman. Correspondent Emmanuel Tewase saw it all.
In a heartfelt ceremony at the ENUGU International Conference Center, Nigerians from all walks of life gathered to honor the late Christian Chukwu, a football legend whose unifying legacy transcended the pitch. Families, friends, and dignitaries celebrated his humility, leadership, and profound impact with tributes, highlighting his role as a national icon who inspired generations through his skillful play and fatherly presence. Enugu State Governor Peter Mba announced plans to immortalize Chukwu, pledging to preserve his legacy as a symbol of Igbo unity and a national treasure. Mba also vowed to support the welfare of all ex-Rangers players.
When I learned of his death, it felt as though a part of our collective spirit had left us. As a fitting tribute to his exploits, as a central defender, we would be henceforth retiring the iconic number 5 jersey that Chairman Chukwu proudly wore.
The daughter of Christian Chukwu, Adora Adibe, described her father as the best dad who was always available despite his demanding football career. She also spoke of his great sense of humor, which left a lasting mark.
No matter how busy he was or how far away he traveled, he stayed deeply involved in our lives. That made us feel truly seen and loved.
Stella Onwe, speaking for her siblings, revealed that Chukwu, being the first son of the family, was a pillar of peace and unity who listened, offered solutions, and supported everyone.
Our consolation is that you lived a fulfilled life that inspired us all. You may be dead, but the canopy of love and peace you represent in our family will never be removed.
The general manager of Rangers International Football Club, Amobi Ezako, described Chukwu as not just a player, but a mentor who inspired generations and shaped teams with his fatherly advice and presence. While Igwe Okoro, speaking for ex-Rangers, highlighted Chukwu's leadership and vision that earned him the title Chairman.
Chairman Chukwu was more than a legend of the game. He was the game. His name evokes memories of glory, of discipline, and of unwavering loyalty to the badge.
He was not only a captain in the field, but also commanding respect from his colleagues, guiding, inspiring, always seeking the best of his team.
The chairman of the documentary committee for the burial committee, Ben Etiaba, and former Inspector General of Police, Ogbonnaya Onovo, called him a selfless leader, admired across ethnic divides.
As we bury Christian, if all we achieve with the process is to begin to think more about the ex-Rangers veterans who led us back to national reckoning after the war. If that's all we achieve in taking care of their welfare, it would have been worth it for Christian.
If it were in a security sector, we say he is an officer and a gentleman. An officer, a gentleman, in and out of field.
Elder statesman Jim Wobodo, represented by Oke Ogbodo, said Chukwu wrote his name in gold through his commitment to excellent football, uniting Nigerians with his skillful play. The chairman of the burial committee, Lord Ekoremadu, hailed him as an institution in Nigerian football whose influence shaped young stars and left an indelible mark.
Christian Chukwu, a trailblazing Nigerian football legend, impacted the beautiful game in a manner that will probably never be forgotten.
sports icon, a national hero, and an inspiration to generations. Chairman Christian Chukwu, MFR.
The night featured a documentary on Christian Chukwu's life, leadership, and journey to stardom.
The Igbos were not regarded in football-wise and so on because we are fighting war.
Musical rendition by various groups also provided the ambience for a sober reflection on the life of the football icon. The mood at this event is an indication that the earthly journey of Chairman Christian Chukwu and the echoes of his life will resound in the hearts of many for generations to come. Emmanuel Tewasi, Signature TV News.
Nigerians have been reacting to the 4-0 thrashing of a home-based Super Eagles in the hands of a Sudanese national team at the Amman Stadium, Zanzibar in Tanzania on Tuesday. The defeat leaves Nigeria bottom of Group D with no points and no goals from 2 matches from their earlier 1-0 loss to Senegal. Correspondent Christopher Lele reports.
والرابع على السوداني وعلى الطاير كورة على الطاير هنا أروع من خلال صلاح الدين عادل رباعية والسوبر منتخب الصقور.
Tuesday's loss by Nigeria is their heaviest African Nations Championship defeat since the 4-0 loss to Morocco in the 2018 final. Some football fans expressed disappointment that the Super Eagles had to be sent home at the group stage. They blamed it on lack of coordination, poor finishing, and reliance on individual talents.
Napoli refused to release Victor Osimhen on 2 occasions, and those 2 occasions Nigeria either lost or drew the game, and that's why Nigeria is struggling right now to qualify for the World Cup 2026. But I want to assure you that the boys know what they are doing, and Nigeria is stronger than ever now in the male soccer team, the Super Eagles of Nigeria. They've promised Nigerians that they must qualify. So once in a while, you will lose. And that's the success of football. You lose, you win, you forge ahead. Otherwise, it will no longer be interesting.
Overall, our female national teams, whether in basketball, whether in football, has done well. Have they done more than the guys? Maybe yes, but there is too much comparison on that. Female football and male football is not to be a match. It's not to be a match.
We are not happy that the Chan Eagles lost this game because they are talking about their counterparts. We are talking about the female side, the Super Falcons. They just won the WAFCON. The D Tigers also won the Afro Baskets, and we are expecting that that winning mentality, momentum, the Chan Eagles, they are going to tap from it. But so sad that they did not get that result. And this one boils down to how bad the MPFA is, talking about the Nigerian Premier Football, which is the top tier football in Nigeria here.
Some respondents advised the male football teams to understudy their female counterparts and find out the secrets behind their sterling performance over the years that have made them undisputed champions in Africa.
So I think that never die spirit. That's what we want. That motivation should be there. I think the boys, they were not too determined to win that game. They commit a whole lot of defensive errors.
Keywords are dedication and hard work. If you know a competition is coming, you get dedicated to the instructions of the coach or the coaches. Obey every instruction and ensure that you attend the trainings.
I don't think there's anything they are doing differently that their male counterparts are not doing. Because if you look at it, the bigger investment is even going to the male folks, to the Super Eagles, to the Tigers. But, the Tigers and the Super Falcons don't even have as much as, money being pumped into them than we have for the male folks. So I think it's just determination and sheer luck, because there is no way you want to detach sports from luck.
They also identified the lack of necessary facilities and welfare packages to propel the teams to success.
It's a reflection of the MPFA. It means that our league is not good, and because they are not getting, we don't have good facilities. We don't have the welfare package for these players is not good. We're also talking about some of the MPFA clubs. They don't have a youth system where they can infuse, younger players to, the main team. These are the things that boils down to, affect these players.
Yes, we have seen a lot of players, like in football, who refuse to play for Nigeria. Reasons being that when you get injured, Nigerian government will not take care of you. They will abandon you, and then your career will end. It has happened to so many players in Nigeria, but it was of recent that they started doing it, rightly.
As the curtain falls on another disappointing campaign, Nigerian fans can't help but wonder what's next for the country's storied teams. Can Nigeria's male teams rediscover their winning formula and bring glory back home? This no doubt requires serious collaboration between the government, sport administrators, players and Nigerians in general to turn the tide and restore the country's former glory. Christopher Lele, reporting for Signature TV.
Lagos State Wastewater Management Office has sealed the property located at number 229 Moshood Abiola Way, Ijora, for allegedly discharging untreated waste sewage directly into public drains. The Lagos State Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, made this known on his verified X handle, describing the incident as a clear violation of environmental safety standards. Wahab said the action was carried out following findings that indiscriminate waste disposal was causing environmental pollution, creating a public nuisance and posing serious risk to human health. He urged residents to adopt proper wastewater management and maintain good hygiene practices as part of efforts to safeguard environmental sustainability. Commissioner reiterated that acts of environmental nuisance and pollution would attract stiff penalties, including prosecution, stressing that the government remains committed to enforcing sanitation regulations across the state. Up ahead, Iranians attend Tehran procession to commemorate Arbaeen. Israel's Smotrich approved settlement in bid to bury idea of Palestinian state. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Without running and barred from forming a political party, former Bolivian President Evo Morales, who governed the country for nearly 14 years, remains a powerful force in Bolivia's political landscape. In the heart of El Chapere, the coca-producing region that has long been Morales' stronghold, the former president has been leading a campaign for null votes at the upcoming presidential election. Surrounded by loyal supporters, he met with leaders from the 6 federations of the Cochabamba Tropic and showed them how to properly annul their votes. Morales has largely confined himself to his Chapere stronghold since October 2024, when his attempt to run again was blocked amid legal challenges and a tense standoff he described as a potential assassination attempt. His daily life now mixes political meetings with quieter pursuits, including managing his Tambaco fish farm, where he's often seen feeding and checking on the fish. Despite stepping away from formal politics, Morales' influence extends across Bolivia's coca-growing regions. During his presidency, he expanded legal coca cultivation from 12,000 hectares in Los Yungas to 22,000 hectares in Cochabamba, securing a base of support among cocaleros and enshrining coca as a sacred plant in the 2009 constitution. Iranians took part in a parade in Tehran to commemorate Abayin on Thursday. Religious ritual of Abayin, which is traditionally observed by Shiite Muslims, marks the end of a 40-day mourning period following Ashura. Ashura, a 10-day long observance, commemorates the death of Prophet Muhammad's grandson, Imam Hussein, who was killed in battle over 1,300 years ago. The walks across Iran on Thursday, including in the capital, were attended by people who were unable to travel to the holy city of Kabbalah, Iraq, a traditional place where the celebration is observed each year. Israeli far-right Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich said on Thursday that work would start on a long-delayed settlement that would divide the West Bank and cut it off from East Jerusalem. A move his office declared would bury the idea of a Palestinian state. Standing at a site in Mali, Adunin, Smotrich said Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and U.S. President Donald Trump had agreed to the revival of the E1 scheme, though there was no immediate confirmation from either.
We stand here in Male Adumim and clearly announce, the seal has broken. The E1 plan, Mavasaret Adumim, is hitting the road. For over 2 decades we were told, soon, it's coming, right after the elections, and today we are finally fulfilling the promise and connecting Male Adumim to Jerusalem, our one and only capital. A strategic, security and demographic connection that ensures our united capital for generations to come. Whoever in the world is trying to recognize a Palestinian state today, will receive our answer on the ground. Not with documents nor with decisions or statements, but with facts. Facts of houses, facts of neighborhoods, roads and of more and more Jewish families building lives. They will speak of the false Palestinian dream. We will continue to build a fulfilling Jewish reality. This reality definitively buries the idea of a Palestinian state, simply because there is nothing to recognize and no one to recognize. On this important day, I call from here on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the time has come to fully apply Israeli sovereignty over Judea and Samaria, to forever remove from the table the idea of dividing the land. And to make sure that by September, Europe's hypocrite leaders will simply have nothing to recognize.
Israel froze construction plans at Mali Adoni in 2012 and again after revival in 2020 because of objections from the US, European allies and other powers who consider the project a threat to any future peace deal with the Palestinians. The move could further isolate Israel, which has watched some of its Western allies condemn its military offensive in Gaza and the war with Palestinian militant group Hamas, and announced they will recognize a Palestinian state. Palestinians fear the settlement building in the West Bank, which has sharply intensified since 2023 Hamas attack on Israel and led to the Gaza war, will rob them of any chance to build a state of their own in the area. Palestinians across the West Bank and in Jerusalem rejected plans announced on Thursday by the Israeli far-right minister Bezalel Smotrich on work starting on a long-delayed settlement that would divide the West Bank and cut it off from East Jerusalem, a move his office said would bury the idea of a Palestinian state. Palestinian President spokesperson Nabil Abu Rodani considered the move a violation of international law and said that the American administration should put pressure on Israel to stop the provocation. Standing at the site of a planned settlement in Mali Adumin on Thursday, Smotrich said Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and U.S. President Donald Trump had agreed to the revival of the E1 development, though there was no immediate confirmation from either. Israel froze construction plans at Mali Adumim in 2012 and again after revival in 2020 because of objections from the U.S., European allies and other powers who consider the project a threat to any future peace deal with the Palestinians. The move could isolate Israel, which has watched some of its Western allies condemn its military offensive in Gaza and a war with the Palestinian militant group Hamas. Palestinians gathered on Thursday at Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City bidding farewell to loved ones who, according to medics, were killed on Wednesday in Israeli fire while seeking aid. Mourners prayed over shrouded bodies. Some sat crying over relatives killed in what one Palestinian described as death aid. Israel has regularly said it takes steps to avoid hitting civilians. Israel says it is seeking to eliminate militants from Hamas, which attacked southern Israel from Gaza in 2023, and free hostages still held by the group. Hamas rejects Israeli accusations that it steals aid and accuses Israel of using aid as a weapon against the Gaza population. Responding to international outrage sparked by images of starving Gazans, Israel on July 27 announced measures to let more aid into Gaza, but the aid agency says only a fraction of what is sent is getting in. Israel strongly denies limiting aid supplies. The acting local governor, Yuri Shlusa, said that at least 13 people were wounded in a Ukrainian drone attack on Rostov-on-Don on Thursday, with 2 of the wounded being in serious conditions. The attack happened a day before a US-Russia summit on the war in Ukraine. Several apartment blocks were damaged in the attack, the governor added. The state of emergency has been declared in the affected area, Rostov Mayor Alexandra Skyabin said, with investigation underway. Separately, the head of Russia's Volgograd region said falling debris from Ukrainian drones had caused a fire at an oil refinery. U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin are due to meet in Alaska on Friday as Trump attempts to bring about an end to the 3.5-year war. Russian President Vladimir Putin said on Thursday that the U.S. administration was making sincere efforts to resolve the conflict in Ukraine and suggested Moscow and Washington could reach a deal on nuclear arms control. Speaking at a Kremlin meeting with Russia's most senior military and civilian officials, Putin said that he was informing them of a state of play in negotiations on Ukraine with the United States and bilateral talks with Kiev. Putin said the discussions with the United States were aimed at creating a long-term conditions of peace between the two countries. In Europe and in the world as a whole, if agreement is reached in the field of strategic offensive arms control in the next stages. Putin is due to hold a summit with U.S. President Donald Trump in Alaska on Friday. Russia and the United States are by far the biggest arsenals of nuclear weapons in the world. With just one day to go until a U.S.-Russia summit on ending the war in Ukraine, its President Volodymyr Zelensky visited London on Thursday to show up European support for efforts to prevent any agreement that will carve off Ukrainian land. Zelensky met British Prime Minister Keir Starmer to build on momentum from virtual talks on Wednesday with European leaders, and Trump to try to set red lines for the talks between Trump and Putin in Anchorage, Alaska. Zelensky and Starmer embraced before heading in to their meeting in Downing Street. Friday's Alaska summit comes at one of the toughest moments for Ukraine in a war, the largest in Europe since World War II, that has killed tens of thousands and displaced millions since Russia's full-scale invasion in February 2022. The European Commission welcomes the fact that U.S. President Donald Trump had said that the U.S. will participate in security guarantees for Ukraine, the European Commission spokesperson said on Thursday.
Also, a clear outcome of the meeting is that it is for Ukraine to decide on the matter of territorial integrity. Furthermore, on security guarantees, Ukraine forces must be able to defend their country. And of course, we welcome that the US President has said that the US would participate to such security guarantees. Last but not least, another point of general consensus was pressure on Russia. From our side, we know very well that sanctions work. They're putting high pressure on Russia. We have already 18 sanction packages implemented. As we have been saying already in the previous days, we are currently working on a 19th package.
And lastly, as a general point, I recall the position of the EU in this regard, that the EU rejects any territorial change. that is not part of a political agreement between involved parties. So annexation of territory is illegal under international law.
After German hosted a virtual meeting with European leaders, US and Ukraine, that took place on Wednesday, French President Emmanuel Macron told reporters Trump had expressed a willingness to European leaders that the United States and other allies should be part of giving Ukraine security guarantees to end Russia's war in Ukraine. Following Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich's announcement on settlement project in the occupied West Bank, a European Commission spokesperson also said that the EU rejects any territorial change involving Israel and Gaza that is not part of a political agreement. Swimmers took to the open water at London's Canary Wharf district as temperatures reached around 27 degrees Celsius and a late summer warm spell covered the capital on Wednesday. Some swimmers called it a great experience.
Well, for me, I'm only working up there, so I can leave my desk and be in the water like in 5 minutes. So, and it's definitely freshens up the mind, sharpens the mind, and it's good fun. Yeah, it's very cool. Yeah, it's never ever warm. Even when it was 40 degrees, it was still cold. So today's warm outside, but in there it's cold. You got to keep moving fast. So yeah, it's good fun.
Not specifically just for the hot weather. Any weather is great. There are so much health benefits to cold plunges and overall open water swimming. For me personally, it helps me with sleep patterns and also with joint inflammation. And it's just a great experience in incredible architecture and stunning place.
While a heatwave rages across Europe, temperatures in Britain hover around 30 degrees Celsius, shy of a 40 degrees Celsius, plus reading in Spain, Portugal, Greece, Turkey, and the Balkans, where firefighters are battling wildfires. That's the news. I am Barikumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching. Stay with us, as coming up next is Signature Evening.
We are local.
The international community is observing every.
Just finished the game. Why the main market is in chaos. People are.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights.
We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Right, the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV News.
Good evening and welcome to Signature Evening. I don't even know how to start this conversation tonight because
a lot.
A whole lot.
A whole lot, right?
It's like a whole package.
Yeah.
You know when you have a full package of everything.
Everything.
You're just so overwhelmed. You don't know where to start from. Of course, thank you so much for joining us today on Signature Evening. As always, it's always a pleasure to meet with you at this time. It's like a date, you know. You don't
Of
keep
course.
your date waiting. You just have to so we love you and we're glad to join you today.
Yeah.
I'm Quinsley Roland, and of course we have our very white knight in shining armor.
Oh, what am I blushing? Wow, did you just say that? That's cool.
Introduce yourself now.
Okay, all right. Yes, I'm Christopher Lele. It's really exciting to be here. Today we have a whole lot, for you. Just stick around. Don't go nowhere because we're going to have a nice time. I don't know if you're aware that this week, all through this week, has been the funeral service activities for the late football legend, Christian Chukwu.
May his soul rest in perfect peace.
Yeah.
And we, as it should actually, being that he's a legend and he has taken Nigeria all like worldwide over the globe. So it should. And one thing I struck my mind was he celebrated like this when he was alive?
Well,
and if so, then it's good. I feel we should give flowers to the living and not when they are dead.
Definitely. Well, we had that conversation even today too at the Colloquium where, the key speakers and those that were at the panel, they discussed it that this man would have been celebrated more when he was alive. Many people were talking about it.
Him? Was it not death that prompted the whole thing?
Well, it is what it is. For those that are not aware, this week, just like we said, it's the week dedicated to Christian Chukwu. Yes, the late footballer, where we're doing different celebrations, So today was the colloquium, and then we have the service of songs was on Sunday. I think on Monday or Tuesday was the night of tribute. Yesterday was the night of tribute. Different activities all lined up. So you can just maybe check online or, call the right authorities to get all the necessary information and know how you can attend, and get to know more about this late legend. He was really, really a great man when he was right here with us on earth.
And so this is where we have to go on a break and return to have our news and events. You know how we always do it, bring over reports that we've had on the station that you have missed and still make sense, So we have to talk about it and also put you through, rather take you through the entire process so you just catch up.
We are local.
International communities observing every.
Just finished the Right, the main market is in chaos. People are.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
In a heartfelt ceremony at the ENUGU International Conference Center, Nigerians from all walks of life gathered to honor the late Christian Chukwu, a football legend whose unifying legacy transcended the pitch. Families, friends, and dignitaries celebrated his humility, leadership, and profound impact with tributes, highlighting his role as a national icon who inspired generations through his skillful play and fatherly presence. Enugu State Governor Peter Mba announced plans to immortalize Chukwu, pledging to preserve his legacy as a symbol of Igbo unity and a national treasure. Mba also vowed to support the welfare of all ex-Rangers players.
When I learned of his death, it felt as though a part of our collective spirit had left us. As a fitting tribute to his exploits, as a central defender, we would be henceforth retiring the iconic number 5 jersey that Chairman Chukwu proudly wore.
The daughter of Christian Chukwu, Adora Adibe, described her father as the best dad who was always available despite his demanding football career. She also spoke of his great sense of humor, which left a lasting mark.
No matter how busy he was or how far away he traveled, stayed deeply involved in our lives that made us feel truly seen and loved.
Stella Onwe, speaking for her siblings, revealed that Chukwu, being the first son of the family, was a pillar of peace and unity who listened, offered solutions, and supported everyone.
Our consolation is that you lived a fulfilled life that inspired us all. You may be dead, but the canopy of love and peace you represent in our family will never be removed.
The general manager of Rangers International Football Club, Amobi Ezako, described Chukwu as not just a player, but a mentor who inspired generations and shaped teams with his fatherly advice and presence. While Igwe Okoro, speaking for ex-Rangers, highlighted Chukwu's leadership and vision that earned him the title chairman.
Chairman Chukwu was more than a legend of the game. He was the game. His name evokes memories of glory, of discipline, and of unwavering loyalty to the badge.
He was not only a captain in the field, but also commanding respect from his colleagues. Guiding, inspiring, always seeking the best of his team.
The chairman of the documentary committee for the burial committee, Ben Etiaba, and former Inspector General of Police, Ogbonnaya Onovo, called him a selfless leader admired across ethnic divides.
As we bury Christian, if all we achieve the process is to begin to think more about the ex-Rangers veterans who led us back to national reckoning after the war. If that's all we achieve in taking care of their welfare, it would have been worth it for Christian.
If we're in a security setting, we say he's an officer and a gentleman. An officer, a gentleman, in and out of people.
Elder statesman Jim Nwobodo, represented by Oke Ogbodo, said Chukwu wrote his name in gold through his commitment to excellent football, uniting Nigerians with his skillful play. The chairman of the burial committee, Lord Ekoremadu, hailed him as an institution in Nigerian football whose influence shaped young stars and left an indelible mark.
Christian Chukwuemeka Chukwu, a trailblazing Nigerian football legend, impacted the beautiful game in a manner that will probably never be forgotten.
Sports icon, a national hero, and an inspiration to generations. Chairman Christian Chukwu, MFR.
The night featured a documentary on Christian Chukwu's life, leadership, and journey to stardom.
The Igbos were not regarded in football-wise and so on because we are fighting war.
Musical rendition by various groups also provided the ambience for a sober reflection on the life of the football icon. The mood at this event is an indication that the earthly journey of Chairman Christian Chukwu and the echoes of his life will resound in the hearts of many for generations to come. Emmanuel Tewasi, Signature TV News.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Right, the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Our guest is in the studio. Quotes for the day before we commence. If you do not take interest in the affairs of your government, then you are doomed to live under the rule of fools. And that is from Plato. Ahead of the 2027 general elections, the progressive group comprising members of the All Progressive Congress and other political parties in Enugu State endorsed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Enugu State Governor Dr. Peter Mba as their consensus candidates. The political group declared that they would gladly welcome Governor Mba of the People's Democratic Party into its fold if he decides to join Nigeria's ruling party. Meanwhile, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Nnaji, has also vowed that the All Progressive Congress will take over governance of Enugu State in 2027 governorship election. Some political bigwigs believe that Enugu State road to Lion Building come 2027 is becoming very rough, with so many challenges facing the ruling party APC and Enugu State-dominated PDP members. Our guest, Dr. Ben Nwoye, who is a former chairman APC Enugu State, has joined us in the studio to talk about 2027 election in Enugu State's key players and the challenges ahead. Good evening, Doctor. Thank you for joining.
Good evening, and thank you for having me.
Okay.
Welcome. Great to have you.
Why did you have to mimic his voice? All right, Doctor. Okay, so it's crystal clear what is going on in Enugu State. For the longest of time, Enugu is a PDP-dominated state. Since I've been in Enugu, I've always known PDP, and it's really tricky now to see that APC is about to take over. What do you see this possible in the next election?
Of course, I see it possible, and that is what myself and members of progressive groups we're doing, and that is poking. We are pushing the governor to join us. We are talking to him. We are begging him to join us. That is the only short path of Enugu State moving away from being playing the second fiddle, playing opposition politics, to coming into the national politics. As of today, because Enugu State is playing opposition, Enugu is losing. I am a citizen of Enugu State. I'm aware of what is going on. I was the state chairman of APC for 8 years, during which time I had the honor of serving as the secretary of the Forum of APC chairman. That's 36 states plus Abuja. So I know the workings of things. Whether it is the sharing of board, when the federal board, as the appointment comes up, is done through the party structure. Whether it is the appointment of federal commissioners, ambassadorial positions, or who becomes who takes what in the federal system. It goes through the National Working Committee. And states like Enugu, where you don't have a governor representing them. Other people, outside actors, They jump in and they take over what belongs to Enugu. Enugu becomes a shopping mall for states like Imo State, Abia State, and even Ebonyi State. Imo State, because they have a governor whom they describe as the Governor General, which Constitution does not recognize such. And he pokes into Enugu State. He decides who becomes minister. He decides who gets what at federal appointment. Then the Abia State, you have the deputy speaker of the House. He also pokes into Enugu State because he's a leader, one of the leaders of the National Assembly. In fact, number 6 man in the line of succession. The opening in Enugu State allow people to come in. Even the governor of Ebonyi State, though he's not so assertive in towards Enugu State, but Imo State's governor, Hope Uzodinma, practically takes Enugu as a subsidiary of his state. When it comes to national politics, when it comes to who gets what, thank goodness that Governor Peter Mbah is a sagacious politician. Otherwise, it would have played into the hand. UNNVC would not have gotten it. It would have been an Imo State indigene that comes. And I'm not saying I have anything wrong with that. But I'm saying he should have stayed in his own state, play with a foothold. But because Governor Peter Mbah, His Excellency Peter Mbah, is not in APC, it became almost a hard sell. But because of his astuteness, his political sagacity, he was able to ward that off. And today, for the first time, after over 60 years, Nsukka now has an erudite professor who is also an indigenous professor. We have the positions of ambassadorial positions open. It's not yet filled. They are submitting names. These people are submitting names. They are scrambling. Just not long ago, the Enugu State time expired in the Federal Character Commission. The same governor from Imo State submitted names. They pushed names. Nobody dare give reference to our dear governor. Enugu should be allowed to govern its own state. The governor whom we elected should be involved in who gets what, who do we place in what position. Should be involved at the very rudimentary level. He should be involved. But it's not, because he's playing opposition. At the end of the day, we are lucky that we have our own friend of Enugu, and I call him also an indigene, except from Abia, distinguished Senator Ojuzo Kalu, was able to assist. So now we have a young man from Igbeze North who is now the commissioner designate, representing Enugu, Honorable Peter Eze. Otherwise, they will pick people, irrespective of, at the time they wanted to, from the Ojuzo Camp's area with Uche Naji, they had a woman who is unknown to the party from the West, not minding that you must spread this to the three senatorial districts. We would have had everything piled up in either Enugu East, where Naji is from, or Enugu West. Before now, there was no commissioner coming up from Enugu North. And they have submitted name from Enugu North. I'm talking about federal commissioner. When we talk about federal character, it trickles down from federal character. It goes down to states, and in the state to the various local government. But when you now have power and you're sitting in the power, you don't understand the state structure, and you decide to give things based on who you know, based on who is a praise singer of yours, which was what was happening before now. And I'm blowing the whistle. I'm saying that Governor Hope Uzodinma should stay off from Enugu politics, face his state, manage his state, and I'm begging Governor Peter Mbah to come over to APC and help us. Not help us and help us APC people, but help Enugu people. You will recall, I mean, I don't know how old I'm sure you're not that old, but I'm very sure you're not that old. When Jim Obodo was the governor of the old Anambra State, he played the opposition. He was in the NPP. And there was all this fight between him and Alex Ekweme. As wonderful as the programs of Governor Jim Wobodo was, there was some limitation, a lot of limitation, because he was not any national, and he was having all these disputes. So the old Anambra State suffered somewhat. They were deprived of certain federal, legislation. The same thing happened, you can fast forward, the same thing happened to Lagos State when Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State, if you recall. And he was playing the AD and then the AC and ACN. Lagos State suffered. The allocation was held. You don't want to do that. Then bring it back to Enugu State. In 1999, when Governor Chimaro Kendamani was the governor of Enugu State, and it was with the ruling party, a lot of the federal project and program came to Enugu. You have the law school. That was when the law school was built. Many of you don't know that, but that was when we brought law school to Agbani. They had the Air Force School in Agbani. Then they have the UNTH and others. So he enjoyed the federal presence. Of course, a lot more greater appointments were given to people. Then, of course, the minister, or then the Weke Jr., Frank Weke Jr., was given at one point, it was handling about 3 portfolio. So Enugu State was, there was a robust presence of federal presence in Enugu State. Because, of course, we are capital of Southeast. We shouldn't play second fiddle to anyone. Then you can also fast forward a little bit to the time Goodluck Jonathan was the president under PDP, the one you know. Yeah, okay. All the time you've known him to be PDP. Now, Governor Sullivan Chime was able to do more. We had a lot of things happening in Enugu State because there was a symbiotic relationship between the government of Enugu State and the federal, not an opposition. Okay. Now, during that time, that's when you now got the road safety training school situated right by his doorstep in Udi. It was during those times that you had the breweries, the Ama Brewery and Co. All these breweries, they came in. These are industries and many more federal presence that developed under that. Now, fast forward a little bit. Now came the part of Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi. You see some redundancy. Because at that point, Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi decided to remain in PDP while, of course, APC took over. And he decided to be playing the big boy of PDP in the south, he's in Enugu State, and we were losing things. So guess what happened? A friend of an Enugu citizen decided to offer us his friend as a minister. That is Abba Kyari. The then chief of staff is late now. The then chief of staff to our former president, who is also deceased now, President Muhammadu Buhari. So he offers us a gentleman that has been out of touch with the politics of the state of Nigeria. They have been living in Geneva for about 36 years. They made him a minister of foreign affairs. The point then becomes, what did Enugu State gain from his ministry, from him being a minister? That is why I'm blowing the whistle. Not to be here to criticize anybody, but politics is about sharing. We get the societal resources, we manage it, we share it. And if I'm sitting on the table, and I'm sitting as an indigenous citizen of Enugu State, my concern will be what is coming into Enugu. If I have no idea of what is coming into Enugu, then I'll be proud of my ability to speak many languages, and I'll be proud of carrying fires and following the president, moving from country to country, and displaying my linguistic ability. That is not why I'm there. If I'm speaking Swahili, French, and what, how does that bring food on the table? If in the political part of it, I was supposed to, yes, there's not a lot of work to be attracted in that ministry in terms of volumes of infrastructural work, but I can send smart people across the globe to study. I can send scientists from other countries and have relationship with the school from my state, like the ESUT, is a University of Science and Technology. I can have a collabo with them. I can facilitate it using my office. But if I don't know it and I'm just moving around and I am a diplomat and I am a technocrat, the political angle of it will be totally lost. So we have a lost 8 years of lack of political activity during that, because Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi was playing the politics of opposition.
All right. Thank you so much, Ben Oye. Thank you for your explanations. I just feel like this is a secret that you're sharing with us right now. And I want to understand you before I ask this question. If I understand what you're saying is having the presence of the federal government in a state kind of attract more projects to that state.
It's beyond the project. Okay, it's beyond project. Let me give you an example. Okay, you seen UNN. To get this house as an example, somebody outside UNN gave names of the board that formed the board of the management board. That is the management authority, the board that managed UNN. Okay, it took some protests for that board to be dissolved. If our governor, His Excellency, Dr. Peter Mba, had been in APC, he will submit the list. He will decide, we have a lot of qualified people to head the board there, which is a starting point in who then becomes the VC. It is the board that do the last interview panel. You get the point?
But then again, if I may come in, as a duly elected governor of a state, regardless of the party, when I mean regardless of the party, whether your party
affiliation
is currently the administration, like from the federal angle, are you not supposed to still have access to certain things based on the fact that you're duly elected and you're still doing your work?
No, you're not. I'm trying to explain that to you, okay? When the president gets into office, just break it down a little bit. The list of federal parastatals are listed. They're a little bit over 5,000. Boards and all that. And then committee is formed. The committee now decide they have grade A, B, and C. Committee decide to float it around states. Then lobby kicks in. Every state lobbies to put their own people there. Let's say the board for NNPC, grade A. Somebody will lobby. If you are playing opposition, and I'll ask you this question. You are an opposition governor. Who is opposed to this president coming in? What is the avenue for you to lobby to make a citizen from your state, your own, which of course will be your political supporter, to serve in that board? Remember, if he serves in that board, next year he will have the resources to continue to fight against the president that just appointed him. So it will make no sense. So it is about who gets what and how is it distributed. Because if he serves in that board, you are now blessing those who fought you. That is one of the problems too. In some cases, we've had people who managed to break through. They are able to push people in. They were not part of APC. And the APC people say, no, this guy fought us. And he's in now. So they lobby against such person. But the way it works is, when they break it down, the committee will send certain number of people. When I was a chairman, we were told to write 50 names. Consult with stakeholders in ENUGU. I was like the governor of ENUGU State for my party. That's not the way it is. So I get the list. Consult, I spray it around the 17 local government. And I get to deal with all the fight. But because I'm not really a governor, but I'm the one that will submit it to the national office.
But Dr. Ben, with all of these explanations you carried out right now, I want to believe that the governor of Enugu State is also aware of all of the advantages, right, to come to join your party, APC. With the poking and poaching that you've been doing all this while, your party has been doing, do you think this governor, anytime soon, will consider joining the APC party?
It is my prayer. It is my prayer. Every opportunity, they've given me the platform. And it's a wonderful platform. And I'm thankful to you. With this type of platform, I'm still pleading that for the interest of Enugu people, not about myself, I'm a businessman. I know things we are losing. Governor knows the things we are losing. I've explained it in many platforms, and I'm sure it has gotten to him and other of his advisors, that they should stop being sentimental about PDP. It is just a platform. The governor has performed so well that in any party he runs in Enugu, he will win. But for now, let it be a sacrifice. For those who don't know, who just say, oh, we are used to umbrella. Of course, change is tough. Change is heavy.
And it's constant too.
But it's constant.
Yeah.
Thank you. It is very constant. It is the only thing that is never stable. It's change. So they should learn to now remove the umbrella over their head, fold it, even though it's a rainy season, we offer them a home where they will not be in the rain. And in that home, we also offer them the broom to sweep away the dirt.
All right then. So let's look at the situation where the people of Enugu State voted in His Excellency Peter Mba under the People's Democratic Party. And it's not about a party, right? It's about what the people want. And Peter Mba contested under PDP. And we know Enugu is obviously dominated by PDP. How long will it take for people to switch from this party to the other party? And knowing that he did all these wonderful things in Enugu State, still under the People's Democratic Party.
Of course, listen, your last statement is a great statement. It's under the People's Democratic Party, but it's not the People's Democratic Party that are doing the work. He did the work, is what you said. The party is the label behind him. We've had other governors with the party label of PDP as a label. Those governors did not give us 260 smart schools. They didn't give us 260 type 2 healthcare facilities. They didn't give us a world-class command center, security command center, with about 150, 160 vehicles, AI-assisted camera. They didn't do that. And they were under PDP. Okay? They didn't give us the vision of starting some of the money-born corporations, like the Niger Gas. Niger Gas was there. They were under PDP. They didn't revamp it. They didn't fix Presidential Hotel, and they were still under PDP. They also did not see anything wrong with the carcass of ICC, the International Conference Center. And those governors were there for 8 years. Times 2 is 16 years under PDP. Therefore, the developmental stripe you see, and of course, if you have opportunity to go to the new GTC, when you go there, you'll be amazed what is going on there. Under the PDP administration, the GTC became a chicken home where they train poultries. It was reverted back to the, I would say, 18th century industrial revolution era. But under Peter Mba, well, I want to say under Peter Mba because it's under Peter Mba, it's not under PDP. There's no PDP's hands in it, but PDP had it in 16 years. Peter Mba, under 2 years, all that changed. I don't know if you drive through Presidential Road, just take a look at it. What is going on in Presidential Hotel? I had opportunity to be inside the ICC yesterday for the first time to honor our fallen hero, Chairman Christian Chukwu. And it's amazing. This is what happens when you have good governance. So for me, the progress is about good governance. It's not about political party. Okay. We are yielding and shouting and begging him to come in. It's not just Mba coming, say Governor Mba coming. It's a good governance. I teach good governance at ESUT. And we see the practice of good governance. And we want Enugu State to be governed with conscientiousness.
Okay. All right then. So sorry. Yeah. Let's look at the minds of the citizens. We know how uncomfortable citizens are about the All Progressive Congress. Some people don't like the idea of it coming to Enugu and being the ruling party. How are we going to, because they are the ones in charge of this happening, even if Governor Peter Mba switches to APC, if nobody votes for him, he's not coming back. So it's like the mindset of PDP belongs, or Enugu State belongs to PDP, or whichever way. So having APC, knowing that people don't feel so comfortable accepting this party, how will it play out in Enugu State?
Let me tell you. I think your statement is made up of that idea I told you about. People who are just afraid of change. Your statement represents their view. Okay? And it's good. Your statement is portraying those who are stuck on the mud. on the PDP, here we come. A dead party, by the way. Have you seen what has happened to PDP? PDP is dead now. Okay, so we didn't cause it. We didn't, APC didn't start it. They are unable to hold neck, and when they did, it's a chaos. For months, PDP of their party that they are so in love with could not produce, who is their national secretary. As we are speaking, they have been running on borrowed time, having just acting chairman. They have postponed their convention over and over and over. Many of their bigwigs, including their presidential candidate, the immediate past presidential candidate, has bailed out of the sinking ship. He's bailed out. His Excellency Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, he docked. Many of them, board members, former, bailed out. So when you see what is happening to PDP, and I'm not inspired by what is happening in PDP, but I'm only, in terms of reaching out to Governor Peter Mbah to come over to APC and help us. I'm not inspired by the difficulties that the PDP has, but I'm telling you this story so that those people whom your question represent their view, they can think back. They should look at it. Is PDP so good? And a man who served under PDP as a number 2 man, vice president, for 8 years, he left. Is it so good that a man who was the presidential candidate in 2 occasions, 2019 and again 2023, he bailed out? Is it so good that he did not only leave, but also his vice presidential candidate, running mate for 2019, Mr. Peter Obi of the Obedient Movement, bailed out, and he's still shopping between Labour and ADC. Yeah, ADC. He's still shopping. The man was like me. A few weeks back, I left APC, okay, and I spent time re-examining my political stance before certain changes occur. But Peter Obi is not really housed in any political party. He was in PDP. He was their vice presidential candidate just a few years back. So they should consider that. They should consider their immediate past vice presidential candidate, His Excellency Senator Ukowa, has bailed out. He's with us. He's in APC. So we have to be factually realistic. For those who are stuck in thinking that they have so many regalias of PDP, there are too many face caps, they have too many umbrellas in their home, how can they discard with it?
All right.
We are pleading with them to reach.
Thank you so much. It is your wish that the governor of ENUGU State defects to APC, considering the fracas in the party in ENUGU State, right? Now, the question that's on the hearts of many Nigerians now is, who is the leader of APC in ENUGU State?
By our own constitution. By our own constitution. In a state where you have a governor. So I started from the top. If APC produce the president of the country, the president is the leader. The national leader is the president. Then it goes down. In the state where you have a governor of APC extraction, the governor is the leader. Where there is no governor, the state chairman is a leader. That is our constitution. That is why it is the state chairman that submits list for board appointees. If they're making list, when I was a chairman, for the 2 term of Buhari, it is my signature that goes to what we submit. However, if you have a state chairman that is a puppet to either a minister or a big man board appointee or an external force from another place, he will not have the capacity to place his signature there. He will abdicate that leadership position either to the minister or to a big man in the state who might be a former this or former that. Could even be a former big man, and he will give them to submit. Or he can go over to another state and say, Oga, this is my list, approve it. In the process, they will either delete or add names. And in the belief that if it goes through that organ, they will push that list. But the reality is that every state has a number of appointees that must come in, whether you have a governor or not. But this is the practice. However, in Enugu State, let's come down to Enugu State, the aberration, as we speak, the person who is the acting chairman for Enugu State is Dr. Alphonsus Nwafo. Dr. Alphonsus Nwafo took over from Ugochukwu Abala when Ugochukwu Abala was removed last year. But due to the corrupt practices associated with the immediate past national chairman of APC, he refused to recognize Dr. Alphonsus Nwafo. Even when there's a court order, a court sacked Ugochukwu Abala on August 9th, 2024. Certified true copy of that order was presented to Governor Ganduje. He just took it and trashed it. He did nothing about it. The leader of the party in the south is from Enugu State. Or the ENUGU. He knows about it. He ignored it. Flouted the court order. The national vice chairman of the party, Southeast, is from Imo State. He's Dr. Ijoma Rojobu. He knows about the order. He flouts the order. They refuse to recognize Dr. Alphonsus Nwafo. In all the NEC meetings they invited, they refused to issue him the invitation. They continue to invite Ugochukwu Abala. Ugochukwu Abala, being in quote, the Nigerian sharp guy, what did he do? He went and pledged allegiance to the honorable minister, who has absolutely no understanding of the workings of the party, and said that the honorable minister is the leader of the party. So the man is happy. The man became a glorified leader. It is unheard of anywhere. You can go anywhere. It is not different. If he's the leader of the party in Enugu State, who is the leader of the party in Ebonyi State? Is it Umahi or is it Nwifuru? Of course, they will tell you it's Nwifuru that is the leader. You can go to any other state. There's no state. Okay, you can go to Delta State and ask them. I have business there. I also maintain residence in the Delta State. Who is the leader of the party in Delta State? It is Sheriff and not Festus Kayamu. You can go anywhere. You can go to Meduguri, Borno State, and ask who is the leader. Is it His Excellency Kari, the Minister for Agriculture, or is it Professor Zulum? They will tell you it's undisputable. It is only in Enugu State where the aberration is occurring. If you go to Anambra State, ask them. I'm bringing it home to you now. Yeah. Ask them, is our sister, Her Excellency, Bianca, the most beautiful minister on earth, Bianca Ono, is she the leader of the party in Anambra State? They will tell you she's not. She's facing the business of the day. Whereas my good friend, Chief Basil Ejirike, who is the chairman of the party, is busy with the party business, doing his best effort to elect the governor of Anambra State, of APC.
Okay, so if we understand what you're saying now, Nwafo is the
chairman.
Good. Now, looking at the faction, the internal factions right now, because we have those loyal to the previous chairman and the current chairman, do you think this will be a threat to the 2027 governorship election?
It will only be a threat if it is not resolved. And that is, I told you, I left the party sometime in April. Because I cannot stand impunity of Alhaji Ganduje. Cannot take it. I'm a free man. You can't disobey the court order and you're a ruling party. I will have shame coming here to talk about rule of law. If my party, a ruling party, flouts the law every day, just stamples on the law, a ruling party, I can't. So I stepped aside. However, they've since changed the chairman. Ganduje continued on his sharp practices until he was thrown out. When he was thrown out, he claimed being ill. He went and took a medical vacation and shamefully left the country and hid his face in shame somewhere. He's the one that brought Enugu State where we find ourselves. If I followed the law, We wouldn't be talking about Nwafo or Ugabala. But going forward, the new national chairman, Nitawi, had indicated unity. You must unite the party. Has also indicated a willingness to follow the law. We have resubmitted all the court orders to him, certified court order. And to my knowledge, they've put together a committee to look into it, which is the reason why when they send people to me to plead with me to come back to APC and help to galvanize members and help to grow the party, which is what I'm doing now. I did that before. That is the reason I came back.
All right, now if I'm to come in, right, you said PDP is a dead party in Enugu State. You made
it's not dead, it's dying.
It's a dying party.
Yes.
Beautiful. And you just made mention of the unresolved factional issues going on with APC.
Internal.
And you're also wishing for the defection of the governor of Enugu State from PDP to APC. Now the question is, if Governor Mba is to leave PDP, that he has all the love and support, and come to APC, that is factional, what is the promising hope for him in APC?
Already, let me tell you, what you see as fashion is actually disagreement. Those who obey rule of law and those who are lawless for their individuality. It's not faction. We don't have faction. So there's no faction that exists anywhere. But you have people who want to play. You have a man who scored 14,775 votes in the last election, a gubernatorial election, who then, that 14,000 votes, earned him a ministerial appointment. I have no grudge with it. But then he also aided Tinubu to score first from behind out of the 36 states from Abuja. What was his number? He gave in his project, I call it project 4772. He gave Tinubu 4,772. 2027 election, general election, will be an election like none other. It's going to be tough for APC. It's going to be tough for Tinubu. It's going to be tough for Mba. It's going to be tough for everyone. Okay? But if we unite Enugu State under Mba, he has a magic touch. Mba will, of course, as the leader, if he joins the party, he automatically becomes the leader of the party. He will not act like the sleeping minister who had been adjudged to be a sleeping minister. Not by me, not by anyone from Enugu, but by reputable journalists who went about doing purely scientific journalism and came up with a certification for our own minister from Enugu and named him a sleeping minister. And the same sleeping minister will leave his job duty in Abuja, where he's supposed to be, and rush down to Enugu State. I heard his statement you read. And then hold political rally and make statements, call those who join from labor IDPs, internally displaced politicians. Wow. That's the IDP. The young men that joined him. He stood on the stage and said, we are welcoming the internally displaced politicians, the IDPs. And he warned them that there is no automatic ticket for anybody. You can come in, you are internally displaced politicians, but there is no automatic ticket. He has no business doing that. He should be focused with thinking about innovation, science, and technology. 2017 is not his business. It's not part of his job schedule. But clearly, this is part of the reason he's been adjudged to be a sleeping minister. It didn't end there. By the next morning...
2024 draws to a close. The Federal Ministry of Innovation...
Go ahead, sir.
By the next following morning, while Governor Peter Mba is busy going down to Nsukka to launch new projects and commissions of few projects by him and by the serving chairman of Nsukka local government. What did Uchenna do? He rushed to Nsukka with a bunch of people, claimed to be receiving 3 unknown political actors in a field. We don't do that. We receive people in their ward, in fact, in their polling unit. And he put up a stage and continued the charade that he will become the governor in 2027. When he ran against Mba, look at the number. He's mathematic, even though he's supposed to be heading the scientists, the scientific stuff. But he's devoid of scientific reasoning. When you think about it, his numbers, by 2023, when he ran against Governor Peter Mba, the then candidate Peter Mba scored 160 something thousand votes. Okay? Almost 170,000. Might recall about 67,000 votes. What did he score? 14,775 votes. We are saying when he scored that just based on blueprints, the blueprints Enugu people saw of Peter Mba, the blueprints are listening him delivered at the university that's around the corner at the Godfrey Okoye University. The blueprint that made me supported him, okay, and campaigned for him in 2022, even though I was a member of APC. That blueprint is what Enugu people saw and they voted for him. While the then candidate, Uche Nnaji, his blueprint was devoid of a roadmap. It was confusing. He couldn't deliver it. Even people that wrote it for him couldn't spend time to teach him how to read it. If you see the video of where he read his so-called targeted manifesto, you see that's a problem. And that is what is wrong with what we have as the problem of governance. When you take people who have no idea of what to do, they just want to occupy a position, and you place them in place. So I worry, and I'm saying this as a concerned citizen of Federal Republic of Nigeria. How does our dear president name such a person to be representing us, Enugu people, and to be handling such important position? And months after he was adjourned to be a sleeping minister, he still left to continue to drive that ministry. I think he should be taken out from that place and be taken somewhere where I think the only place you can have sleepers would be like somewhere where in some area where resorts, if they have a ministry for resorts and entertainment, people go and relax. You put the man there, he goes to sleep there. But putting him where people should be awake, be thinking, be innovative, be scientific, and be technologically inclined, and he leaves it there. He's confused. He doesn't know what to do with it. So he jumps over here, and guess what happened? He created a security risk while at OP. So the people he hired to do the work of fixing the place, his aides did not pay them. And they started destroying canopies and then causing security melee. I don't know if you saw the video.
The video.
But it is a bad video.
All right, Dr. Ben. Earlier when you came on Signature Evening, you joined us. You said that you had, taken a step back from politics and you are not part of the APC. Are you back into APC now?
Yes, I think you probably didn't get that a little bit. You missed it. I am back. And I came back not long ago.
Okay.
When I left, recall that aside from being a chairman, or one-time chairman, I'm also the chief of staff to the Deputy National Chairman, North. Okay? And Honorable Ali Bukadaluri, who also was the acting national chairman of APC when Ganduje was removed.
Okay.
So you can consider me an insider. So out of personal principle, I left and I told my friend Ali Bukadaluri that I'll help you. Because you can work in the office, I don't have to be political to be there to help you manage the day-to-day affairs of your staff. But when I now left, and it was being difficult for them to fathom it. And by the way, they worried Ugabala and Uche Nnaji that I was in the National Secretary. Of course, they put up a petition that went nowhere. They even wrote the presidency that I work for PDP. I've never joined PDP for one day. I'm not, never even attempted. But they saw to the lies, and nothing happened. I continued to work. And when Ganduje was asked, due to his own fault, and the time we came in, they sent people to me to appeal to me because they know what I could do. They know that during my leadership, I was able to appeal to distinguished Senator Jim Nwobodo, the former governor of Old Anambra State, to join APC. He did, him and his wife. I was able to even appeal to the wife of the former governor of the old Enugu state, that's the Dr. Dorothy Modo, to join APC. She did. I was able to appeal to the former Senate president, distinguished Senator Ken Namani, the former governor of Enugu State, Barrister Sullivan Chime, the former speaker of Enugu State, Eugene Odo, the GNG, that's the Bazuagu Mwike Bazuagu. These are people I received into the party. The former governor of Old Gombe State was able to appeal to him. That is Group Captain Oji. He joined the party. Of course, by then, even your own boss here, he joined me in 2018. And when he came out from the media, now he's gone back again in the media. He ran for House of Reps. That's the Chief V. Martinzilo. He joined. I was able to appeal to His Excellency Senator Yogeze, now deceased, and we gave him a ticket. We thought that by 2019, if they know what they did in removing his name on the ballot, they only returned him 2 days before election, he would have won, even with his name not being there, and him declining to continue with the election. He came out second. Fast forward, years later, Uche Nadi came out fourth. Okay, so when you think about I'm back, and they've seen the ability I have, you talk about how the Enugu people feel about APC.
All right.
Okay, they feel good when they have good people talking about their interests, being able to explain to them it is not about the party.
Okay, that really that brought me now to the question I had in mind. You just mentioned about how Enugu people feel about APC. It's not just a matter of Enugu people. Even if we're looking at Enugu people, there are some Nigerians that have a very poor understanding of APC. You know, looking at how the economy is right now, how people are struggling, and they feel this present administration might have contributed to it majorly. Now, it seems you have a different opinion regarding that, and it seems other people that are defecting to the APC also are seeing the lights, in quote, in APC. So how can other political parties, people that you want to defect to your party APC, and the average Nigerian, what is APC doing to sensitize and make Nigerians understand that APC is like any other party? It is the individuals that are bad.
You know, I think you made the argument for me better than I made for my party. It is the individuals that are bad. Okay. When you just circle Enugu State, for example, anyone living in Enugu State will be wondering, where is Dr. Peter Mba getting the money to transform Enugu State? The entire Enugu State, not the city, in less than 2 years. Where is he getting the money? That money is coming from several places. Not, forget about the critics who say it's over tax, but now whatever. It's not true. The majority of the money is coming from the savings, from the subsidy savings. If the money is thrown to the states and it trickles down to the local government, it is the job of the citizens to hold their governors accountable. I know critics writing stuff, okay, about Governor Peter Mba, the bus terminals he built is not being used. The vehicles that he bought, they are not being used. Well, they have gone back in shame. They are in use now. We actually have gotten money to do all this. Have you seen it? Take a look, just take some time and go in there. These are infrastructural development that has occurred in less than 2 years, like no other time. The only time you can probably compare it a little bit would be when Governor Jim Nwobodo took over leadership, and in 4 years was able to put some iconic institutions. For example, what they have now as ASUT, including the Anambra State University, including the Ebonyi State University, all were done in one time, one tenure. That is the only way we compared. But I'm saying that you could have done more if the man had switched party and is not stuck in his NPP. You see what I'm saying? That Governor Peter Mba, yes, wonderful man. He is too ambitious. He said he cannot wait to develop Enugu State. If he can do this thing in less than 2 years, imagine if he's with the ruling party and he sees all this stuff going. Water is running. It's not running everywhere yet. but the effort is being made. Check the number of water being pumped where we have water. Check the number of roads that have been built. These are monies that have been saved. Every local government, there's a portal where you can check in your own local government. I don't know where you're from. If you key in, every month when money drops, they'll tell you how much your local government gets. That is from APC government. Local government autonomy. If your local government is not working, go and ask the person in charge, what is the problem? Because I saw how much money you received. They're not waiting to go to anywhere. The same way he's getting the alert, you are getting the alert. So there's no excuse. That is why now in Enugu State, you have some local government chairmen building roads, constructing roads. They just opened one at Insuka. Okay, so it's not just local government chairmen that come up and they say they are paying teachers' salary. They are paying healthcare. Governor Fitamba is making them go back and live with your people. Go and see the innovations going on in Enugu East local government, or go up to Aniri and you see what is going on there. So go ahead.
All right, Dr. Ben, thank you so much. So just because of time, what is your advice to the people of Enugu State, since you're preaching that we should open our horizon to something bigger? What is your advice come 2027?
They should vote, first of all, they should vote for Peter Mba, regardless of any party he joins. The people of Enugu State. Vote Peter Mba come 2027. Regardless of any party, whether he decides to stay in PDP or he goes to APC, vote Peter Mba for the purpose of continuing on all the good governance that is brought. Yesterday, when I was at GTC, the concern of my students, these are graduate students, a doctorate student and MSc students, their concern is the continuity, sustainability. For us to sustain it, we should allow him that 8 years to sustain it, and we'll be able to examine other persons who might be interested in taking over.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Ben, for joining us. Our conversation was on the 2027 election. Players and challenges ahead. Our guest, Dr. Ben Way, joined us, and he's a former chairman APC Enugu State. Thank you once again for coming.
Thank you.
All right, so that's the most we can take on this conversation. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll have other segments on Signature Evening. To stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished the Right, the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished the Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Of course, that conversation was an interesting one. If you're just joining us, we had a conversation with our guest who just left now. And of course, it's really insightful. Come 2027 is Peter Mba, the governor of ENUGU State, going to leave PDP for APC. Of course, you will figure out in that said conversation. And on retrospect for today, our Professor Florence Orabueze, who is the Director, Institute of Maritime Studies, University of Nigeria, Enugu campus, joined us to talk about the new JAMB admission criteria. And also, Christopher is going to take the next conversation.
And of course, still looking at women in politics, we're looking at women in politics and 2027 political build-up in Nigeria. This one is very important. Queensley, what would you do if you were to be a president for one day? Talk about women in politics.
In politics.
Don't tell me you will get married to the cutest man on earth.
I guess we'll never know. Let's have a great watch.
Oh! All right, stay with us. We'll be jumping off to take a watch.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
just finished the Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. And cause for today is the function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education. And this quote is by Martin Luther King Jr. And a conversation on the Joint Admission and Matriculation Board and the tertiary education stakeholders have approved the National Minimum Tolerable Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination Score, also known as a cutoff point for 2025 admission into the nation's universities. The new policy allows younger candidates between the age of 16 years as minimum, but institutions still have the option to maintain their own minimum age. Requirements: the cutoff point for 2025 admission into Nigerian universities is 150. Our guest, Professor Florence Orabweze, who is a Director, Institute of Maritime Studies, University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus, is here in the studio to converse with us on the new developments of JAMB new admission criteria. Good evening, Ma. Well, thank you for joining.
Good evening, Queen. And I welcome each and every one of us to this program. It's very, very important.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so let's just dive right into the conversation. There's a change already, and universities are supposed to adhere to this particular change according to the stakeholders. What is your opinion on this particular change, bringing down the age to 16 years and also the cutoff mark at 150?
Well, for the cutoff mark, the universities, particularly the federal government-owned universities, and the universities and the institutions, including polytechnics and the colleges of education, that are also owned by the federal government and the state governments, they don't have any choice on that. But you can see that JAMB, in its wisdom, also put a caveat to that instruction. They said it depends on the universities. So you can see that JAMB is trying to also help private universities.
Okay.
Because those ones struggle to have candidates for the admissions into the various programs. So if you peg it at 200 or 250, they may not have candidates. And then for 16 years, well, I think the former position of 18 years is it's not tenable, because some of our leaders whose children are abroad, they don't start going there at 18 years. So there is no way, the government did the right thing. There is no way we can come here and hold our children or the children of others that they have to wait until they get to 18 years. That was in those days. I got admission from secondary school to university at the age of 18 years in 1984. The times have changed, and we have to change with the times.
Okay.
But I don't also, I see it also not good enough, because we are in the system. I've been in the university system for almost 29 years. So bringing your children, our children at 14, 15, 13 years, those ones are usually praised to the wolves in the university.
Okay, so with the issue of the cutoff mark left at 150, do you think this would give a room for students to be lazy to study, knowing that 150, they don't have to aim for 200, but rather they have to just work towards 150, which is an easier thing to do?
I don't think so. Everybody wants to excel. Not every university will admit their students at 150. So I would advise our young ones, our children, if they want to get admitted into the Ivy League schools, they know that the competitions are very high. Even if you want to study medicine and you have a cutoff mark of 150, except if the minister is your father or you have a senator in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you can see that you cannot get there. But for other institutions, particularly the private institutions, well, with money they can get in there. But we have to be very careful that our educational institutions, the system is down. From nursery to primary to secondary and to tertiary institutions. And if care is not taken, there will be a total collapse of the system. You know, we mark and score our students. I can tell you that some of them cannot even write their names, cannot even copy what is there before them in the question papers. So the situation in Nigeria is very dire. Everybody is opening private schools, private universities. And you go there, some of them are not supposed to be there. In a country where people are serious about education, the first thing you quoted was Martin Luther's quotation about education. Education is the way to bring people out of poverty. It is the way to bring people out of dangerous superstitions. It is the only way to move with the civilized nations. So we shouldn't play with our educational system. It's a very dangerous game. And most of our colleagues have left in the universities. You go to faculties and departments. In the faculties, departments, you see about 14, 15 young ones. They have left. And those of us older ones who are supposed to not be working as hard as before, we are still teaching young ones at the level of 100 level. Because they have left in droves. So the country is sitting on the precipice. That's just the truth.
Okay, so let's look at how strict this rule is going to be looked at. Even when it was at 18 years, we still had students as young as 17, 16 gain admission into the university. Now that it's at 16 years, how strict is the central admission process system going to be?
You know that Nigerians are never serious. They always have shortcuts. You may find parents going to swear affidavits for their children. Like I told you, in 1984, I got admission straight from secondary school into the University of Nigeria at the age of 18. So the times have changed. I cannot say let them continue to come into the university at 18 because we did the same. At 16, it is okay. So, but the point is that parents and guardians will now go and falsify the age of their children to make sure that they get admissions. And the universities may not know. They are not going to go to their homes to know what they have done. But the truth is that I am telling you as an educationist, I am talking to you as somebody who has been in the university system for almost 29 years, that when they are so young, people, they are malleable. People can manipulate them to do whatever they want to do. So 16 years is okay. But for parents and guardians, I would advise you that your child is in the university, you think that he or she is grown. You have to pay attention to them. You have to get people to look after them and report to you. Don't leave them like that. They may join one cult group or one cybercrime system. And by the time you know it, people will be calling you that they have murdered people or they have been murdered. And I would advise our young ones, he who lives by the sword dies by the sword. The Bible cannot lie to us. The type of heartbreaks that their parents undergo, the type of shame they go through when they kill people or when they are killed, it is unimaginable. As a mother, as a teacher, as a mentor, as an older person, I will urge them, please, please, please and please, let them know what they are doing. Even for us, the teachers, I don't see my students as just my students. I see them as our children, because the country belongs to them. They are the future hope of this country. So we have to be careful about the way we bring them up. It is very, very, very important that we put the right values, the right ethics, the right standards in them for them to be able to hold the country together when we go.
Okay, there are exceptions for special kids, people that maybe they're just really special, you know, even at the age of, before they're 16, they are so smart and they can actually go into the university. What are those criteria that should be met if you're in a situation where you have a special child that, you know, surpasses certain things?
If we are talking about special children, that is why where I don't agree with JAM. Because anybody will tell you that my child is also special. Special in the sense of what criteria? In private institutions, if you want your child to get a AA or A1, they will help you. As long as you're paying. And even we all know that they have special or miracle centers. The point is that they may be mature in cognitive scale, in the sense of getting 400 over 400 in jump and A. But they will be lacking in getting wisdom. They're brilliant, they're intelligent, but they may not have the wisdom. And that is why I said that we have to be careful. If you get them because they're special children, you get them into the universities and the polytechnics and the colleges of education at 11 years. What you are telling us, the teachers, that we have to go and find pampers for your children. And I tell you that over there, you have wolves. So the wolves may turn them into what you would not like. That's why from day one, I would tell parents, don't think, even if they're 20, 25, don't think that they're adults. You still have to monitor them.
So from the angle of the universities, they are about to admit children that are not adults, children that are still teenagers, they are 16, they probably have no life outside their house, and they're about to be introduced to a very broad world where they meet different people from different places. Just as you said, they are easily manipulated and there are wolves out there. What is being put in place for the safety of these younger ones? Maybe a counselor or whatever situation it is.
I will advise every head of institutions that they should have counseling units. We need that. It's an imperative. It is compulsory. It is mandatory for us to have that place, because some of them are so harassed. Even though we have a kind of checks and balances, like you have in the institutions, you may have a cervical, assurance unit, and what have you. When the harm has been done by even our colleagues, they need also psychological health, mental health. And I advise the departments, the faculties, the heads, the deans, the directors to also be close to their students, also be close to their staff, to the staff under them, to know what's happening to them. You look at their faces as parents, as mothers, as fathers, as mentors. Even the ones under you, they also need to be happy. Because if they are not happy and they are carrying one cross or the other, they will spread that cross for other people to also carry. So it is very important that even as head of department, as dean or director of institutes and centers and faculties, that we have to make sure that those working under us, that we also pamper them, praise them when they are doing well, ask after them, so that they will be happy and they will be willing to make sure that the students are also happy.
Okay, will the lower admission threshold still give this room for competition, competitive situation, even in the universities, whereby we have courses like law, medicine, engineering, and now the cutoff mark has been put to 150. Will there still be a room for competition among students?
That's what I said before. The students, if you are going to take jump or whatever, don't think that you have a rosy situation because with 150 you come into the university. Except if your father is in the presidency or a member of the Senate. That competition is still stiff. For medicine and all those courses you mentioned, the competition in higher institutions, prestigious higher institutions, maybe as high as 330. So you can see that with 150, it's not easy to compete with those kids. So I will advise anybody and the parents that when your children are in secondary school or primary school, you have to be careful of where they are. They may generate scores. You know, we have seen that in the past, and it's still happening. They may generate scores that are too fantastic. You will be clapping for your child as a brilliant child. Then when it comes to examinations that are equalizers, like WAEC, like NECO, like that jump, the parents may be disappointed at the scores of their children. So it's not yet Uhuru. They have to read.
Okay.
And when you come into the university, don't also relax. For those who scored very high, 330, we wouldn't like to know how you scored your high marks. But from evidence before us, even those that come in with a supplementary list, from supplementary list, and when they come, they are serious. They know why they are there. At times, they end up with first class and 2-1. And if you come with 330 and think that you're a champion, you don't need to work hard to continue to excel, then the person will be, I'm missing my lectures, missing assignments, going to parties and going to wherever the person wanted to go without continuing with the reading. The person will be disappointed that there is no magic there.
So how will this revised criteria affect private universities?
Well, from 140, 120 to 150, we are still where we are for them. You have so many private universities, and many of them are still springing up. And they depend mostly on, most of them, leftovers of federal universities admissions. If they cannot get, if the students cannot get,
then they
or
should
if
come
the candidates
to
cannot get, yes, they run to private universities. And they are part of the problem of this country. Private primary schools, private secondary schools, now private universities. Everything is being lowered. A university like Covenant is doing well, and there are few of them, even beating state-owned and federal universities. But for many of them, they have to sit up.
Okay, so this criteria by JAMB, is it just enough, or do you think certain things should be incorporated, like maybe an interview as part of the standard process?
My daughter, you have said it all. We shouldn't, JAMB has made its own statement, but remember that it's also put a caveat. It depends on the university.
Okay.
So if it depends on the university can also sieve their candidates. It is known in the past with our experience in post-UTME that some students, that the so-called bright students that scored 330, 340, 370, when it comes to that almighty UTME, some of them perform abysmally low. So I advise universities, if it's possible, let them also further sieve the students that they are being admitted, so that the right candidates that are serious about this country will come in.
Okay, looking forward, with all this that has been happening in the universities, the latest development with JAMB, what would you say about the Nigerian tertiary education system in few years to come with this current development?
Well, JAMB cannot do otherwise. It's what they have seen. Very low performance. And very low performance should be traced from the cradle, garbage in, garbage out. And the weight of it should lie with all these mushroom primary schools, nursery schools, secondary schools that generate fantastic and fabulous results. So when you now put them into where they are now graded equally, you see them going very low. That's just the truth. The system, the educational system is very bad. You go to universities, many of us had left the country, and they are still living in droves. You go to faculties, you can have about 30, 40 people living in a faculty. In a department, you can have 10, 12, 13, 14 because of the low wages, the very poor salaries that are being made. The point is that this country is not interested in the education. And any country that jokes with its educational system will have a collapse. Some of us are getting tired. You still do the works of very young lecturers. They go there for their master's, PhD. They don't come back because there is nothing to come back to. You employ them today, tomorrow they will leave because of the poor payments. It is no longer. Our take-home pays are not good enough. They cannot take us home, even to the next bus stop.
Okay, so apart from the payments, there are other things that happen in the university, and we expect that these things should not be happening under the watch of the stakeholders in the university. How can they be more involved in the lives of the students and make sure, because we see ugly situations in Nigerian universities and we don't get, a follow-up of what happened or what has been done. How can these be looked into and adjusted for students to also be comfortable and parents to feel relaxed sending their students out there?
Well, so many things are happening in the institutions. You have, if you're talking about lecturers sexually harassing students or extorting money from them, it is unfortunate. Or encouraging examination malpractices. That's what we are seeing today. But if you entrust your children, who are very precious to us, children who are also precious to the nation, the future of a nation, on somebody who is earning 200,000 a month with 3 or 4 children, then with all the inflations going on, with all the even some of them don't have cars. And when they don't have cars, some of them have cars, but they can no longer buy fuel. You can see the country, I must say it without missing words. This country is making it impossible for people to be honest. The country is making it, I repeat it again, without fear or favor. The country is making it impossible for people to be honest. That's just the truth. Then, apart from that, you are also talking about a system where in the universities you don't have books, libraries, no functional libraries, no lab, no electricity, no this, no that. Because our leaders are not interested. And see what is happening today in the country. Insecurity everywhere. Everybody is going to overseas to train their children.
I mean, it feels safer over there.
Yes, but when they come back, they can't come back again now. Because their cousins and the children of the megas who are here cannot allow them to rest. Can you see it? So it is a vicious and the horrible cycle.
Okay, that's the most we can have on this conversation. Thank you so much, Prof, for your input. Our conversation is on the trending JAMB new admission criteria, and our guest, Professor Florence Orabueze, who is the Director, Institute of Maritime Studies, University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus. Thank you so much once again, Prof.
Thank you, Queen, and we appreciate you, our viewers.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll have our next conversation for tonight.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
international communities observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. As the dust for the 2023 general election settles, the Nigeria navigates the complexities of the current administration. Attention is already beginning to shift towards the next general electoral culminating in 2027. The period between now and then is not merely a waiting game. It's a crucial phase where political dynamics will be shaped, alliances formed or broken, and the groundwork laid for the future of the nation's democracy. Understanding the potential implications of current trends and challenges is key to anticipating the political landscape that will emerge. On the other hand, the media often plays a crucial role in creating, molding, shaping, and reflecting public opinion, especially in a political build-up, which is why it is often called the fourth estate of the realm. The Nigeria's Union of Journalists, which is the union building journalists in Nigeria, is 70 years and still counting. But what role does the media have to play in the build-up to the 2027 general election in Nigeria? A nation with low trust and fragile belief in the media due to lack of respect and free hand to operate. And to have the conversation on political build-up and the media in Nigeria, our guest standing by your Zoom is Mazi Ken Ofoma. Good evening, Mazi.
Good evening. My pleasure to be here.
Okay. So far, looking at the past elections and the role the media played in conveying information, disseminating information to the citizens and people and the world at large, and what the media is, the state of the media currently, how would you assess the role the media plays? Do they always project the right information, or do they really sweep things under the carpet for certain reasons?
The traditional role of the media is to inform, educate, entertain, and also to serve as a watchdog of the society. In other words, to investigate and expose certain things going on in the society, especially within the government. And that is why it is also provided in the Constitution, Section 22, gave the media the role to hold government accountable. And so that role has always been played by the media, especially the mainstream media. Without the media, it will be like the society will be in darkness. The media is the light that shines into darkness and clears the way for citizens to understand what is happening around them, what is happening globally, what's happening in government, and what have you. So the Nigerian media in particular have always played that role. Even the advent of social media have also helped. We have also seen influx of non-trained journalists in the social media aspect of it. But any properly run media outfit by professionals always play those traditional roles expected of the media. Thank you.
Okay, assessing the current political situation in Nigeria, there are lots of defections from opposition parties, widespread of coalition, and so many things that has been going on in for the build-up of the 2027 election. How well do you think the media is assessing, getting the proper information on what is going on, and how are they really putting out this information out there for the best understanding of the people?
Well, I think they're still playing that role. If you watch if you watch the television or listen to the radio or read the newspapers, you discover that the media have always been there probing the activities of the political parties, the party in power, the All Progressives Congress, and also following up with the developments in the opposition parties like the PDP, the People's Democratic Party, the Labour Party, and the others. I see how they're highlighting the crisis some of these major opposition parties are having, from PDP to LP to NNPP to SDP. Even without the media, we wouldn't have known, for instance, that yesterday there was crisis at the national headquarters of the Social Democratic Party, where some people were alleged to have forced themselves into the office, and it was announced that the national chairman was removed, even though he later issued a rebuttal. So, of course, also what is happening in the PDP, even today, the meeting the PDP had with the Independent National Electoral Commission, and what have you, the media have been beaming all this information to the people. And they have been also interacting with the electoral body, INEC, to be able to get the program for the parties ahead of the various activities, especially the off-season elections that we'll be having in Anambra this year and Osun next year, or towards the end of the year. So they have been doing that. They have been covering and trying to bring information relating to activities of political parties ahead of any general election or off-season election. Thank you.
Okay, looking at the current widespread of artificial intelligence and generation of information, and because of this, you cannot really have power over information that goes out there. You can't really, tell which one is authentic or not. And how prepared is the Nigeria media towards the dissemination of misinformation to the people? Because with the artificial intelligence, you can make up even videos and pictures and make it seem really, really realistic. Are we really prepared to, battle against artificial intelligence when it comes to the widespread of false information?
Yeah, I think the advent of artificial intelligence, it has its pros and cons, advantages and disadvantages, and it is actually helping to fuel fake news and what we call deep voice, and but if the onus is not just on the media alone, it is also on the public. It's also on the public to always verify, have multiple verification channels before consuming any information or video, because some of them might be product of artificial intelligence. AI can even clone people's voices, can clone people's images, and make that person speaking as if it's in real life, whereas it is artificial intelligence, AI generated. And so it's a worrisome development, but there are also aspects of it that help the media, especially even the newspaper and the television. With AI, you can conduct interview. You can also in the newspaper, you can use it to also track information that is stale, information that has been published by any other media organization, and what have you. Because of if you have the right algorithm, you'll be able to dictate reports sent in by reporters across. There's some of them that have been published in other media establishments, and what have you. So it's something that will require more training and retraining, and for the media to practitioners to master the use and also deploy same in a credible manner. But like I said, for those who want to take advantage of the AI to dish out false information, or the onus is on the people to always cross-check and double-check whatever information or video that they see in any of the news channels. Of course, they can even clone major news channels as if it is coming from them. But when you go to the original website of any of the news channels, you will discover that such fake videos or information are not there. And of course, each time such a AI-generated information is used, those media organizations that their channels were being cloned always issue a rebuttal to deny that it's fake. I think it has happened with Arise Television and Channels Television, where they had to come out to deny that an AI-generated interview with between Charles and a news anchor, and the presidential candidate of Labour Party in the 2023 general election, P2B. There was a time an AI-generated interview was going on, but the Arise News television had to issue a rebuttal that it was really indeed AI-generated news. It didn't come from emanate from the station. So it's a challenge, but we'll continue to improve and continue to expose those who want to use it to misinform the people. Thank you.
Let's, just before we round up, let's look at how this will affect, or how this has affected public trust in the government, in politics, whereby media-induced preference on political party or religion over policy, putting their own sentiments over the political policy that various political parties or leaders are portraying out there. How has this affected the trust of the people and political accountability as well?
Every media organization, whether newspaper, whether radio or television, they are rated based on the quality of news, the quality of programming. If you are such at display bias, either religious or political or ethnic in your news items, it will show. And by the way, every newspaper or television have a code. Broadcast, you have the broadcast code. And for newspapers, you also have some code. You don't just expose or lend your medium to maybe begin to showcase ethnic, religious biases. You have to stick to the rules of only conveying news that is professionally treated for the purpose of informing the people. And so, but any media organization that begins to run contrary to that, even we begin to lose either viewership or readership, and the rating will also drop. If you watch all the national television stations, there's always some kind of competition about those that will give more credible, more wide, far-reaching information and more timely information as well. The same thing with the newspapers. You have to continue to give credible and truthful, factual information in order to make your audience rely on you and continue to watch you or patronize you. Because the more readership or viewership you have, the more adverts or commercials you attract. So that is why that effort by all the media organizations to maintain high standards. Otherwise, you yourself will be undoing your own organization by making more readers or viewers to abandon you and take to other alternative news outlets. So every newsman, every publisher, every journalist, every editor, every news anchor, they are all familiar with this and they're always conscious of that. Thank you.
Okay, let's take a look at journalist safety and press freedom. I mean, when it's time for elections, you realize that journalists are posed to lots of threats and so many things from due to the election pressure. And just to get it clear, what arrangements are being put in place in order to get journalists into safety at every single point in time whenever they are on the course of duty?
Usually, there is always a retraining program, especially ahead of any general election. Some of them are sponsored by, some international organizations. Some are sponsored by local organizations to expose journalists to some risk factors and to also understand how to go about their duties in violent prone areas. So those trainings are given because you try to remain alive to report events, and you should be able to also develop the sixth sense to know environment where crises are on the air. Begin to look for a safety, and also how to interact with the law enforcement agencies. So those trainings are normally given, and it also goes with the experience. The older you are in the profession, the more knowledgeable you are on how to handle conflict situations. Because the election is always in our line. It's usually a very conflict situation where political parties sometimes engage in or hire hoodlums and thugs who sometimes use firearms against each other. So if you're a trained journalist, if you're able to understand the situation and avoid being in the crossfire. So these are things that even some organizations have developed a handbook, a sort of handbook that you can pick and read in terms of election coverage or coverage of crisis situation, including riots, demonstrations, and what have you. So there are handbooks that can help in situations like that. Thank you.
Okay, Mazi, NUJ at 70, NUJ had just turned, the National Union of Journalists had just turned 70 recently. And just in a nutshell, what do you have to say about this?
Well, it's a milestone. Personally, I was there in Abuja. It's a milestone. The NUJ, Nigerian Union of Journalists, is the oldest media profession. The parent body to any other media-related organization. In fact, in that event, we had one of our veteran journalists, former governor of Ogun State, Segun Oshoba, who happened to be the father of the day during the 70th anniversary in Abuja. In his remarks, he did indeed say that he highlighted the primacy, the prime position of NUJ above every other associations. In his words, he, in a jocular manner, described the Nigerian Guild of Editors as a social club, the SWAN, Sports Writers Association, as a social club, the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, MPAN, the Women Journalists, Nigerian Association of Women Journalists. All these other associations he described as social clubs because they are all outfits, offshoot of NUJ. NUJ is a body that covers all of them. You have to be a journalist before you become an editor. It cannot be Guild of Editors. Not everybody milestone, and the occasion was used to highlight the challenges, the achievements, and also they celebrate our early, veterans who even paid the price, and some who have left marks in the profession. So it was indeed a very eventful celebration that attracted who is who in the profession, some governors, some politicians, and what have you. So it was a good one that was well celebrated by journalists and well-wishers across the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution on the program.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll have our last guest for tonight.
We are local.
International communities observing every...
Just finished the Where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello, you're welcome to Political Circle on Signature Television. It started with the defection of some legislators from Labour Party to the APC in Enugu State, followed by the defection of about 1,000 party men and women from the PDP, Labour Party, ADC and so on to the APC. From the look of things, more high-profile party faithful seem to be ready to also defect to the APC. Unfortunately, the members of the APC in Enugu State seem to be divided on the development. While the foundation members of the APC are happy with the defections, the other group led by the Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Nnaji, seem to be uncomfortable with the development. Speaking on behalf of the foundation members of the APC in the state, Mr. Osto Kechukwu, former DG Voice of Nigeria, said that His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba and his group are wholeheartedly welcome to the APC in the state. He questioned why the Honorable Minister and his group are not comfortable with the likely coming of a performing governor like His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba to the party. On the other hand, Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology has also cautioned politicians seeking to come into the APC in Enugu State. He said, and I want to quote, that there is no automatic ticket for anyone. That's our focus today on Political Circle. Our topic is spate of defections to the APC in Enugu State. My name is Luke Mbo. I'm joined by Dr. Ben Nwonye, the immediate past chairman of the APC in Enugu State. Dr. Nwonye, welcome to Political Circle.
Good morning, Luke, and thank you for having me.
It's been long.
It's been a very long time. It's good to see you.
The defections into your party, how did it come to you?
You know, it's a wonderful thing. I'm not surprised there are people who are defecting, but what I'm surprised is the way and the manner in which they have been welcomed. In the 8 years while I was the party state chairman, it was always a thing of joy to welcome new entrants. You recall that I actually we're doing every week during my own time of office. We welcomed the then immediate past governor of Enugu State, His Excellency Barrister Sullivan Chime. I welcomed him to APC. I also welcomed the former Senate President, I think it was the 8th Senate, Senator Ken Namani. I welcomed him into APC. I welcomed Ayo Geze, who then became our Guba candidate. I welcomed the Jim Wobodo. And I welcomed Senator Fido Okolo. He's so rest in peace now. So we joyfully would do that. We joyfully would welcome people. But what is really baffling is the idea that a serving minister left his job in Abuja and will run down here and stage some rally before election. It's not in his job schedule. He's the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology. He stages from OP Junction, he goes to Akko, from Akko. He finds himself in Igbeze North, where he welcomed really low-level, yet to be recognized political figures. And then those who have left the Labour Party, the 3 members of the House, the Professor Namchi, Chiamobi, Ago, and Umeha. And then he welcomes them and he starts issuing out order. He even makes reference that they are IDPs, internally displaced politicians. He refers to them in such manner, and they're following him. So, you know, that brings to bear, again, it throws me back to now, why would a reporter, or rather a well-respectable newspaper in Nigeria that did a count on what these ministers have been doing, and unfortunately rated our own minister as a sleeping minister. I didn't say that. Now, if he had managed his job duty very well, if he had remained on his duty post, I don't think anybody would have called him a sleeping. I judged him, not call him. I judged him as a sleeping minister. But I think he probably thought that being awake is going down to Enugu and dancing up and down and moving from one location to the other. It is not electioneering time yet, my friend. And you saw what happened in OP. At the end of the day, some people that they hired, they had some disagreement with them, and they started destroying the property of the event manager's property, the tent and canopies and all that. And they tried to ascribe it to PDP. It's not true. These are the people they hired to set up, and they didn't pay them. My own investigation, they didn't pay them. They hired them for security. And the story came out that they didn't pay them for their security work, and they went on, tried to destroy the canopies and all that. And they wind up settling those issues from behind the door and begin to push the blame to PDP. On the day the governor of Enugu State was going to kickstart some project and commission some road project done by the serving chairman of Nsukka local government. These are things he shouldn't be doing. I mean, I think our president should have taken note of this minister that left his duty post.
But any reason for that? Why will he be into such?
Of course, there are reasons. Number one, he's not occupied. We have 48 ministers. And there's some kind of duplicity of duties if you look at the way they're managed. So he forgot sometimes that his job duty. So his focus from day one is another election. This is barely 2 years into office. There's no minister. You go check. Just go check the book, check the record. You don't see minister. You don't even see even the Yesum Wike that is always on air. What you see him, Yesum Wike doing, of course, of the PDP, is you will see him on TV showcasing projects, not rallying PDP members. You don't see David Umahi, okay, doing rally, claiming that he has done some audio defection, 1,000 defection. From where? Where did you get the 1,000? Did he do registration of those members? He did not. So these are what we call audio defection. What we know that have defected are 3 people so far. That is the 3 members serving in the House. Those are the people we know that have defected. And all that are perhaps some of his friends who want to get job and they rally around and they call women dancing troops and all that. And they call them defectors. We know the grassroots politics. People don't defect that way. Ask him, who are the people that defected at Igbeze North? He won't be able to name any known politician from, I guess, one person. That would be the former deputy mayor of Igbeze North. That defect, that's one person. Okay, now at Ako, ask him to tell us who is the person that defected that led him to take all this dancing troop to Ako. He can't. At OP, 3 unknown politicians. Just ask him. So you have a gentleman who has been given a job that is not equal to the task. And so because he has nothing to do on his desk, he runs down. But the problem is, here's the problem. He's running APC government down. Because as he's moving around, making this so-called receiving people, he makes utterances that are unwarranted. APC is a political party. You don't issue order and you say this person cannot come in, that person cannot come in, the governor cannot come in, and that you are going to win. Secondly, he's moving around with a man who has been barred from parading himself as a state chairman. That is Barisu Gochukwu Abala. There's a court order existing, had never been vacated or altered since August 9th, 2024. The man had been removed. And this minister, not obeying the court order, introducing him as the chairman, aiding him and abetting him to flout the court order. This is illegality.
That's leading to my next question. Is he with party members? Is he doing this with party members or is just on his own?
The man is on his own, but then he's doing it with illegality, with the illegal chairman. He's also doing it with the support, unfortunately, with the support of the Southeast Vice Chairman, Dr. Arodiobu. For whatever reason, they chose to ignore the law. He's also doing it with the support, acquiescence, and approval of the Deputy National Chairman, South, Chief ENUGU. They know this is illegality. They know that it is not electionary time. They know that they are kind of heating up the polity. If the governor is going to launch a project somewhere in Nsukka, OP precisely, we expect the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, if he wants to compete with Governor Peter Mbah, he should be going there also on the same day and time to launch his own project. Not to go there and start dancing around with dancing troops and then talking about people are joining. He's going to win the election in 2027. The records are there. The last time he contested against Peter Mbah, they were both candidates. Peter was a candidate of PDP. Him, Uche, was a candidate of APC. What did he score? He scored a misery 14,575 votes. These are facts by the INEC record. What did Peter score? He scored well over 160,000 votes. So there's no comparison. That was before Peter started performing. That was Peter's score based on the book, the paper he presented. He could not, Uche Nnaji, could not present a manifesto to Enugu people. And so he was rejected from day one. And that rejection was resoundingly amplified when the result came out. In his own word, Abugo was 3. He got 3 votes. And that 3 votes represent himself and 2 of his aides. And these are facts. You can go and check, pick it. In his own local government, where I am from, in Kano West, he got a miserable number of 1,106 votes. Okay? When I ran for Senate, I scored way more than him. And we are talking about, this is a man who has demonstrated failure, performance failure, judged by not me or any political opponent, but adjudged by elite scholars who sat down and said, let us look at these 48 people that President Tinubu had given assignment, see how they are performing. If they actually understood their job schedule. And they looked at it one by one. And when it came to the ENUGU, the minister representing ENUGU at the FEC, they said he was sleeping. And they adjudged him a sleeping minister.
And let's leave that aspect of the conversation. Let's go into this. Because there is a lot of, call it rumors in town, speculations and all that. Are we expecting more people to defect into the APC?
Listen, look, you recall that I left APC in April. At a time. And I came back. The reason I came back is when we got a new national chairman. And
hello. You're welcome to Political Circle on Signature Television. It started with the defection of some legislators from Labour Party to the APC in Enugu State, followed by the defection of about 1,000 party men and women from the PDP Labour Party.
Minister of representing Enugu, who knows nothing about the politics, who showed up and they gave him the largest portfolio. He decided he's a technocrat. How many Enugu people did he give foreign scholarship? I'm talking about Onyama. How many Enugu people did he assist? You are from the same community as him. How many people did he raise? When you're made a minister, you raise people. You raise great men and women. Where are the records? I'm not trying to go to the past, but I'm sticking with the issue. Why I am troubled that our performing governor can do better, can perform better, can show up work better if he is with the ruling party. Already, our dear president has given us a university of agri just recently. The past president, Buhari, gave us a federal polytechnic. We need to be in charge of who become the board chairman of those, who become the rector, who becomes the VC. We don't need someone either from Abia State because the person is a deputy speaker of the house, is dictating to Enugu State, who becomes a member of Southeast Development Commission. That happened. We don't need somebody from Abia State dictating to us who becomes a member representing us at Federal Character Commission. It just happened. While I love the guy, I love Ojus Okalo, but I'm worried that if my governor continue to stay outside the ball, outside the playing field, other people will overreach.
Take advantage.
They take advantage. I love the young man, Peter, that was just recently appointed. He's from Aji, Igbeze North. But politics is not played that way. It is in the disadvantage of Enugu people. Those who are emotionally attached to PDP don't understand the politics. Mba is its own self a political movement. Peter Mba's work, he will win. Give him a zero party, he will win. Party is just a vehicle. I want people to get that. The so-called PDP is not an Igbo people's party or Enugu people party. It's a Nigerian party.
Well, that's your perspective.
That's my perspective.
Well, let me come into this. In the case of His Excellency Peter Mba accepting to join your party, how do you think they'll be able to manage the structure and party positions? Don't you think this might be part of why some people are worried?
It might be why they are worried, but you know what? In my own narrative, I call it, if Peter comes into APC, I will call it the Hurricane Peter. The Hurricane Peter will change the dynamic once he touches down. It will change the dynamic of who is what. Number one is that they have to obey the law. Ugabala is no longer the chairman of APC, Enugu State. Ugabala will have to go. But what happens with the structure will be determined at the Congress. Okay? But the practice is clear. Enugu State will not be different from any other state. All over the state, from Lagos to Borno, anywhere you have a sitting governor, the sitting governor is the leader of the party. Just like the president is the leader of the party. The president decided whom he wants to make the chairman, the national chairman of the party. The same way the governor decides who he wants to pilot the affairs of the party. That is the party politics. The Supreme Court is also in agreement that what happens is within the party. And for me, having served as a chairman for 8 years, the state chairman for 8 years, I was also the secretary of the State Chairman's Forum, APC State Chairman Forum, a forum of the 36 state chairmen plus Abuja, 37 of us. I was the secretary. I was part and parcel of the little nitty-gritty from the beginning, from our Baba Kande, Baba Bisi Akande, all the way to Oshomole, Maimala. I was there with Oshomole, I was there with Oyegun, I was there with Maimala, Buni. I was there until Adam Abdullahi. So I know the party mechanics. You can't stay outside. A minister is not the leader of the party.
Sir, let me ask you this. Don't you think that governance is suffering with this so much interest in party politics when the time is not yet right?
I agree with you. That's what I said. When they say that the Minister of Innovation, Science and Tech have been adjudged to be a sleeping minister. He is not sleeping politically in terms of political juggling and up and down. The man is awake. However, when it comes to his job duty, the job he was hired by Tinubu to do, he's sleeping. So governance, of course, is suffering. He shows up, guess what? He held a meeting, a party meeting, comprising of all the wards, his ward executive and all that, and it lasted for 5 hours. Okay? Then he jumped, let me just finish. He jumped over again to OP and held a rally. We had some fracas amongst his party of court. Governance is suffering. He's supposed to remain in Abuja.
Why is INEC not wearing the big stick?
Well, you know that INEC had never wielded the big stick on anyone. Historically, when it comes to in terms of corrective action, INEC has never done that. Whether it is a campaign, all those laws about INEC corrective, they're just in the book. They're like adultery law. There are laws that you put in the book, but nobody gets prosecuted for it. So anyone can print any poster. You've seen, even in Abuja, there are posters, of course, of our own president. People putting up the poster, but the president has never come up and say he's running. But this is a man whom we have national officers of the party from Southeast following him around and say he's going to be the next governor. That's campaign. And the ban on campaign has not been lifted. Him himself flying around and putting up flags and dancing is campaign. Governance is suffering.
Time is not our friend. But let me ask you this. What will be your advice to your colleagues, party faithfuls, party men, on the recent development?
Let's just be faithful. Let's be united. You can't win an election by expelling people, by making acrimonies amongst yourself. Let's unite the party. Let's come together and forget the past. And let's welcome new members to the party. And let's pray to God and beg him back to join APC and make Enugu State a progressive state.
Please God, your prayers will come to pass. That's our show today. I've been talking with Dr. Ben Nwonye, the immediate past chairman of the APC in Enugu State. Thanks for being part of the show. My name is Luke Mbo. Nigeria, we hail thee.
The provision of road infrastructure is one of the fastest ways of opening up the rural communities and enhancing development. This explains why the senator representing the ENUGU West Senatorial District in the National Assembly, Osita Ngwu, deemed it fit to undertake an inspection of some ongoing and abandoned federal road projects in the area. Speaking while inspecting the 9th Mile Opi Road, which links Udi local government and Enugu State with northern Nigeria, Ngwu complained about the abandonment of the road, calling on the federal government to intervene.
This road is the best road, federal government road that you can take from Oka, passing through 9th Mile to Obatu, Kumulungwe, to Opi, when you are going to the north. We all can see how good the road is, and this is the best that we have here. The road has been under construction for the past 6 years by Arab contractor.
The site manager of the Arab contractors handling the project, Ahmed Farouk, assured that the company has the necessary equipment and manpower to complete the road, which he said has reached 40% completion. Farouk, who said that the road project would have gone far if funds were made available, appealed to the senator to assist the company in getting more funds from the federal government to complete the project.
We finished almost 40% of this project, and we applied for this augmentation since last February 2025. And we are waiting there for this for the approval of this augmentation as well.
The member representing Udi South constituency in the Enugu State House of Assembly, Okechukwu Aneke, appealed to the federal government to complete the road to enable the people have access to the farmland for easy evacuation of their agricultural products, while the community leader in Ikenga, Omolungbe, accused the federal government of marginalizing the people of his constituency.
If the federal government do not have the capacity to continue to deliver this road, they should call the attention of the state governor and that of our senator. I think if they do that, they will see the magic these two gentlemen will do on this road. I want to state it without looking at anybody's face, that we have been marginalized in so many things in this country. Just like our senator said and so many speakers said, if we are part of Nigeria, they should treat us as one.
The pressure is now on the senator to try and do something, and we can't just keep and fold our arms watching the road go this bad. A lot of things happening, and people from this side can't move to the other side. People from the other, just like you heard, some people no longer come to their villages. All this kidnapping and other things is happening at this particular stage, because when you slow down here, you'll be kidnapped. So that's why it will solve insecurity, and farmers will now go back to the farms and begin to produce, and because they know they have access road to get to the market. So at this stage, it's no longer acceptable.
Senator Ngwu also inspected the federal road project at Nsude, where a community leader, George Obiora, lamented the damage done to the road by flooding, which has displaced some families.
If you look down there, you will see a market. That market was constructed by the distinguished senator. This erosion that you're seeing is not a mere one. It was threatening to wipe away all the people, the inhabitants of this place. I am pleading with the contractor to please, please extend this job down to that market side. Because if you don't extend it, it will wipe away the market. We are pleading with you.
although the senator has spoken everything, but we are still pleading. On your way coming from 9th March to this place, you can see how dilapidated the road is. It's not motorable. If you're coming from the express, it's not accessible. Armed robbers are using that place to rob Nsude people at night.
A project engineer for the Arab contractors, Engineer Lee, told the senator that their work has been hampered by insecurity in the area as a result of the activities of hoodlums as well as the rains.
We have two major challenges. The first is the houses or shops along the road that they need to demolish, and this house they seriously delayed our work. Some place we have to stop because there's house supposed to be demolished. We have to leave the house to go front. So when you go down the road, you can see the work we have done is not connected. Some place you have done, some place they just leave like that. And second challenge is the safety issue. The safety issue we are always facing. But now the safety issue is becoming better since we have soldiers and police, something like that, and the road is becoming better. So the safety issue is better now. But the major challenge is the demolition work.
Addressing the contractors and the people of the Nsude community, ENUGU thanked the construction company for mobilizing to the site and for progressing of the road project, and promised to contact the supervisory ministry for release of funds for the completion of the road project.
I'm happy that our contractor, in an emergency situation, was able to come to do the job. And also the community for their presence. In the Senate, we have appropriated this money, so the minister should fund the project. And I'm going to take it up in Abuja. They have to provide money for contractors to do their work.
The chairman of Aninri local government area, Ugochukwu Wanjoku, also expressed displeasure over the abandoned road project in his council area. The people of Enugu West Senatorial District are hopeful that these bold moves by Senator ENUGU will yield the desired result in no distant time and ultimately enhance the development of the communities. Christopher Lele reporting for Signature TV.
The federal government's push towards compressed natural gas, CNG, as a cleaner alternative to petrol is under the spotlight. 1 year after Nigeria launched its CNG policy, lawmakers say the promises are falling short, raising fresh questions on transparency, funding, and delivery. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, who spoke through a member, Sada Soli, says the initiative is crucial to Nigeria's energy transition.
This hearing marks a crucial moment in our collective oversight responsibility, especially as it concerns the federal government's strategic transition from traditional fuel to cleaner and more affordable energy solutions. The essence of this public hearing cannot be overstated, as it reflects our legislative commitment to transparency, accountability, and effective policy implementation. I thank Mr. Chairman and honorable members of this ad hoc committee for their diligence, foresight, and patriotic commitment to the success of this assignment, even when the House is on recess.
But his colleagues in the House say the rollout has been slow and uneven. Ad hoc committee chairman Ahmed Jaha warns that the ambitious plan could fail unless urgent reforms are carried out.
My concern
is the infrastructure that will be available to service these cars that are converted. Sustainability is the most important thing. You rightly said Rome was not built in one day. But you should equally understand that it's the same Rome that was destroyed by the complacency of the Romans. If there is complacency in this program, there is no way this program is going to succeed. I don't want a situation whereby, even though I have hope and confidence in this program because of private sector's investment, involvement, and participation. If you bring a program in Nigeria and you see private companies investing, developing interest, believing in that particular program is going to succeed. Because in my own training, government have no business doing any business.
Stakeholders at the event assured the committee of utmost responsibility in ensuring the success of the CNG program in Nigeria.
Committed to working out the spreadsheet as we're observing the setting up of these conversion centers at the different geopolitical zones, and more are still coming up. So it's still a work in progress. But I'm like you rightly questioned, we believe that yes, we are on the track of ensuring equitable distribution across the country. We've started and we're committed to it. And in no short time, we'll achieve overall distribution across the geopolitical zones of the Federation.
But the private sector have stepped up. The private sector has invested millions of dollars. In fact, in our accounts, well over $4-5 million combined in these 300 centers that are sprung up across Nigeria. And these centers are now found in over 24 states, from mere 5 states when we started the program. Of course, we are not everywhere, and we cannot be everywhere yet, but we have made tremendous progress in 12 months, and we will continue to make progress.
They guide the long-term implementation of CNG and the safety of Nigeria. FRSC respectively recommends A. Legislative support to formalize the certification of CNG workshops and vehicle conversions procedures. B. Budgetary backing for the training of enforcement personnel and acquisition of diagnostic tools for CNG inspections. And lastly, inclusion of CNG safety and compliance in roadworthiness evaluations criteria nationwide.
As Nigeria works to build a cleaner energy future, lawmakers insist that bold policies must come with real, measurable results and accountability. In an era of growing political awareness, there are renewed calls for greater inclusiveness in politics and governance. One group which feels alienated over the years is the youth population who have remained on the sideline in decision-making platforms. At the launch of the Take Action campaign in Abuja, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, reminded the youth that time has come for them to participate rather than agitate. He threw his weight behind the Not Too Young to Run initiative and a bill proposing reserved legislative seats for women. And talking about inclusive governance, Nigerian lawmakers are advocating a bill to increase female representation in politics through reserved seats. Chairman House Committee on Reserved Seat for Women, Honorable Kafilat Obara, and Chairman Senate Committee on Women, Senator Ireti Kingibe, argued that more women in politics will help fight poverty and promote development.
The importance of the bill. The reserved seat bill for women is not just about numbers. It is about giving women a voice in decision-making processes that affect their lives and communities. By increasing women's representation, we can ensure that their perspectives, their views, needs, rights are adequately addressed in policy formulation and implementation. This bill aligns with international commitments to gender equality, including the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 5, which calls for achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls. Studies have shown that when women are included in decision-making processes, economic growth is accelerated and benefiting to the entire nation as well. It will also interest you that we have sponsored 3 bills to increase the percentage of women in our security institutions recently, thereby promoting gender equality and inclusivity in our security institutions.
The seats, we must have them. So I advocate and call on all the women of this country to please go out, speak to the men, speak to everybody you can speak to get their support for these 74 reserve seats. Then I would also like to point out to everybody else in the nation, you know, this isn't just about women, it's about the whole country. It's about the development of the country. It is shown everywhere that where there are more female representation, the countries are better developed economically. And we know that as the giant of Africa, we need to get ahead of everybody. I would also like to call, as my sister said, on all the governors, because we need their support in the state houses of assembly. This seat is about Nigeria.
The United Nations Development Programme and other advocates are also rallying support for the bill.
I want Nigerian women to know the movement, this movement we have for the advancement of women must continue. Honorable Kafilat, we need more of you in Parliament. I pray that the women that come to represent these 6 seats by God's grace, the special seats for women by God's grace will come and it will be a reality. But the women we choose must be a voice. They must be voices for many other women.
Despite making up nearly half of Nigeria's population, women currently occupy fewer than 5% of seats in the National Assembly. This isn't just a gap, it is a call to action. A call to dismantle structural barriers, disrupt the status quo, and build a more inclusive and just governance system. So the Reserve Seats Bill, in our opinion, is a transformative response to that call. A call to deal with dismantling structural barriers, disrupting the status quo. It affirms the principle that women belong at the table, not as guests, but as decision makers, not as exceptions, but as equals.
And back in the House of Representatives, the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission, ICPC, has raised alarm over corruption lapses in government institutions. A report presented to the House revealed that 92 ministries, departments and agencies, MDAs, still lack functioning anti-corruption and transparency units. The Commission attributed the failure to poor funding, executive interference, and lack of political will, calling for training, awareness, and better institutional support.
We realize that in the compliance rating, we have 6 categories. We have the full compliance, that is MDAs that score 95% and above, and then we have substantial compliance, partial compliance, poor compliance, non-compliance, and non-responsive. But over time, we realize that some MDAs will fall into substantial compliance, while the NDA is not effective. So this year going forward, ATU is now a standalone key performance indicator.
Declaring the hearing open, Speaker of the House of Representatives, represented by Honorable Omar Ajilo, said the session was not a witch hunt, but a proactive effort to assess the performance of acting corruption units and strengthening institutional integrity.
This public hearing aims to assess the functionalities and effectiveness of the anti-corruption and transparency unit across all MPAs to identify their challenges and explore viable strategies for addressing the challenge. The public hearing is also intended to discuss potential legislative and policy measures that can strengthen this unit and promote transparency, accountability in government operations.
Chairman of House Committee on Anti-Corruption, Honorable Kayode Akiolu, stressed that the hearing addressed a critical issue central to Nigeria's democratic development. Stakeholders recommended that anti-corruption units should be institutionalized into the MDAs and made to report directly to permanent secretaries.
For here lies the legacy our fathers sought to preserve. Here lies the culture our mothers fought to conserve. Here lies that which Ndibo took a stand for. Here, dead, killed by our own hands, lies that which makes us Ndibo.
The Center for Memories, ENUGU, once again lived up its mission of preserving and amplifying the history, culture, and collective aspiration of Ndibo as it hosted the 41st edition of Nkata Umwibe Distinguished Speakers Series with the theme Igbo Ebezina, Reclaiming Igbo Voice in National Conversations. The keynote speaker, Vim Martin Obiorailu, a veteran journalist and president of Signature TV, who delivered a moving and thought-provoking lecture, struck the heart of socio-political and developmental realities confronting Ndibo. In his rich and emotive presentation, Ilo called for unity and strategic collaboration among the Igbos, urging an end to lamentation and a fresh beginning based on purpose, planning, and partnership. Drawing inspiration from his own childhood experience during the Biafran War, Ilo echoed his message on the powerful Igbo phrase, Ebezina, stop crying, making a compelling argument that the time for tears was over and the time for action has come.
Sometimes it's marks of inability of a person or group to identify challenges, confront it, overcome it, and rise above it. So today, I'm arguing that this crying by Igbo people needs to stop. Igbos have cried enough. It is time to take their fate in their hands.
Speaking before a large audience at the center, Ilo criticized the long-standing marginalization narrative and shifted the lens inward, declaring that the most dangerous marginalization of Ndibo is internal by Ndibo themselves. He decried the failure of Igbo elites to truly invest in the region, questioned the ineffective use of political opportunities over the years, and called for intentional investments in infrastructure, manufacturing, education, and media.
No one can tell your stories like you will tell it. And in today's Nigeria media landscape and the unending political competition rooted on tribal allegiances, every interest group must ensure it has a vibrant media sympathetic to their agenda and aspirations. My dear brothers, crying will not change anything for Ndibo. What will cause change are the positive actions we take today to change our situations ourselves.
Speaking on sidelines, the traditional ruler of Aduachi in Oji River local government area, Igwe Sunday Ora, agreed with the keynote speaker that Ndi Igbo can achieve more as a team than in isolation. He said the much repeated phrase, Igbo Enweze, Igbos have no king, should not be a limitation, but an invitation to create a consensus-based leadership culture.
Meaning it's only when you work with as a team that you can make a meaningful achievement. And we need to come together as a family.
The event's organizers appreciated ILO for what they described as a rich and deeply reflective delivery, noting that the topic was not only timely, but that the guest speaker was accurately chosen to deliver on its weight and urgency.
Speakers like Vin Martin, are rare to get. So you grab him, when you know he has a free space in his itinerary. So we grabbed him, when we knew he was free to speak this edition. And the choice of the topic, very apt.
Following the keynote speech, an interactive question and answer session allowed members of the audience to further engage with the speaker on aspects of his presentation. Many participants added their voices in agreement with the need for a unified Igbo front to confront contemporary challenges and reposition the region in national discourse.
We need to help others to climb. When he referred to Tinubu, he was trying to say that we need that Igbo person that will come out and take that power by force. And let us support that person so that the person will take it and make a mark.
If we are able to bring ourselves together and form a common front, you discover that the Igbo nation has the majority we are talking about. But because they have been able to split us into small regions, into small states and other regions, we are not able to make the force we need to foster the energy we require.
The occasion was rounded off with the presentation of gifts to the guest speaker and a general group photograph at the arena, capturing a historic moment of shared hope and renewed resolve to move the Igbo nation forward. As the applause echoed through the Center for Memories, one message stood firm: Ndi Igbo ebezina. It is time to rise, rebuild, and reclaim. In Enugu, Chinemere Mikebunam reporting for Signature TV News.
When the main market is in chaos, people are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Of course, this is where we draw the curtains. I hope you enjoyed the retrospect and also the news and events and political circle. It's always an amazing time whenever you join us from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Of course, tomorrow we are going to have our last edition of Signature Evening for the week, just before we convey again to see you on Monday. I'm Quinsley Roland.
And I'm Christopher Lele. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Tomorrow is another day. Thank God it's Friday.
Tomorrow. To have a good night's rest.
Good night.
We are local.
The international community is observing
Where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Good afternoon, welcome to Eva is the Entertainment Show on Signature TV, and I'm your baby girl, Queenette Wukonta. We have a whole lot today. Trending stories. We don't have drama actually, but of course, we tend to give you arts, pop culture, trending stories, trending drama, everything that has to do with the entertainment industry. I have intriguing guests. We're having a very interesting conversation. But first, let's delve into the stories of the day. Nigerian media personality Toke Makinwa has surprised fans and followers after revealing that she's expecting her first child, describing the news as the biggest project of her life and the highest calling ever. In a heartfelt Instagram post on August 13, 2025, Makinwa posted a video recorded in a beautiful garden cradling her soon-to-pop baby bump. In her caption, she reflected on her journey, crediting God for answering her prayers at the perfect time. The unbecoming author and entrepreneur who has won many hats in her career from radio host to TV presenter and brand influencer said motherhood is her most treasured role yet. Filled with shock and happiness, fans and fellow celebrities flooded her comment section with congratulatory messages. The announcement comes months after she opened up about not having regrets regarding her singlehood and child-free state. And this is the greatest shock of her life, including me, right? Because when I got off the studio and I got to check my phone, I saw that, wow, she uploaded a picture with a baby bump, you know, and I was so shocked and happy at the same time, because when you go through comment sections and WhatsApp status and people's, I actually saw a status that said, wow, I thought she said she was happy with the fact that she's single and all that, so what is this? Somebody made a statement, believe some social media content at your risk, and it's not even a lie, it's a social media. You know, we had one you did the other time, and he said, it is content. You should understand that it is content. But by the way, congratulations to Toke Makinwa. This is a big one. It's a big one. You know, we just congratulated Priscilla Ojo for also showing us her baby bump. These people are shocking us. So their life is not that public as we all think it is, all right? Some parts of their lives are private too. Let's move forward. Some early hours after media personality Toke Makinwa took the internet core by announcing her pregnancy, the bad comments from negative Nancy's followed in her comment section. Following her pregnancy revelation on social media, and Instagram user by the username Nina Stitches made a comment asserting that Makinwa's baby bump was fake. The comments swiftly received backlash from thousands of Instagram users who slammed her for her insensitive accusations, among those who called her out with female stars like Tiwa Savage, Funke Akindele, and Toyin Abraham. Nollywood actress Funke Akindele and Toyin Abraham were outraged by the comment and replied her in anger. Singer Tiwa Savage took a more peaceful approach and instead begged the troll to delete her comment for the sake of peace. However, the comment was not quickly deleted and stayed up for another few hours, garnering tons of angry reactions from other social media users. So that's the comment I told you about, right? You know, when I said their life is not that public as we think it is, because if I would understand what she meant by it's fake or a surrogate or something, maybe because she didn't come up to say, oh, I'm pregnant, I'm 3 months gone and all that, because she just made a post a few months back saying she's okay with her singlehood and, you know, things like that. That's why maybe Nina Stitches made that statement. But again, there are some statements that are very sensitive that can affect people emotionally, that we're not supposed to be saying some certain things on social media. And of course, I trust Toyin Abraham and Funke Akindele for what they would do, right? Because it is not necessary. Yes, you might know the truth or you might be right, but I think you should sieve it sometimes to avoid people coming at you and all. Thank God she was able to delete it. It's very simple. Oh, congratulations, Tokema Kenwa. Let's expect to see either a baby boy or a baby girl. Simple. And you move on. Life is not supposed to be that hard. But imagine your comment had nothing less than a backlash. People were just coming at you. And I'm sure your phones will be buzzing up, you know. Anyways, like I said before, congratulations to Toke Makinwa. We are very, very happy and we are expecting to hear the cry of a baby. So music executive Ubi Franklin has denied stealing a luxury watch while in Miami, US for Davido's wedding over the weekend. The rumors began circulating on social media on Wednesday following a report on a blog. Franklin has now taken to his X account to clarify what really happened. Afrobeat singer Davido has showed solidarity to his associate talent manager. Reacting, Davido stated that Franklin doesn't owe anyone an explanation. I mean, because of course I understand Ubi Franklin. He needs to clear the notes because social media, internet do not lie. If he don't clear that, maybe in the next 5 years, people would remind him that, oh, you have a hidden, we found out that you stole something during Davido's wedding and you didn't clear that, even if you're right? But of course, there is no need because there are most celebrities that don't even reply to some certain statements made about them or blogs made about them. But sometimes you need to clear the air to avoid more, how do I put it? To avoid you going that far for people to see you in a very bad way, right? So if Davido is saying he doesn't owe anybody any explanation or what sort, it means he trusts Ubi Franklin and he did not steal any wristwatch. So let's get this straight. And again, the person that posted that, how sure are you? What evidence do you have to prove that Ubi Franklin stole that wristwatch? Because if they come at you and you don't have a proof, you're in big trouble. Not a small one, a big one. You're indicting on someone's image. Let's move forward. Nollywood actor Nosa Rex has publicly condemned several Ghanaian television stations for allegedly broadcasting his newly released film just 6 hours after it was uploaded to YouTube without his consent. In an impassioned Instagram video, Rex expressed frustration over the infringement, highlighting how such unauthorized airing undermines the investment, creativity, and sweat put into filmmaking. Rex's outburst is not an isolated incident. In recent years, several filmmakers have taken to social media and interviews to call out Ghanaian stations for similar violations. And I could remember that they gave a response and apologized that it would never happen again. So what is going on? That's in a question mark because it's more like I posted something 6 hours ago and you just took it. You didn't even allow it to breathe or rest. You just took it and you're posting it on your own page. No credit, no nothing. Because there are rules to this, there are contracts to sign, and okay, whatever money we make from this, we'll give it to you. Or, you know, there should be an agreement that we want to use this content on our page. But nothing like that was done. And this is not the first time, it's not the second, it's not the third. We have named them. Ruth Kadiri, Omonio Boli, Bimbo. People have been complaining. And they promised us it's not going to happen again. In fact, they agreed for collaboration and all that. So which station is this exactly? I think we should all be guided in this earth, not just Nigeria, in the whole of the world. We should be guided and follow the due process to avoid people coming at you on social media. You know, one thing with social media is now a court. People go there to pour their hearts, to cry, to shout, to lament, because most times, if you think you need to wait for your time in court, time is ticking, no one is waiting for you and all that. So social media is the perfect place to post things like this and make it go viral. So I think they should know about this and to take it down. Otherwise, other measures will be taken. And that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. I'll go on a short break and I'll reveal my guests to you, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Joining me via Zoom is Gerald Allor. He's a correspondent in UK and principal of Hit Right Inc. and VIP Code. We'll be talking about the videos I reviewed to you yesterday and the day before, the Leicester City Carnival 40th anniversary. So over to you, Gerald. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
How are you?
I'm good. On yourself?
All right. How is it over there?
Well, it's sunny. It's warm. Quite unlike in the UK, it's usually cloudy and rain here. But this time around, we're still having a blast. The summer is really good.
Okay. So walk us through the Leicester City Carnival 40th anniversary. How was it? Walk us through the journey, how you guys were able to get those artists and all that.
Well, the Leicester City Carnival, this edition was the 40th anniversary. It's been going on for the last 40 years. So this time around was a big one. And it really went so well. The weather was good. People turned out, to show their support, promote the spirit of the carnival for the city. And yes, the acts that performed and the parade, which we sent to you guys, different, the Leicester City Carnival represents all the ethnic components that live in Leicester, because you have the Caribbeans, the Africans, the Asian community, and also the white community. So the festival is kind of brings everybody together, and people do come out to show their support. And the parade was good, and we had some acts, music acts, and food vendors. People that were doing painting, graffiti, and body painting, all sort of things, all sort of activities happened.
All right. This is your 40th anniversary, right? So how would you describe the years before and the one that happened 2nd of August? How would you say they've evolved and how people turned up for the carnival?
For me, because this is a very tricky question, because I relocated to Leicester in 2003 from Sweden. So I've not witnessed the carnival for the 40 years it's been on. So, but the duration of period I've stayed in Leicester, attended I would say that this will be like the fifth one I've attended.
Okay.
So I can say that it has grown, because being the fifth one, some of the people that I met at the past carnival, the one when I started attending it, those people, they were young then, but they are now grown into full adults. So it was a good progression to see how they've grown and how the carnival have improved. But the only thing I can say is like the different pre-COVID, it was a different setting, and now post-COVID, it's a different setting in the way how the precision goes. So before you used to go.
What happened? All right. Gerald, can you still hear me? Jerry, can you still hear me? All right, I think we'll go on a short break. I think network is disturbing him.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
All right, welcome back. Back to you, Gerald. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, so continue with what you were saying, your experience during the years and your experience now in the Leicester City Carnival 40th anniversary.
Yeah, what I was saying was the experience has been a little bit of positive and negative. The positive aspect is that this is like, I would say like this has been the 5th edition that I attended. Okay. And some of the young people that I knew when I started, they are full-grown adults. It was really exciting to see them participate in the planning and the progression of the carnival. But the negative experience is, this time around we have this poor economic crisis that is going on globally. It has affected so many things. When it comes to like funding from the city council. The city council used to help a lot when it comes to funding carnivals. But this time around, that funding was pulled because they don't have money. So one could experience that certain things that used to be present was not available this time around. But other than that, the community itself, the Leicester community, business community, including people like me, myself, and the other people, we did we did our best to make sure that the carnival was a success. People, the community, Leicester community, the Caribbean, African, English, and Asian community, they did what they have to do to make sure that the carnival to happen. So we are glad for that, and it was a successful occasion.
All right. When I spoke to you, you said something about a food festival thingy. So walk us through that particular event. What do we expect to see and all that?
Oh, that one is a very, very exciting one, because
okay.
Yes, I will just give you some tips on that one, and then I will allow you to fit into the content when you receive them. The Leicester Food Festival is a very, very exciting festival. For me, this is my first time, honestly speaking, this is my first time attending it. And to love food. Given that I love food and drink, it was so exciting. And it was a lot of people. It pulled a lot of people, a lot of food vendors. I'm talking about over 40 food vendors from different locations of the UK, different parts of the UK. They came, and then the atmosphere, the ambience was really, 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 really fantastic. And one of my artists that I work with, Tanai, a reggae artist from Leicester, Tanai Brown, was one of the headline acts in the food festival. Also, Tanai was also the headline act at the Leicester Carnival. So this time around, there was loads of different music acts performed, and I'm talking about different genres: hard rock, heavy metal, R&B, and then reggae music acts as well, which tonight was one of the headline acts. So it was really, really good. Food was in abundance, different type of food: Jamaican food, Caribbean food, rice and peas, also different type of cuisine. The only thing I missed was jollof rice. But I met somebody brought jollof rice. They had a jollof rice stand.
Yeah.
African food. So that was somebody. I just asked the lady because I saw her with jollof rice. I said, "Where did you get this?" She said, "One of the stands." But unfortunately, I didn't have the opportunity to visit the stand myself. But it's the Leicester Food Festival. I will recommend it for anybody that wants to come and experience it next day. To start.
Let me ask like a layman, right? You smiled and said you love food and all that. Will they share free food for the attendees?
Well, no, I wouldn't say they will share free food, but they have subsidized.
Okay.
The food will be subsidized. So that's all I can. That's what I can say. The food will be subsidized to a price where it will be affordable, and you know that you've been given a treat. That's what I can say.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Gerald. I had fun doing this with you. So we'll be expecting more of those contents, right?
Definitely, I'll be feeling, supplying you guys with so much content.
Okay.
Also, I would like to mention the group that are agent for Shalama,
Yeah.
the music group Shalama from America. Shalama will be in Nigeria, in Abuja on the 4th of October. They are doing a full Shalama. It's going to be an occasion to remember, so anybody there that loves old school music, funk, soul, R&B, that grew up in Nigeria in the 80s, it's an occasion to attend. It's going to be happening at the International Conference Center in Abuja.
All right.
And also Enugu will, Shalama was popular in Enugu in the 80s. And Enugu, we are asking you people to ask Shalama, do what you have to do to bring Shalama to Enugu. We are there to make that happen. If Enugu wants to see Shalama, let them talk to us and we'll make it happen. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you some other time. Enjoy the rest of your day.
And you too. Thank you for having me.
Okay. All right. So we'll go on a short break and I'll reveal my next guest to you. So stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
It's okay, Abby. All right, welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Live here with me is Ashley Marion. She's a movie production manager and a producer. We'll be talking about mastering the chaos, the role of a movie production manager. So thanks for joining, Ashley.
Thank you.
Hope you're fine.
Of course I am.
All right.
Of course I am.
You know, when I got your numbers, someone told me that you're not a Nigerian. You're not Nigerian.
Yeah, they're not completely wrong.
Okay. So they said, okay, initially they said you're Ghanaian, and then I asked, you said you're Cameroonian.
Cameroonian.
So why did you relocate?
Obvious reasons, entertainment.
Okay, that means Nigeria, we are doing our best, right?
Of course.
Thank you very much. Our pleasure. Our pleasure. So let's talk, right? Okay. Why did you diversify into being a production manager? Because you said you used to work in real estate before, with a real estate before. Yes, so why did you diversify, or do I say switch to being a production manager?
Well, I didn't. It's not like I switched.
Okay.
The idea has always been entertainment. So even when coming to Nigeria, it's always been entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you come to, you get somewhere that you do not know people, you do not know your way, you don't know how to navigate around. So you have to I had to get something doing while trying to find my feet in the industry.
Okay.
That's when I started working for that real estate company. Yes, and then while working there, I was trying to get one or two informations, connections on how to get to where I am right now.
So what would you say? You know, yesterday was Youth Day.
Yes.
So what would you say about women and women breaking forth to literally everything, media, entertainment, name them?
Well, I feel like today's women are the go-getters.
Right?
Yes.
Let's take our flowers.
Yes. Because I feel like women now are literally in everything, in every field, in everything. Like, they are no longer the women that want to just get married and sit down. Now they're the women that want to make it. So as a man is making it, so I also want to make it. They're the women that want to have their own money. They're the women that want to also be responsible for themselves and not just sit down depending on a man like our parents used to do. Where you just have to sit down, your husband tells you everything. No, our women now, if you look at it, if you look at how women get into business, how they are succeeding, how they are, you just know that women now are not longer the way they were before.
And I'm proud to be part of
course,
that
I'm proud to be a woman.
Yeah. Okay. let's talk about production and all. So in your own word, what's the true essence of a movie production manager?
Well, I call them the backbone of production.
Okay.
The engine of production.
Okay.
So a production manager, right? Sorry, a production manager literally is you oversee production as a whole. So you make sure everything that has to do with production physically is met. That's if there's a production now and we have to get in actors, crew members, getting permits for whatever location it is that we have to shoot, negotiating, everything in general, it's on the production manager's head to do. So as a production manager, it's a bit of a challenging role, but then it's not something we cannot handle, or it's not something we cannot do. Exactly. So it's not really something very, very, very difficult for us to do.
So does it mean a production manager is more like or bigger than a director?
No. Now, on every production set, it is a director's set.
Okay.
For instance, it is a director's set. It is the director that owns the set when we are shooting, but it is not the director that will come and start calling actors to negotiate prices. It is not a director that will come and start calling crew members that are going to work on that production. It's not a director that is going to come and make sure that people eat on set. It's not a director that is going to make sure that the welfare of everybody on set is met. It is the production manager. So it's not a production, it's not the director. But then again, on every production set, the director is the almost important person there, right? Because he's calling the shots.
So how do you balance creative vision with harsh reality and budgets, logistics? You just mentioned making sure the welfare of the people are met, food and all that. So how do you balance it, especially in this economy?
Of course, before you want to produce a movie, you have to make sure that you have the money to do the production. So of course, economy is going hard, everything is increasing and everything. So if you want to do a production, that's when it comes to the producers and the executive producers, they will know that this is the so and so budget that has to be brought in for this production. For instance, you cannot be doing a a production where your budget is 300 million for per se, and then you now come and you tell us it's 100 million you have, it's going to bring down the production, and we might not be able to achieve what we are supposed to achieve.
Yeah.
Do you understand? But then again, as a production manager, if an executive producer tells you or a producer tells you when you're working as an when you're working in as a producer or a production manager, if an executive producer tells you, oh, my budget for this project is 2,000 naira, and you say, oh, so the budget for this film is 2,500 naira. But okay, let's see how we can cut down costs to fit 2,000. But if we, in the process of cutting down that cost and it doesn't work out, you say, oh sir, we cannot do this. So it's like, okay, let's leave it at this amount and this amount to make it work. So you are supposed to be in that position where you have to say it will not work out or it will work out, because once you say it would work out for 2,000 and they give you 2,000,
yeah,
my dear, you will make it work out for that 2,000. Exactly.
So can you share the most chaotic day you've ever had as a production man personally? We want to know, because yeah, we know production managers go through a whole lot, the stress to gather, you know, both in the media,
yes,
right?
Okay.
So we want to know the most chaotic day, maybe the day you had it up to here and you're like, I'm not doing again. Okay. I'm done.
I've had challenges, but I've never been in that position where I say I'm done, I'm not doing this again. It has never been my thing. I'm always like, challenges will come, I will face it. When I cannot face it, in fact, there's no one that has come that I don't face it. I'll face it, or I'll just take a decision that is going to help production at that point and maybe face the consequences later with my executive producer. I think there was a day we were shooting on set.
Yeah.
We came out to shoot, and an actor did not come on set early. He went to another set, and so him going to another set means I'm going to lose 1 day of production. And he didn't inform me he was going to be on another set, and my executive producer was not in town at the moment, so I was heading the production, and I just had to like be calling, and you know, so he's calling me, what's happening? We are not shooting, and it's almost like 2 p.m. and stuff like that. So I'm already boiling in me. Crew members are calling me, PM, why are we not shooting now? Everybody's just throwing things and everything. And I'm like, oh God, okay, I have this. And then from nowhere, my costumier was like, she's going to leave this set and everything. I was like, that was when I was like, oh God, please. This is when you said I can handle this thing. Please just give me the strength to handle these people. And when I had to call the other set where he was. I was like, I need this guy on my set. He didn't even tell me he was leaving set and everything. So I spoke with the other production manager, and he was like, oh, okay, now that you called, he's already on his way. We are releasing him now. So before they released him, before he got to me, it was about 4. But before that time, there was when I could not even hold in emotions anymore, because there are times like that, and it's okay when you cannot hold it anymore. I just walked out of set and I was going down. But then my directors at that time, was a fosa. He knew that something was not right, so he just followed me. I kept going down, and I went to our camp. Then he followed me there, and when I got there, I just burst out. I just busted, yes. And he was the only one that saw me break down. I think that was like the first time I was breaking down so hard on set. And after I broke down, he was like, it's fine, don't worry, it's okay, let's go back on set. Went back on set, the actor came back, like he immediately came back, he just knelt down. I was like, I'm begging. PM,
so would you agree with me that maybe the timing was not syncing with him or something?
No, when it comes to production, filmmaking, if an actor will not be on set, it's very important that you let production know, so that production plans, or will say, okay, since you're not going to be on set today, let's go and shoot something else. But when you don't tell us anything and you just decide to go, you're costing production money. And if it was in a situation where, like, if that was like a YouTube project, if he has to be on a project like Netflix or anything where you sign the contract, he's going to have to pay for that day that production lost, because you signed the contract. You cannot just walk out and say like that. So obviously, when you're working with a lot of professionals, again, that's how it's done. Once you sign a contract form, if you're not going to be on set, the production is aware. So they work with you not being around. So if you're supposed to be around and you do not show up for your personal interests, for your own personal reasons, which does not have anything to do with production, you have to pay for the losses for those days.
Right.
That's how it is done, yes.
So how do you handle unexpected crisis, like location, weather, now we're in the rainy season. Rain can just come up anytime. So how do you handle those crises? Even the actor, let's assume he didn't show up again. How do you handle that?
Well, if he didn't show up again, I don't know, there's nothing much I can do.
So you shoot with other people that...
If we do not have, like now, the only reason we waited for him till after 3 was because we didn't have any other thing to shoot. We're almost done with the project. That was the only reason we waited. If not, I would immediately, with my director and my continuity, my scriptie, will sit down with like, okay, since this person is not here, what else can we do? We find what we can do with other actors that are on set, and then we move to another location if that has to be the case. And when it comes to rainfall, you know, we work when we are working. Before, if we're going to set today, we are going to check weather forecast for the next day.
Does it work?
It works sometimes. Yes, it does work sometimes. So in instances where you go and it rains and stuff like that, so it's either you shoot what you can and go, or you don't shoot if the rain meets you for there. But that's production hazard. It's not on you. It's production hazard. Because if the weather forecast was saying it will not rain and eventually it rains, it's not your fault. It's not your fault, actually. Yes.
Then location.
Location. Sometimes you can go. Sometimes you go and pay for a location already a day before, and you get there and they tell you, oh, you can't shoot for reasons that don't even make sense. Or they tell you the house owner left, or the house owner traveled, and you've already paid. So in situations like that, if you're crying about spilled milk. So you just have to find a way to navigate through that one. So it's either you find another location that you're going to shoot in, or you change your schedule and move your people to another place to go and shoot while finding that kind of location or the same location, making plans for it for the next day of shoot still.
So what trend do you think is currently reshaping production management in Nollywood?
Sorry, come again?
What trend do you think is reshaping production management in Nollywood?
Well, I feel like right now a lot of filmmakers, production managers, especially in the East, are realizing their importance. You understand? Yes, they realize their importance right now, because initially before, as a production manager, there are things you would just take, you would just, tolerate on set that would just make, oh, let me just do it because of this. Or sometimes they call you for production management. They are not offering you your words. And you're like, let me just do it because someone will say, oh, just do it because I'll call you again. Or they tell you just do it because you're going to do 2 jobs or 3 jobs. But I feel like right now, a lot of people have known their words. So they're like, oh, if you're not paying me this, I'm not doing. Production managers as a whole right now, I feel like they've known their words. They're like, okay, this is my words, and if you're not paying me, I'm not doing. So I think that alone has made a lot of production managers to know that, oh, this is how much importance I hold on set. I should not give it up for anything. That's just it.
So let me ask here. Let's assume there is a situation whereby an actor and a crew member had a fight, or having fights in between the sets. How do I place this drama? She slapped. You understand,
yes,
right?
There's a situation that came up like that.
Yeah, recently that they
slapped a costumier on set.
Thank you very much.
Now, we are all adults, right? You do not have the right to slap anybody on set. You do not have that right.
Okay.
1, I am not your child. I am your employee. You employed me. Sorry, the actor did not even employ you. Sorry, let's go back here. An actor and a crew member, right? So most times, actors feel like they are both crew members, and crew members are just nothing. But no, without crew members, you cannot shoot a movie.
Right.
Yes. Without crew members on a set, you cannot shoot a movie. And that is the truth. But now, because actors are the ones that are being seen on screen, they are the celebrities, they feel, some of them, right? Not all of them, because I've worked with amazing actors, right? So in a situation where an actor will slap a crew member, at that point, we don't really even need to know what exactly happened, because there's nothing that's going to go to the point where you're slapping a crew member because the crew member insulted you, the crew member slapped you. The crew member is not going to slap you before you slap them back. Because if, let's just assume that the crew member was wrong, maybe the crew member slapped you and you are retaliating, of course, it's another ball game altogether.
Yeah.
But maybe because you're having a misunderstanding on, say, maybe because you're saying a crew member should not talk when you're talking. No, who are you that a crew member should not talk when you're talking? If you say you're not going to slap the production manager. As a production manager on that set, maybe when I see you already arguing, I have to come in. I know what's happening, and I know how to sort it out. If it's something that I feel like, oh, at this point, okay, I can't handle it, because I should be able to handle it. But if I feel like, oh, maybe the person is going overboard and everything, I bring in my producer on set. That's if I'm not producing the job.
Yeah.
Do you understand? And of course, I'm going to talk to you. But if you slap a crew member for no just cause, production will have to first of all wait. We'll have to sort it out.
Before
Production
going back
has
to
to
that
wait. Yes, we have to sort it out.
All right.
Because let's assume, because some of this money is already at stake there. I won't say we'll cancel production. We'll
Entirely.
finish that project, but you have to pay for it as an actor. Either the Actors Guild of Nigeria is going to have to ban you for a while. Or they just has to, they have to just pay for it.
Yeah.
You don't slap people like that. Talk less of crew members. No, it doesn't happen again.
You know, I had a great time with you, Ashley. I had so much time that I feel like this time frame is not enough.
Okay.
Maybe we'll invite you some other time. How about that?
No problem. So of course, I'm
Okay, yeah. So the show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for more interesting conversations, trending dramas and stories as topping charts in the entertainment industry, social media, name them. Follow all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and of course, download the Signature TV app. I am your baby girl, Queenette Mukunta. Enjoy the rest of your day.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finish the
When the main market is in chaos, people are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
From AIT Studios in Abuja, Nigeria, this is the O&N Sunday Show with Obiora Ilo.
Hello and thanks for joining us. This is your show, the O and M show on AIT. I am Obiora Ilo. Today on the program, we want to look at these agitations around the country. The most strident among them is that word restructuring, which we have pointed out here a couple of times, that if you have 1 million Nigerians and you say, tell me what restructuring is, you have 1 million different answers. Today we want to look at the relationship between restructuring and the economic challenges we are facing today. And what are the other reasons why there is so much agitation. You talk about IPOB, you talk about Biafra, you talk about Arewa, you talk about South-South groups. Almost in every part of Nigeria, you hear about these agitations. Today, we have the pleasure of tapping from the world of experience and knowledge of a man who has played a key role in Nigeria's economic development. Our guest today is former economic advisor to President Obasanjo. Currently, he's a director of the Institute for Development Studies at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, Professor Osito Ogbu. Professor Ogbu will be joining me in a moment to look at some of these issues and other contemporary issues in our country today. But that will be after we take a short break. Don't go away.
Are you watching Nigeria's biggest late night show?
In a recessed economy, an economy that had gone into recession through no fault of ours, but the fault of the previous government, who refused to save anything when they sold oil at $110 a barrel, and we are producing 2.2 million barrels, our OPEC quota, full capacity, they saved nothing.
Change in the leadership in National Assembly is normal. It is not very abnormal. No. We are 109 in the Senate. Only 10 people are in the leadership. 99 are not in the leadership, and I'm not better than any of them.
I don't have issues. I don't have any strained relationship with the governor because I left PDP. PDP is dead. PDP is dead.
Poverty is inherited from one generation to another. And unless you do something from outside, an external support, those people will never leave poverty.
Giving out a welfare package, they've done the basic things. They are giving out something extra to uplift. We have not done the basic.
We know the sufferings of the people. We hear the cries of the people. We are sad about the hardships that they are going through. I can say from personal knowledge that that is one of the things dearest to the hearts of Mr. President.
Things are changing. Yes, to the ordinary man, it's difficult for you to see those changes because for now, those things that need to change gets back to the roots of a sustained fight against corruption. One of them is the need to change the laws.
When people say to me, Nigeria is non-negotiable, I say, please be careful what you say. The unity of Nigeria should not be negotiable. But the terms and conditions of staying together must be negotiated. It has always been negotiated.
O&M show with Obiora Ilo and Mahmoudia Koga. Tuesdays, 11 p.m. and on Sunday, 2 p.m.
If you're just joining us, this is the O&M show. And my guest, Professor Osito Ogbu, former economic advisor to President Olusegun Obasanjo, is joining me right away. Prof, you're welcome.
Thank you, Sito. Good to be back here again.
Yeah, glad to see you.
Yes, it's a pleasure.
So as I was saying when I started, if you talk to 1 million Nigerians and you ask what is restructuring or even ask why the agitation, you'll get almost 1 million answers. But in the course of the months and weeks that we had guests on this program, you find out that majority of those that have been on the show are attributing the agitation to economic difficulties, the high cost of living and all that. Of course, I will ask you what restructuring means to you, but I don't want to ask that question right away. Let me start by asking you, what is the relationship between this restructuring and development challenges that we are facing today?
Thank you very much. I hope that I don't add to the complications.
No, I don't think so.
Because like you rightly said, this is a very emotive subject, is a current subject, is agitating the minds of many Nigerians. There seems to be some consensus around the need for restructuring, but then the definition of that restructuring is somewhat not agreed upon by many. It's becoming an elusive concept. But your question is, what is the relationship? I gave a lecture on June 15th, Chartered Institute of Bankers annual lecture this year, and the title was National Integration, citizenship and the challenge of economic policy making. Addressing exactly the points, the question you have raised. That centrally the thesis is, in the absence of a shared vision of a nation, of a national ethos, of national integration, economic policy making becomes problematic. Because everything is seen from the lens of ethnic bias, subnational bias. Even the process of budgetary allocation and budget making takes a dimension that may not necessarily be in the interest of the nation. So, first thing first, the point being made is we have crafted a state, meaning even from 1914, the amalgamation was state making. The creation of states from 19 to what we have now, 36, is state making. When you finish making the state, you must create the nation. And that's a more difficult task.
Can you break it down for us?
Yeah, I'm coming. So we have a state, but it looks like we don't have a nation. A nation exists when all the groups and the individuals submit themselves to that nation as belonging to a political community, a community of oneness, a community that cares, a civil public, if you may like. So one may be likened to a hardware and the other one a software. You have put the hardware in place. You need this. The software is actually quite difficult. To create citizenship that has emotional attachment to the state, that recognizes that we're all one, that what hurts one hurts another, that the progress of one is the progress of all. That path, I think, is still work in progress. And the reason the agitation has come is also because the current structure has not delivered. And so people are saying, maybe we assumed too much by giving too much powers to the federal government. Those who crafted the Constitution and gave power to the federal government were not foolish. They thought through. They thought that a strong government will create this second part, this software, this nationhood. That if we have a national police, if we have federal roads all over, that we can create a sense of belonging for everyone. Obviously, that was the thinking. But the practice of it has come short. So you find that the state governments are the ones supporting national police at the state levels. You find that the state governments are the ones repairing federal roads. So the question has come, this structure has basically not delivered the dividends that Nigerians are clamoring for. And they look back and say, look, there was a time when we thought things were better, when we had a competitive federation, when the various regions built their universities, built their roads, had products that were exported and supported the federal government. Is it not time we looked at the structure again and see whether we could re-engineer the current existence and perhaps reduce the powers of the federal government? And there's some sense in it, that the devolution, as people call it, the fiscal federalism that allows the states more responsibilities and of course more resources, control of assets within their territory, including mineral resources, the pursuit of economic activities as they seem fit, this whole idea that what is paid to someone in Nsukka, where I come from, is the same as the salary you pay someone in Lagos or Abuja that may be more expensive. that we need to look at all of that and look at the institutions that we have built over the years in delivering this. So there is a very strong link. If you take the issue of national planning, if you say national planning, it means there is a shared vision. There is an agreement that we are working towards setting goals. And that goals, the elite, we share in it, we all agree. Because if you take the points being made about budget padding, that is a symptom of my backyard is the one I know. I don't know about this nation. Let me take care of my backyard. Even when a project might be in the national interest, the parochial interest will dominate, because we have not dealt with the software, the creation of this democratic citizenship and a nation that groups and individuals subscribe to.
Prof, what are the bottlenecks? You know, everybody's talking about this absence of nationhood, absence of a buy-in by the citizens into the nation called Nigeria, where they think as Nigerians and not as Igbos or Hausas or Southerners. What are the bottlenecks? What has made it increasingly impossible for Nigerians to have this sense of belonging and ownership of the nation called Nigeria?
You know, for buy-in to occur, there has to be equity, fairness, justice, inclusiveness. It's critical. I mean, that's the minimum. But underlining that is the absence of democratic citizenship. Who is a citizen of this country? And what are the rights and obligations? One of the points I like to make is that, you know, the burden of creating the Commonwealth must be shared. Just like the prosperity needs to be shared. There are two sides. You know, we must share the burden. You must share.
And everybody should be involved in that.
Yes. That's why one of the first duties of government is taxation. You tax people to generate revenue to do work, and at the same time, you give them social protection, protection of life and property. You give them a voice. So, what does democratic citizenship mean? It means that wherever I am in this country, I have rights. I'm not a stranger, I'm not a visitor. And the reason why this is important is that it helps to allay the fears of people that may be thinking, oh, if we devolve powers, we're going to lose. No. If Bayelsa controls oil and becomes prosperous and industries are booming, I from ENUGU can migrate to Bayelsa. And if we have established in our constitution that if I live in Bayelsa for 4 years, I have rights, responsibilities, as everyone else, as a resident of Bayelsa. So what does it really matter that Bayelsa is booming? I will relocate to Bayelsa and start enjoying the boom in Bayelsa. So citizenship, we have to define what it means. Residency. Because this promotion of indigenship has hurt us, which is at the heart of the question you are asking me. What has been
the bottleneck? The
bottleneck. That I was born here, my parents were born here, and I live here for 20 years, 30, 50, 60 years, and suddenly, if I want to be a counselor, I'm reminded that I'm not from here. I was born here, I live here, I go to the same school with everyone else, and suddenly I am told you have to behave differently, score differently before admission into certain. So those sorts of issues, those issues that are emotive, that allows the group or person to submit to a nation, that software, that citizenship rights that every Nigerian should have, wherever you are, we need to entrench it. Once you begin to entrench that, once people feel we are the same, and by the way, the responsibility is for all of us. whether in the private sector, whether in the public sector, because when we speak about leaders, people always think leaders are only those who occupy in political offices.
Political offices.
No. We're all leaders once you exhibit those attributes of leadership. And in our own small spheres, begin to make people feel part of this nation. I know that the top leadership has a role in creating that environment. I understand that. Because, I mean, that's what somebody like Mahathir Mohamad did in Malaysia. In fact, there was a time when he wanted to promulgate a major national plan. He said, this is a beautiful document, but let me first create a nation. So he put the document aside, and because they have Malays, Chinese, Indians, and others. And he said, we must recognize the diversity, but we must create one nation. So he called it Bangsa Malaysia. One united Malaysia, but diversified. So there is a buy-in. If we don't have that buy-in, that this national plan that I'm executing will really not produce the results that are desired. So I remember in 2012, I wrote an article published widely in this country that Jonathan should appoint a national coordinator for the North. And I reeled out the statistics that shows the difference in the development pattern between the North and the South. And I said, it is not a Northern problem, it is our problem.
A Nigerian problem.
It is a national problem. Therefore, we should tackle it nationally. Many people were happy with the article. Of course, some people didn't like it. But that is how you create a sense that that which is problematic in a region is our problem, not their problem. So progress in one region is progress for us, for all. And if there are gaps in one region, we must make effort as a nation.
But does that not support what you insinuated when you talked about the hunger by some people, that we should go back to the regions, so that regions probably would address their own peculiar problems, like the shortfall you talked about in development in the Northeast, that instead of one man sitting in Abuja and appointing a national coordinator, that power goes back to those people in the regions, the Southeast, the South-South, Northeast, Northwest. Is it not?
No. By the way, I haven't discussed the regions. I didn't.
Well,
I didn't.
Okay, maybe not regions.
Yeah,
no,
I didn't talk about regions. The difference between what I'm saying is that even when you agree that you would devolve power, there is still a federal government.
Yeah.
That will still have a federal budget, and that federal budget can be an instrument for bridging gaps.
Okay.
Between states, between regions. But there has to be a shared vision that this problem is not their problem, but our problem. So I think the point I'm making, and you're bringing me back to, you have asked the question almost through the back door. Because I think, quite frankly, it will be difficult to go back to regions as they used to exist.
Yes.
And there is seeming consensus that the states should be the federating units, but with a lot more powers to do things. For instance, state police, like I said, control of minerals within their resources, making agricultural policies, educational policies as they deem fit, setting their own salaries, structure, and things that a true federal structure allows. I was talking about citizenship.
Yes.
You remember that George Bush has two sons, and one was governor of Texas, and one was governor of Florida.
Of Florida, yeah.
So even when we're not there yet, we must be moving towards that. Senator Clinton went to New York, bought a house, established residency, and became a senator representing New York. So if you have democratic citizenship, if you establish that, you're going to overcome a lot of things. Even when you devolve, doesn't mean the nation doesn't see a crisis in one area and goes to address it as a nation.
Yeah, because if you're using the United States as a model, you see when they have natural disasters, the federal government intervenes.
Exactly. Even in the development of technology. You know, the shale rock is in North Dakota and the surrounding states. But it was federal government investment in the science and technology that enabled them to produce the technology that cracked the shale oil. No one said, oh no, you know, it's going to benefit North Dakota, and maybe they didn't even vote for us. No, nobody said that. It is in the interest of the nation. We want cheap oil. We want substitute to oil from OPEC. Therefore, we are going to invest federal resources. It doesn't matter where this is located, because at the end of the day, it is for the benefit of all.
From what you're saying, some of the things you're advocating will need something like a constitutional review.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that leads us to the big debate.
Yes.
How do you go about it?
No, quite.
Are you going through the National Assembly that some Nigerians say, oh, we don't believe in them, they are not sincere, we can't trust them with our future and all that? Or do you convoke another kind of conference? I mean, that's also part of the debate.
It is part of the debate, and it's legitimate in the sense that ordinarily you would have a constituent assembly to look at producing a new constitution. But people are mindful of the cost as well. But having said that, a thorough review of the Constitution would be useful.
Using the National Assembly?
You can use the National Assembly. But ideally, you should constitute a Constituent Assembly. But let me even say this. The 2014 confab has a lot of interesting things in it. Why haven't we can set up a committee that can begin to look at both the 1995 report, 2014 report. There are so many reports. Nigerians have, intelligent Nigerians gathered around the table in a hall, especially in 2014. Every article, every issue was by consensus.
But the party today, the ruling party today, never believed in that conference and actually refused to be part of it.
No, but what can be done is that I hear there's a committee they have set up. That committee can look at, don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. Let's look at what is good within the report, because we must move the country forward. You see, part of what is holding us back is this primordial attachments. You know, we are not sure where the nation is going. We are not sure, let me protect my backyard, and so the national interest suffers. So the current agitation, the current debate is useful as part of the democratic process in allowing people to express themselves. But this expression has to be organized. And this expression has to be intelligent. And this expression has to be without hate. And this expression has to be in the context of building one nation. Because I think, for me, the pride of being a Nigerian has always been there. But we must tell ourselves the home truth that there are things that are not working well. Look at the many institutions we have in the federal government, for instance. Because you're asking me the link between structure and delivery of economic dividend. We have zillions of parastatals that every year we allocate money to. But who checks what has been delivered? Are they meeting their objectives? Is there value for money?
But you don't need a constitutional
no.
conference or whatever to do that.
You don't. But you need the will that understands that this nation needs to survive, the will that understands that you can't continue to spend 90% of your budget
on consumption,
on recurrent overhead, personnel, because you need money for capital investment.
So are you talking about the weight of government?
The weight is there. The inefficiency is there. The overpopulation of the civil service is there. The lack of accountability, meaning when I give you money, what are you delivering? Is there an alternative way of actually getting value for that money? I know in countries like UK, every 5 years or so, they set up a committee that reviews whether this institution we set up, has it outlived its usefulness? If it has not, if there are still services that they are producing, can that services be rendered by a private sector, or can it be rendered by another institution? Because institutions can actually rise, die, and regenerate, or new ones come up. One of the things I would like to see in this country, because I told you, creating citizenship, creating a nation requires a lot of work, is to see a National Integration Commission that on a constant basis reminds us of the duties, responsibilities of citizenship, as well as responsibilities of the state.
What is NOA? I mean, is it not the duplication you're talking about?
I'm not sure this is part
National
of their
Orientation Agency.
I'm not. If it is part of their mandate, well, it hasn't really been effective. Maybe it hasn't been funded to the extent, or it hasn't been manned to the extent that they are pushing this serious agenda in the minds of citizens. That look, forget about, it's not a matter of forget where you come from. It is, I know where I come from. I know who I am. But there is something about this country that I am deriving benefit from. Unless you create that, unless groups, because what happens is that we all run back to groups for protection. If we feel threatened, if we feel alienated, if you feel that I don't seem to be part of this agenda.
Prof, but when you talk about things like this, and my question would be, is it an agency thing? Can an agency change all that? Taking cognizance of the fact that an Obasanjo becomes president, and some Nigerians think that this Obasanjo has favored some parts of the country. And a Buhari becomes president, and some Nigerians feel that this Buhari is discriminatory. A governor takes office in a state and then concentrates more on his own senatorial zone and stuff like that. Is it not something that we can change by do what I do and not do what I say?
You're coming to the point I made earlier, that when you create a state, you need to create a nation. So we've been in the business of state creation, state crafting, as you call it. Nation building takes a while and takes concerted effort.
Is it not a leadership thing?
It is both leadership. That's why I made the point about leadership.
Yes, more of a leadership thing.
It is both leadership, it is also institutional. Meaning we need a constant, whenever you have a problem, by the way, you create institutions to solve that problem. You don't just create institutions for creating sake. So you have corruption problems, so you said I need the FCC, I need ICPC. So the terrorists struck America, they said no, we need Homeland Security. So once you have to identify that this is a problem, that national integration has not occurred. And by the way, if you look carefully, we have created certain institutions for national integration, but how have we used them? For instance, the National Youth Service Corps. Essentially, an instrument for national integration. You go somewhere else and understand and live with some other group for 1 year, it begins to open your mind about this, what these people are, so that your biases, your perceptions about them sort of dealt with. You begin to see these people in a different light. So you have the federal government colleges, unity schools. They
were called, yes.
So, but we have not used them in a manner in which they are supposed to be used. So, an agency of that nature reminds the president, because he should really be under the presidency, that the symbol of national unity is the president, and the entire nation is the president's constituency. And once you become president, it is no longer relevant who voted and who didn't vote. So you need such reminders. You need programs. You need youth awareness. You need education. Like the point I was making that, hey, why are you afraid of devolution of resources or giving people higher percentage for derivation? After all, who knows? Tomorrow it might be your turn. But besides that point, nothing stops me from going to live in that country. If a state of Texas, as they used to have, I don't know what it is today, had no income tax, I can migrate from Maryland and go and live in Texas, and I'll still enjoy that no income tax. So think about it. A Nigerian goes to US. A Nigerian is born in US. The father may have a residence, a house in the US. Once you can establish, I have an address, my father pays tax, you start enjoying the benefit
of the city or
of,
the state.
of the state you are in. The other day, I was reading that there was congratulatory message to Nigerians that were elected in
the UK.
The UK Parliament. I said, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Nigerians were not elected in UK Parliament. British citizens were elected
with Nigerian ancestry.
Yeah, you know, it's like saying Obama is from Kenya. I mean, how? They have settled that issue of citizenship.
Someone said, I wouldn't say someone said, we had the former governor of ENUGU State on this program, yes, Sullivan Chime, and addressing the same kind of question that you're addressing right now. He said, look, we have to do away with forms that we fill for passports and all that. We have to do away with, I am from so-and-so state, I am of so-and-so religion. That these were the things that continue to draw the country back. Did you subscribe to that?
That's part of what I'm discussing, that the state you are from is the state in which you reside. And the Constitution gives you the right, and they have resided over the years. Americans will tell you, I am originally from Mississippi, but I'm now from New York. Maybe his origin, his parents, and so on. I just give you an example of two brothers. One was the governor of this, Texas, the other governor of Florida. So those are the sensitivities we must address our minds to, that there is one country, but we take it step at a time. This thing has to be built, confidence has to be built. People must realize that there's nothing they are really losing, that all of us will gain, because the prosperity of one is the prosperity of another. Let's take even economic activities. If there's leather in Kano, and there's furniture making in Edo, wood is in Edo, leather is in Kano. So if you promote indigenous furniture, by definition, you've started promoting many states. So the interlink, the relationship between states will even be enhanced. But what we're saying is, allow a bit of competitive federation. Allow a bit of, why is everybody paid the same? Why can't you say this professor is actually quite distinguished? We're going to attract this professor from Kebbi to come to my state because there's no one like him, and we're going to pay this person a certain amount. Why are you, in fact, changing yourself by saying so-called non-indigenous should leave, so that you will use people who are less qualified to teach your own children? Are you not changing yourself? Why are we sending our kids abroad so that they are taught by world-class professors? So if there are world-class professors within the same nation, wouldn't you like to get them into your own fold? So that's why I said we need a broader discussion, education, to understand that one is the creation of the structure, which is state-making.
Mm-hmm.
Two is that we must work on the software, the creation of the submission of groups and citizens to this nation, so that they have an emotional connection and establish a sense of oneness.
Prof, restructuring means cessation to some people. Restructuring means groups can leave the nation or leave the country. IPOP, for instance, they are promoting a secession of a group, of a certain geopolitical area that they say is Biafra. Is that by any means a solution to the agitations we have in the country?
No, restructuring must be separated from secession. My understanding is that restructuring assumes that this nation should exist as it is. I have said that my understanding and preference is that the states become the federating units, with autonomy, with devolution, with rights over certain resources within their territory. And so secession is a different ballgame.
Mm-hmm.
Secession is we want to opt out. But in a democratic setting, it is one is always given that avenue. As you can see, whether it is in the UK or in, what is it called? Canada. Every once in a while, the Quebec will say we want to do a referendum.
Yeah. So whether we want to still
whether
remain.
we want to remain in Canada or not. They are given a chance. So, you know.
But I don't know whether our constitution supports that.
No, our constitution doesn't support that. In UK, you've seen that a couple of times with Scotland and so on. So countries have written constitutions that allow for it. But these things come because of certain reasons. And that's why I said, once you begin to address the issues of national integration and address the issue of citizenship, you might begin to see these things disappear.
Okay, Prof. Let's talk about today, the economy in Nigeria.
Yeah.
You know, when we started, I pointed out that some people say that has also increased the momentum of agitations, you know, because people can no longer meet their economic needs, can't meet their health bills, can't provide food for their children, may not be able to pay school fees as they used to, you know, and then everybody starts getting irritated and asking questions. Why are we here? Why is this going on? You know, the way we hear experts like you didn't say so, but experts like you, professors and people that are versed in the economic terrain, say that Nigeria is getting out of recession. The recession will soon end and all that. We've also seen a situation where the Naira, over a long time, is gaining some strength, even though in the past couple of days and weeks, it has, you know, what the central bank is doing, you know, pumping foreign exchange to the foreign exchange market, is it an enduring cure for the challenge we are having?
You know, the challenge is real. When I had the privilege to sit in the Federal Executive Council, I know a couple of former ministers, when I call them up, they will say, Osita, jobs, jobs, and more jobs. Because it seemed like that's what I used to say each time we had discussions at the Federal Executive Council or in committee meetings. You know, these jobs and absence of jobs for the youth. Nothing can be higher on the agenda. The truth of the matter is that you have to grow the economy. And the truth of the matter is that the economy was growing, but it was not a shared prosperity. People who know me know that I believe that shared prosperity can only come from industrialization that is driven by manufacturing sector. It is the manufacturing sector that has the capacity to transform or to uplift millions of poor people out of poverty. You know, a lot of Nigerians are working, but they are working poor, trapped in low productivity, low wage professions. And so if you don't have a modernized manufacturing sector that can attract this mass of people, by the way, the evidence is everywhere, in India, in China, in Malaysia, in wherever. The manufacturing sector contribution to the gross domestic product must be close to 30% before you begin to see real change in the lives of people. Because you see, the so-called informal sector is not able to raise the productivity. And if you don't raise productivity, you can't raise income. It is, the informal sector is not able to absorb technology, not able to use technology that raises that productivity. So we can't continue to fantasize about one person business, two person business.
The government has to invest.
Not only invest, direct.
There
through policies.
A kind of okay, yeah.
That here are our priorities. Here is the direction we think things should go. Here are the incentives we provide. Industrial policy is real. It's not, and it requires serious coordination of both state and federal assets. Meaning, I see an industrial policy written without major input from Science and Technology Ministry, and I say, how? I see even agencies under the Ministry of Industry maybe pursuing an agenda that is not coordinated with the industrial policy. I see the customs, maybe the agenda not tallying. So it requires serious coordination, because coordination failure is a major impediment to economic progress. And this coordination happens at the highest level. There are assets of federal government that we must put to serve certain things. For instance, if you take the budget, you can have 100 naira and split it all over the places and nothing is produced. It might be the need that this year, next year, let's really tackle A, B, C, D. You know, even the budgeting process.
And you put money in that area or that sector.
And deliver it. One of the things I was going to suggest is that we need an infrastructure bill. This is irrespective of the ministry. Whether it is transport, works, housing, an infrastructure bill that says, here is the deficit, here is the amount of resources that the government can muster, here is the gap that we must seek for either from international lenders or donors, and we begin to address this infrastructure deficit as a collective. It's a bill that can be passed in the National Assembly that allows for quicker ways of doing things, for a better. For instance, you're doing Abuja-Lokija Road for 16 years.
And it's not completed.
How? It is because of the budgetary process. This year, somebody might forget to put a certain amount in the budget for it.
Or probably some money is put, nobody supervises it to
You know.
ensure the milestones.
Yeah, but I do know that sometimes even for a year or two, you might not. So, but we need to rethink that whole process.
Prof, you know, you talked about manufacturing, and some people, I'm taking you back to the monetary policy, what we see the central bank doing, for instance, that what could grow the economy and strengthen the Naira? It's not this kind of fire brigade infusion of surplus, in quotes now, my words, surplus foreign exchange to douse the demand and supply politics of the money. That probably an enduring industrial policy that takes care of more jobs for more Nigerians, more quality employment, could actually do well, maybe in the long run. So where do you stand in this intervention by the central bank?
You know, the more you ask me, the more I go back to the issue of a sense of shared vision, a sense of nation. Because even the industrial policy must be underpinned by that sense. That if I go to Newi and I assist in nursing manufacturing, I'm not assisting in nursing, I'm assisting the country. It has to be understood. And so rather than seeking for equivalence, meaning, if I must go to Ibadan, I must therefore find another in Yola or somewhere to
have a balance.
Or in Enugu or in Abia, so that I can have a... No. There are affirmative actions that are firm and must be promoted. But there are affirmative actions that bring down the national interest. So, in the point you're making, it's not just simply manufacturing. It is that we need to improve the productivity of this manufacturing. We need to make them competitive so that we can export and begin to earn foreign exchange. But it requires a coordinated support from both federal and state. And remember, I keep talking about states too, because sometimes this burden is not shared. I would like the National Economic Council, for instance, to be a forum where states are called upon to come and debate their own state industrial policy. And where the federal government can now partner with each state and say, look, this is a cashew belt, this is a granite belt, this is setting another mineral belt. There must be key industry located in your state for which the federal government, the private sector, the state can partner.
Okay. Prof, in rounding off, what, I mean, you were economic advisor, so I'm not going to say if you are economic advisor. I'm just going to say, as a concerned Nigerian, a professional, an expert in development studies, in the economy and all that, in very few sentences, what should we as a country be doing now to get out from all these challenges that we're facing, economic, political, and all that?
No, first thing first, we need to build this nation. We need to create a sense that we are all in it. We need a fair, equitable, and just country where all of us can submit ourselves to, whether as groups or as individuals. It is the first order of business, upon which many other things thrive.
So that's the foundation?
That's the foundation. So even, that's why I said the challenge of economic policy making arises because this shared vision is lacking. So leaders must retrace their steps, all of us, and ask questions. And that's why the discussion around restructuring is also fundamental. That we need to create buy-in, that everybody is comfortable, have a sense of belonging, and that this is the structure that makes
even if
them
they don't get everything they want.
No, they can't get everything.
Of course.
Nobody gets everything they want. And we must also take steps to allay fears. To say, no, those fears are actually not quite justified. That the evolution doesn't mean that you are going to lose out completely. So that is important. In addition to, of course, you can't wait, because national integration is not a one-day business. In the meantime, you must pursue institutional efficiency that delivers the good. If you don't have a good civil service, sharp, well-trained, in fact, we were just coming from a conference where the one minister from Singapore was telling us that they compete with the private sector for people entering the civil service. That is how competitive it is.
So it means they'll be well paid.
They are well paid. They are not too many. That the rationalization becomes extremely important in establishing the efficiency of these institutions.
Thank you, Prof, for all your insight. I think that the big takeaway here today is we have to have a shared vision of nationhood, a buy-in. We take it as our own, and nobody's threatened under that kind of arrangement. Prof, thanks a lot for coming on the show. I've been speaking with Professor Osito Ogbu, former economic advisor to President Olusegun Obasanjo, and the Director Institute for Development Studies at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka. I am Obiora Ilo. Thanks for investing your time with us, and let's do it again, same time next week.
From AIT Studios in Abuja, Nigeria, this is the O&N Sunday Show with Obiora Ilo.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished the Where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning. How are you today? How are you? Okay, so the sun rises every day, and so should our hope. Together, we rise with stories that informs, with conversations and insight that digs deep this morning. And I am Lillian Wale, and today is the 14th day of August 2025. And you are welcome to Signature Morning on Signature TV. Thank you for joining us. Today we'll be looking at insights and excerpts and conversation with experts, and others. Do stay with us, because when we return, we'll be talking on our newspaper headlines and also our newspaper review. And now we will start with the big stories making the headlines on every newspaper. And let's start with the Daily Times. In Daily Times, the blind physically challenged group crippled activities at Lagos Airport. And you're going to find that in page 2 of the Daily Times newspaper. Also on the Daily Times newspaper, a week after Value Jet, AON slams no-fly live ban on Ibom Air passenger. And also on Daily Times, withholding Rai's NYSC discharge certificate, eventual action, says LP. And 3 years later, FG arraigns 5 suspects over 2022 terrorist attack on Ondo Catholic Church. Now let's move over to Daily Trust newspaper. On the headline, the top story there, it says Tinubu on third visit to Brazil in 9 months. Also on Daily Trust, after airport incident, Kwam won Emerson to work as volunteer ambassadors, says Keamo. And that you're going to find on Daily Trust page 40. And also on Daily Trust, you're going to find FG to construct bus terminals with 142 billion naira in zones. And also there, you're going to find 10 die in Niger Ogun auto crash. That you're going to find on page 14. Now let's move over to the Guardian, and what's making the top story there is FG to overhaul public finance as bills for more varsities risks rejection, and that's on page 6 of the Guardian newspaper. Also, FG withdraws criminal charges against Kwam Wan that we have read before, and FEC orders ministers to forward list of projects for scrutiny. And also, US approves 346 million US dollars arms sale to Nigeria, and reps probe alleged diversion of 1.06 trillion naira COVID-19 recovery funds, and that you're going to find on Guardian newspaper page 3. And now moving forward to the Tribune, that is Nigerian Tribune. LP, SDP, APC, PDP battle INEC over Saturday's by-elections. Commission parties in war of words in Edo. Parties signed peace accord in Oyo, Adamawa. I am not afraid of being redeployed from Edo, Rex says. And SDP, LP's fate hangs in the balance. We are in court, Abure says. And that you're going to find on page 4. And Ogun gives property owners 2 more weeks to present documents. That you're going to find on page 24 of the Tribune newspaper. Amnesty International, over 1,800 killed, hundreds missing in Southeast in 2 years. That's on page 16. And let's move over to the health sector. Over 80% of blindness in Nigeria children preventable, expert says. And moving over to the Punch newspaper, PDP unveils zoning panel, dispels Jonathan Obi talks, and PDP eyes new aspirants. APC marks opposition, predicts defeat for 2027 candidates. And we are going to look at fuel distribution controversy. Dangote restores marketers amid mounting pressure. And that you will see on page 20 of the Punch newspaper. And pilots split over Kwam Wan's aviation ambassadorship. And Mahmoud terror group leader captured in Niger moved to Abuja. On the Punch newspaper, you're going to find that on page 2. And moving over to the Blueprint newspaper this morning, FEC approves 493 billion naira for Kano Castina Road and Carter Bridge. OK's 13 billion naira, $34 million transmission transformer upgrade. And 27 states FCT assessed 78.6 billion naira UBEC matching fund amid 2025 allowances, says. And FG halts establishment of new tertiary institutions for 7 years, says 199 universities got less than 100 JAMB applicants. 34 had 0 last year, and 295 polytechnics with less than 99 COEs record poor enrollment. And forces critical to big tax revenue. And also moving over to the Independent newspaper, Nigeria's agricultural exports hit record high fueled by weak naira. Experts urge export competitiveness, domestic productivity enhancement, value addition to reduce over-reliance on raw commodity export. And CGC orders recapture of lean inmates in Kefi jailbreak. That you're going to find on page 6 of the Independent newspaper. And also NICOM inaugurates committee for recapitalization of insurance industry. That you're going to also find on page 6. And also on the Independent newspaper, IGP orders investigation into Kwam airport incident. And having recorded and referred to these particular headlines, ADC, EFCC trade wars over investigation of opposition members. And lastly, on our newspaper headlines, which is our Vanguard, Kwam comfort Bob lawyers, aviation expert blast federal government. Say due process not allowed in resolving incident. Accuse Kemo of interference with NCAA affairs. Comfort Bob, freed Kwam ban cut to 1 month. Asks Ibom Air to withdraw case against her. Life no fly ban lifted. Directs NCAA to withdraw criminal case against Kwam. Regulatory agency to release license of value jet pilot after 1 month. And also on the Vanguard newspaper, drug war, why FG will continue to strengthen NDLEA, says NSA, AGF, and that you're going to find on page 9. And now let's move over to invasion. Obasanjo Library to sue EFCC and demands 3.5 billion naira compensation, and that you are going to find on page 10. And that is it for our newspaper headline this morning. And with us in the studio is our very own Chris Maduka. I am suitably delighted to welcome you to this show, sir.
Lillian, it's good to have you here.
Good to see you.
Wow. I am the most honored to have beautiful ladies who, make my morning brighter.
Oh, really?
So that's good.
Yes.
You're looking very good.
You look lovely.
Yeah, thank you. So welcome to this morning's edition of Signature TV Newspaper Review.
Yes.
So can we fire the fire?
Yes, let's go.
Yeah. I made some notes here. Daily Times. People living with disabilities already. These are people living with disabilities. For some people, these are the way they are called. So they're not stigmatized. They don't want to be called blind people, crippled people, lame people, or deaf people, or dumb people. No. They are referred to as people living with disabilities. And they all believe that there's ability in disability. And that's why they could move and close down activities at the airport. People neglect them. They are not planned in, we don't put them in. In fact, the people who think they are living with ability are not planned into actions. So you can imagine the plight of people living with disabilities. And that's why most of them, when they make move, they make desperate move. And the only way they can get the elite of Nigerians, the politicians who are so insensitive, is to go and block that way, because in these airports, the only way they've just fly in, fly out, they don't have any interaction with their constituencies or the people of Nigeria. If you are talking that Nigerian roads are so unsafe to travel, it's old news. They react with it with okay. Like our former president, we always say, God bless his soul. Muhammad Buhari, we always tell you, I know. If you say everything, you say, I know. Now the problem is that he knew everything. What did he do? We are not going back there. What we are saying is that people living with disabilities could close down activities. Shame. Shame to the people with abilities. Shame to those who decide on I had the opportunity of traveling to
Finland. At the bus stops, the bus will come. These long buses, they will come at the bus stop. There's no rush. Every 5 minutes bus comes. And when the bus comes, they will notice there is somebody on wheelchair. The bus will tilt.
And pick them.
The bus will tilt down and the person will roll in. With the help of the nearest person, they will roll the person into the bus. Every facility in their country is built with people living with disability in mind. Look at Nigeria. The people living with ability are struggling to, in fact, they're even worse. So, you know, when there is change of beat of music, then there is change in the steps of dancing. And when the Eneke, the bird, that's Nigerian elites and politicians, begin to fly without pitching. Even the disabled people, or people living with disability, begin to shoot without. Now, the only way they could get their attention is to close down the airports. And you know, these days, something has begun to happen in the airports. The rich can also cry. Even in the airport, our airports have turned to another Oshodi.
War zone.
Oshodi Motor Park. Not Oshodi Molwe Park. And some people are referred to Nigerian airlines as Air Molwes. Bolekaja, stop, fight. Even on in-flight fight. And they are dealing with it, talking from both sides of their mouth. Nigeria is digging a grave to destroy their nation. And they, by the time they expect Nigerian foreigners to come and fly Nigerian Airways. Lillian, let's go on. In 3 years after, the Catholic Church alleged criminals who bombed our Catholic Church are being arraigned. That is what he called the slow nature of Nigerian criminal justice system. It is killing. Assuming the ones you have been in police custody, assuming these people alleged, because they allege they are not guilty until less found guilty, assuming they are not guilty of this offense, they have stayed 3 years in police custody, in cell or whatever, wherever they kept them. Can you imagine that? I work with a prison, what they call a prison, Prawa. It's an organization in ENUGU state. They had the headquarters in ENUGU. It's a global organization, but there is a non-government organization. Prisoner Rehabilitation and Welfare Action. That's their name. I work with them as a communication expert. That was when the UK8 DFID then were good money to do speeding up criminal justice system in Nigeria. Okay. We went for prison rehabilitation or liberation in Achi, in Oji River. We went there to find some young Nigerians who are born in cell, in prison custody. They now call them Nigerian Correctional Center. For 12 years for stealing crates of mineral at 9th Mile Corner.
They were not even arraigned.
There were no records that were there. Their families have buried them alive. They were in prison for 12 years for stealing. When we ask the lawyers, they say if these people were convicted because he has fine alternative, but if you cannot pay fine, that they were not supposed to stay in prison for more than 2 months for stealing those petty things. But they were in prison. That will tell you the slow nature of Nigerian justice system. 3 years after, families lost people. Many people died in a Catholic church. That is the onset of this madness of bombing worship centers. A lot of people died. 3 years after, they are coming back to say they are raining them. Is it Nwambeke that does not know how to cut the hair? Or is it the Agoba that the clipper that is not sharp? Is it that they don't have people to take them to court? Is it that they don't have lawyers in the court to... But we are there, they rush to take somebody who fought in an aircraft to jail. Within 48 hours, they've released the girl. Nigeria has a way of putting themselves in a shit. I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry, I apologize. You know, how can you deliberately put yourself in that smelly thing You roll over it and you're looking for who will. After they were making effort to clean you up, you go back and roll over. What can we do to a pig to become a dove?
Okay.
Tinubu, our president in Daily Times, is visiting Brazil in 9 months, but he is off on another 2-country visit. And the only thing I could say is, our dear president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu Jagaban, that's your turn. Enjoy it. After all, in Nigeria, in Southeast Nigeria, used to have this balance of Onyubelu Nyalacha. That was during the day, you are not born then, you are not here. It was during the days of the sole administrator of Southeast Nigeria then, Adazi Onitsha man. I remember the name, I'll tell you. Onyubelu Nyalacha. So it is the turn. And for those who don't understand Igbo, there is this local pier, you put it in the fire and it gets down you. So that pier, if it's your turn to eat the pier, just like even before our president told us, he said, it is his turn. A miloko. Now we say is our warloko, is their turn.
Okay.
Let's enjoy it. So he can go to any country of the world as he has the presidential jet. We are only pleading, let there be some result that will affect us as Nigerians from such visit. Otherwise we shouldn't tell our president where to go and not how to go. But the federal government has put a ban on proliferation and establishment of universities. No, Nigerians are tired. Educational centers are too much. And now the only thing you say, don't establish any university until further notice. That's a ban.
Why?
Good ban.
Why?
You're asking me why?
Why do they keep doing that?
Nigeria is tired of education. The only way they are churning out young Nigerians, an average Nigerian university will churn out minus plus 13,000 students every year. They will have to go for NYSC. Some people are on the waiting list to serve Nigeria free. They now have, I don't know whether they have up to 10 batches of NYSC. Some people don't even know. They've graduated for 3 years, they have not served. They are waiting for if you ask them, they say they're waiting for their own batch. So if they are doing batching in serving Nigeria free, Nigeria has a backlog of educated young Nigerians who want to serve them. You're asking me why? That's one of the reasons why we should ban. After all, the only way you can have youth corps to serve Nigeria is to ban institutions that turn them out. Now you ask me, for people who in their right senses making decision for Nigeria, we salute their infinite wisdom to decide that the universities are too much for Nigeria. Now you ask them, are we lacking? We are not lacking insecurity, people who bomb, bandits, and those ones are not, there's no ban on them. They can go ahead. We're not lacking farmers, herders, clashes. The farmers are not too much.
Yes.
And the herders are not too much, so they can go up. And those ones can go ahead. We have as many. Nigeria is not yet tired of that. 10 years, what else? Nigeria do not have, we are not lacking fuel. Fuel scarcity can go on, and the price at which we sell fuel in Nigeria, even as one of the highest country in the world that produce crude oil, we can say average of 1,000 naira. It's still okay. Nobody is talking about that. But university, no-go area. We salute Nigeria. We go ahead. The way you make your math, you lie on it. On Tribune, Labour, SDP, APC, PDP, battle INEC. I thought these parties would be battling themselves at the plane. But what happened in Nigeria, the parties are battling the umpire. This is an aberration. That's the headline. Tribune, said the Labour Party, SDP, APC, PDP, battle INEC. When they were supposed to go to the polls to battle themselves and win votes. You want me to review this one? The headline is clear, and it's from Tribune of Thursday, the 14th day of August 2025.
Yes.
Go and read the details. Over Saturday's by-election, and 727 beavers has been deployed to Edo alone. I don't know how many by-election they have in Edo, but they have 722 beavers, which before the end of the day, they will tell you how it goes, whether they work or not, whether the battery or network and all. So we go. Kwan Wan is a voluntary ambassador to the aviation industry in Nigeria, and he has the marking of the federal government. Over in another newspaper, they say Comfort Bob, the lawyers, the aviation experts, they are blasting FG. That's on Vanguard. Because of Kwan Wan voluntary, somebody fell short of an offense that has a guideline in Nigeria aviation industry. We have the act, we have the regulation, we have so many guidelines guiding flying in Nigeria, passengers, the service bearers, and the service providers and the service patron. In Nigeria, we have guidelines. Somebody, because he knows somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody. Probably he knows, I don't know who he knows, but because he knows somebody, he could not do anything. He tried to stop a moving aircraft. And it's not enough offense. He can willingly, Nigerians accepted himself to be aviation ambassador. But the girl who had altercation with the air hostess, they called the airport security, they bundled him like a rat, naked. And the video went viral to the world. We have received so many videos of Ibom Air, and some people said they will never fly Ibom Air in their lives again. I have it on my phone.
That is very bad.
Ibom Air is where, if you have altercation with their air hostess, you'll be bundled like shit, no matter how much you, and they did that, but they did nothing to Kwan Wan. He's now an ambassador. Good luck, Nigeria ambassador of aviation, the man who can stop moving aircraft by pushing it back. Somebody said he was lucky. The fatality in that airport would have been another thing if the aircraft is the one that has its engine down. He said that one has the engine up. So because the aircraft of Boeing can suck even an elephant into it. And this is what somebody standing in front was pushing, moving the aircraft. And that person, you allow him to be ambassador of your country in aviation.
On what ground?
My dear sister, only in the land of the blind that one-eyed man is made a king. So, with your ambassador, you show me your friend, I'll show you the type of person you are. If Nigeria will allow Kwan Wan to be ambassador of Nigerian aircraft, that will tell you Nigeria is where impossibility happens, where somebody will push a move and say he cannot move. And that man is now our ambassador. Good luck, Nigeria. Good luck, the aviation industry. Good luck, the minister, Keyamo. Good luck, everybody, all the airline in Nigeria. You have a befitting ambassador, and good luck. Nigeria has the new ambassador. And then PDP unveils zone in Punch, the Punchy Punch. I like that. They said they dispelled Obi Jonathan talks, and they are looking for new aspirants. VDV, power VDV, and power now to the people. Go ahead, because when one road close, another one. I am saying, I hope you started on good time, PDP, so that you won't be medicine after that. Because at least, if we are at least another candidate should be able to rig him. So good luck. There's nothing to review there. You are an independent political party in Nigeria. Used to be, but now I don't know. But until you come back to us and tell us what you have done to clean up your house, somebody like me will still be taking all you tell me with pinch of, The Daily Independent said there is agri export hits high, despite the weak position of Naira. And I said, why wouldn't it be? If you are buying exchange rate of 1 naira to of $1 is 1,700 naira. That means if I buy something with $1, you check it, you already have 1,000. So for Nigerian records, if you have aggregate export of $2, you already have about 4,000 naira.
Yeah.
So for the Nigerian record, they're doing well. But my mother told me that when you put a cricket inside fire, the thing will be burning and oil will be coming out of it, and the cricket is gone, ready for meat for children. But the cricket is producing oil. So when Nigeria, with the data in Agric, saying they are hitting high record with what? When your money exchanges, assuming you export one bag of gari, and you sold it for $3,000, you come back here and convert the money, you think you have made money. The man who used fake dollar to do Christmas for his mother-in-law is what you gave her to take. Nothing. You know that when a bird flies off from the ground and pinch on the anthill, that bird is still on the ground. No febe. So let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture exports. We are still where we are. Our money is not competing favorably in the market. So any little money you get in, you think you have money, you go to the market, is useless. I'm sorry, but that's it. That the way you're looking at me is like our time. The Controller General of the correctional centers that orders the recapture of all. He said all the prison inmates. I think it's on the last newspaper we reviewed, the Daily Independent. It has ordered that all of them should be recaptured. And you asked me in the first place, what were the officers in those correctional centers doing that all the people will escape? And then you order for your office of the Controller General of Nigeria Correctional Center in Abuja, you order that they be recovered. You know, I imagine Nigeria's situation that Nigeria will keep speaking Oyibo, things will spoil, we speak Oyibo until spoil, pata pata. You have a giant fell on the ground, dizzy and sleep. You could not get anything from the giant. When the giant stands up, and you give order to go and arrest him, now you go and arrest him. Somebody was in prison, inside your prison. You did not keep him. When the person escaped, you order that person to go and arrest him. You should go as Controller General. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris Maduka.
So let God bless everybody who have listened and watched, and even Nigerians. But I add, for those who deserve to be blessed.
For those who deserve to be blessed.
Thank you, lady.
Thank you so much, Chris Maduka. You know, you are always in high spirits. Thank you so much. And we have come to the end of our newspaper review this morning. Do stay with us as we are going to move forward to the issue concerning the Ibom airline passengers. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Signature Morning on Signature TV. Thank you for joining us. Okay, now let's move forward. Safety without dignity, they say, is oppression. And dignity without safety, they say, is chaos. Innovation, we need all of it. You know, recently, everything that has been happening with IBOM Airline, with the passengers, with Kwam One, who is the music star, you know, while he was trying to stop the value jet from departure in Abuja, all our airports are making image and headline for no just cause. And to unbundle this show today with me is an expert and a legal practitioner who is going to talk with me on the show, and his name is Barrister Daniel Ogbe. Thank you so much for joining us, sir.
I appreciate it. It's my pleasure.
Thank you, sir. So let's move forward. What do you think happened there? What played out there from your own perspective? You know, just share the moment.
Basically, whatever may have transpired between the crew, the cabin crew of IBOM Airline and Miss Comfort is what I refer to, as far as we are concerned, as hearsay evidence, because we aren't there to witness live what actually transpired between the two factions. Nevertheless, from my own perspective, I think irrespective of whoever may be right or wrong in the entire episode, the situation has to do with the inability of both divides to handle the issue in a proactive manner, or better still in a rational manner, and which has given rise to some legal implications and consequences. What I'm trying to say is this: I wouldn't be in a better position to know actually what transpired before the fiasco, the one that was presented to the public, being the manner in which the lady was manhandled in the course of maybe the officials of the aviation sector who are there present, as well as the members of the management of IBOM Air, decided maybe to apprehend her, or better still to take some steps as envisaged by law in holding her accountable for whatever misdeeds she may have perpetrated, so to speak. In other words, the issue has to do with the failure of leadership in the aviation sector in Nigeria. Because in Nigeria, we tend to be more reactive rather than being proactive. I say this because if we should take a holistic look at the ongoings in the aviation sector, you may not have much difficulty in coming to terms with the fact that there are many fundamental challenges that have befuddled this particular facet of our existence. And maybe in our reactive manner, a time shall come when another issue will crop up that is different from what has happened some days back. And in our reactive manner, we will respond to those issues, and those of us who are in the legal profession will dissect the legal aspect of what may transpire, and that will be the end of it. So basically, what happened, in my own estimation, is the inability of both sides to address an issue in a manner that falls within the ambit of civility. Because assuming, I still presume her innocent, assuming that the lady actually erred and that her actions caused the other side to get irritated, which necessitated the developments that followed suit, then if the information available in public domain is true, she may not have acted in a manner expected of a reasonable human being to act. Likewise, even if she's culpable, even if she did what she did, from what you have seen so far, it's obvious that the management also failed to respond to that issue in a manner envisaged by law. Because as far as I'm concerned, unless the video clips making the rounds, those video clips, if they are false, but if the content of those video clips are anything to go by, obviously the fundamental rights of this lady have been violated. And in other words, if this lady decides to take up some legal actions against the management and the authorities, she may, subject to whatever may happen in court, she may be able to be placated in the court of law. So both sides to a great extent are wrong. But if there is any party that is prima facie wrong, it's even the management of IBOM Air and the officials of the aviation sector in the country, because we wouldn't be in a better position to know what the lady did before that reaction.
Okay, so from what you have said now, I believe that they were wrong, but people are also saying that she shouldn't have been banned, she shouldn't have been, arrested and put in prison, if not for the, for the NBA and other authorities having to come and help her. This thing wouldn't have happened, like they wouldn't have released her. So at that point, what is her right? Why was her right trampled upon while others are let to go?
I beg to differ to a great extent with the assertion that she shouldn't have been arrested, because in our country, we are a country governed by laws. And I also know as a fact that it is said that all animals are equal, but some assert that some animals are more equal than others. The problem has to do with the fact that justice was dispensed hastily or in an expeditious manner, unlike what was the case unlike what obtained in the case of Kwan Wan, who carried out what I refer to as a more serious misdemeanor, and he was led to be. Rather, the government of the day was patronizing him. Whereas in the case of this lady, it was a case of an underdog who was manhandled and who was made to operate under the heavy weight of the law in the country. In other words, the controversy has to do with the fact that we have two different individuals. One, prima facie, seems to be a powerful individual, and the other individual, a commoner, with due respect to her, a commoner. And in which case, our laws became very powerful when the commoner was the person to be dealt with. Whereas when that particular powerful individual also carried out similar act, the law was nowhere to be found. When I mean the law, the agents of the state, they are nowhere to be found. And seem to read that the provisions of the laws of the land as far as aviation is concerned is carried into force. Having said that, I'm also looking at this issue from the constitutional perspective. Yeah. This incident took place on the 10th of August, and she was arraigned and subsequently remanded on the 11th of August. Now, the question is this: taking a look at Chapter 4 of the Nigerian Constitution, especially as it pertains to the fundamental rights of citizens, could it be said that she was given adequate time and facilities to prepare for her defense? I think the answer is no, because in as much as the law is that any person who is arrested is to be arraigned in a court of law within a time frame of 24 hours, and in case of unavailability of a court of law within a circumference of a given circumference within the place where the person was detained, within the time frame of 48 hours. Now the question is this: won't it be viewed by a reasonable human being, a rational thinking human being, that justice was hastily dispensed? Because it is said that justice delayed is justice denied. Mm-hmm. Likewise, justice hastily dispensed is also justice denied. I think she wasn't given the opportunity to assert that constitutional right to fair hearing, which includes the right to adequately prepare for one's defense. Now, secondly, I'm also being bothered about the laws upon which she was charged to court. In the first instance, in Nigeria, we have some situations whereby there are many laws that take care of a given issue. For instance, the offense of armed robbery. We have a special law called the Armed Robbery and Firearms Act that takes care of the crime of armed robbery. However, the offense of armed robbery is also recognized in other laws like the criminal code laws of various states and criminal code. In other words, for one to be prosecuted for the crime of armed robbery, for instance, the state will now decide on the law to rely on in prosecuting the offending party. Why did I raise this analogy? If you take a look at the Civil Aviation Act of 2022, to the best of my knowledge, anything pertaining to the aviation sector, civil aviation sector in Nigeria, is governed by the provisions of that law. And by virtue of the provisions of that particular law, the Civil Aviation Act of 2022, it is the Federal High Court that is seized with jurisdiction to try that particular offense. In which case, ordinarily, even the Commissioner of Police, as an entity in law, does not have the powers subject to the general powers of the police, portion to the Police Act, to prosecute offenders. The Commissioner of Police does not ordinarily have the powers to prosecute that particular matter. In which case, it is the officials of the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority that have the powers to do that. That was not to be the case. Most importantly, she was arraigned in the wrong court. Wrong in quotes. Why did I say in quotes? For instance, the offense of murder. Let me also use this analogy. The offense of murder is to be tried by a high court. A magistrate court cannot try the offense of murder. Notwithstanding, when one is charged to court with the offense of murder, one is to be ordinarily arraigned at the magistrate court. But once that is done, one will be automatically be remanded in prison custody. That was what happened to this lady. Because ordinarily, the magistrate court ordinarily does not have the jurisdiction to entertain this matter. This Federal High Court, assuming she was arraigned at the Federal High Court, maybe there would have been an opportunity for her to apply for her bail if she had access to the services of a legal practitioner. But having been arraigned at the magistrate court, she found herself at the Correctional Facility Center of the Nigerian Correctional Service. And secondly, I know that she was also charged pursuant to the laws of Lagos State. And that's why I know there is a particular provision in Civil Aviation Act. I have come across that provision. We said, notwithstanding the provisions of any other law, that anything pertaining to the civil aviation industry in Nigeria is to govern by this particular law. In other words, in law, we may have what we refer to as general laws. We may also have what we refer to as specific law for a given issue. Like taxation, you may have laws that will take care of other issues bordering on taxation. But if you're talking about taxation in Nigeria, there are specific laws, and you must take a look at the provisions of that specific laws in addressing issues that border on taxation. So, as far as civil aviation sector is concerned, it is Civil Aviation Act of 2022, in which case, ordinarily, they shouldn't have resorted to these other provisions of the law in prosecuting her.
Okay, so now talking about the law, and under the Nigerian law, according to what I read, the Anti-Torture Act and what our constitution guarantees, does it really provide dignity and protection, as they said, seeing that all these things were faulted?
Before I proceed, let me make something clear at this juncture. Let it not be as if we are trying to encourage or condone any form of behavior that does not resonate with decency. What am I trying to say? I am not trying to hold you for the lady. I wouldn't have known what she did before the altercation erupted. And in which case, I will also advise Nigerians that common sense dictates that in the interest of peace and societal cohesion, that we are expected to respect simple rules which are put in place for the betterment of the generality of the public. Because if you take a look at the Civil Aviation Act of 2022, there was specific mention of the fact that the crew of a particular aircraft, they have the right to direct the activities that will take place in an aircraft, including directing passengers to make use of their mobile phones in a way that will not adversely affect the operations of a flight. It is expressly, in fact, there was express reference to the fact that passengers are to make use of their mobile phones in line with the directives given by the crew, expressly stated. But beyond that, coming to the direct question you asked, the Anti-Torture Act is even a subsidiary legislation to the Nigerian Constitution. That particular provision of the law is a wonderful provision of the law. But beyond the Anti-Torture Act, Chapter 4 of the Nigerian Constitution, as well as the African Charter on Human and People's Rights Ratification and Enforcement Act, these two basic laws, they have laid down various fundamental rights to be enjoyed by Nigerian citizens. Even prisoners, those who are in custody, are to enjoy these rights. Now, having said that, prima facie, the fundamental rights of this lady, they are violated. Various fundamental rights. She wasn't given the right to fair hearing, prima facie. I'm using the word prima facie because, there's still a presumption. You have to give the other person the benefit of that. Her right to the dignity of human person was violated. Because the question is this: the video clip of her cleavage being made public, who circulated that video clip? In fact, if you take a look at Section 93 of the Civil Aviation Act, the provision of that law also empowers the management or the authorities of the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority to take the video coverage of any incident that will be resorted to, improving any case as per what transpired, like an issue of this nature. But that does not authorize you to make it public. The video coverage you are empowered to take is that which will be used for the purpose of proving any case. It does not mean you now make it public. So despite they have moral standing or whatever, the person who released that video clip from that particular environment has a very strong case to answer. And even the management, assuming the management that are not directly involved, that means they are negligent. Because the question is this: an altercation of that nature was taking place, and some other person, a third party, to the video coverage of that. So what were you doing? What were others doing at that particular point in time when that video clip was taken? Because the rights of that passenger should be protected. In a nutshell, both the provisions of the Anti-Torture Act and the provisions of Chapter 4 of the Nigerian Constitution and the provisions of the African Charter on Human Rights, these provisions were manifestly violated and to the detriment of the lady. And I just hope that what happened will not adversely affect her to a great extent. I hope that people will reach out to her. As I said earlier, I'm not holding brief for her. I may even have some reservations personally about some of her actions, but that's my own personal business. The same way we all have our personal baggages to carry. But taking a look at what has transpired, I just hope she will not suffer much emotional trauma, because it's a national embarrassment. It's not a national embarrassment. It's an embarrassment that has acquired national notoriety. You know, as if her human dignity. Exactly, that's another fundamental right. The right to the dignity of a human person has been greatly violated, and that's why I say from the word go that, irrespective of whoever may be right or wrong in this entire episode, that the management of Ibom Air and the authorities of the authorities of the aviation sector who are there present, they didn't manage this issue in the professional manner. And most importantly, lest I forget, assuming she's even wrong, going by the conventional laws of Nigeria, because she's a female person, she's to be arrested or apprehended by female police officers or female law enforcement, and that's the law. Except if there's a situation whereby you don't have female police officers or female law enforcement agents in a situation of emergency. That's when a male police officer is expected to act. That is the convention, that is the law. And they have also erred in that regard. So whenever any issue has to do with a woman, female law enforcement agents are expected to attend to the woman. Just like if people are to undergo search of their premises or their body, you don't expect a male police officer to search the body of a female police. It's been done by a female police officer, but that was not to be the case from what we saw. So maybe if it were to be a trap, they fell into that trap. Because now we have left what I refer to as the main issue. Main issue is this: what actually transpired between the lady and the crew members. We are now talking about the ancillary issue, which has now become a fundamental issue, because we are not talking about fundamental rights, in which case, even if of a truth she erred, you have to look at the punishment that attaches to the act, the alleged act of hers. The punishment is imprisonment of a period of not less than 2 months, or a fine of 200,000 naira, or both. In which case, even if she's found guilty, the court may say, okay, pay fine of 200,000 naira, or go to prison for a period of 1 year. But that will not, in any manner whatsoever, erode her right as a Nigerian citizen, as guaranteed by the Constitution. That will not make it impossible for her to assert her rights as guaranteed by law. In other words, the management of Ibom Air, they can be held responsible for what they did in law. The Civil Aviation Authority, or the officials of the Civil Aviation Authority, they can also be held culpable for abdication of responsibility, irrespective of whatever may be the outcome of any act she may have alleged to have committed.
Okay, so moving forward, do you think that we need the Passengers' Rights Charter in Nigeria, and what do you think should contain in it?
We have it's in existence. We have aviation law, even though it's not a popular area of law in Nigeria. We have air and space law. Apart from that, we have the Civil Aviation Act. But you know, one thing about Nigeria is that even those of us who are in the legal profession, we tend to accord attention in areas that we already have an army of professionals who have already made a name for themselves in those areas. Air and space law is a thriving area of law in Nigeria, but many of us don't have interest in that particular. The point, if you even look at Section 50 of this Civil Aviation Act, Section 50 of this particular law recognizes various international conventions on the use of airlines, on civil aviation safety. And most importantly is the fact that these conventions are to operate in Nigeria subject to the provisions of the Nigerian Constitution. So having said there are rights, because the aviation industry is not totally regulated by domestic laws. They are also being regulated by international conventions like the Chicago Convention, the Geneva Convention. These conventions, they are applicable. And these conventions, they have indirectly been made part of the Nigerian constitution, part of the municipal laws in Nigeria. Because by making reference to the Nigerian constitution, by virtue of section 2 of the Nigerian constitution, it envisages that for any international convention to be applicable in Nigeria, it must be domesticated. Now, if it is domesticated, by virtue of that same section 50, it must be in line with the Nigerian constitution because it didn't make specific reference to section 12 of the Nigerian constitution. It just said that it will be applicable in Nigeria subject to the Nigerian constitution. So having said that, automatically, chapter 4 of the Nigerian constitution applies to the rights of all Nigerian citizens who make use of the services of the aviation industry. But we should also appreciate the fact that one's right ends where another person's right begins. So the fact that as a Nigerian citizen you are expected to enjoy it doesn't mean you now disobey rules and regulations, because there are rules and regulations put in place for the safety of the aircraft. You should also do good to consult your lawyer if you're a Nigerian citizen, if you're a regular user of our airspace, to know the rules and regulations inherent in our laws, both in statutory laws, in conventions, common law principle, even the rules governing breach of contract. Those normally complain every now and then that their flights are being cancelled. You should consult your lawyers. But here in this part of the country, we don't normally like consulting lawyers. But issues of this nature, because there are many challenges in the aviation sector. Today we are talking about the saga that transpired between Ms. Comfort and the airport management. There are other issues, the way at times Nigerians have been extorted in our airports. At times when you get to our airports, you feel embarrassed. When you visit many other nations of the world, the airport is like an entrance into a nation. Even if the nation is having issues, you find law enforcement agents, you find the officials of the airport comporting themselves, and it's pretending as if all is well. But in Nigeria, we don't even hide the shame of the nation in our airports. You walk into the airport, upon disembarking, you are being extorted, people are greeting you, but the way they are greeting you, they are not greeting you for the sake of welcoming you, they are indirectly telling you that you should drop something. The embarrassment and all whatnot.
Because of time, Barrister, we cannot just talk about this without, looking for a way forward. What do you think should be done?
What I think should be done is that there should be one serious sensitization of the workings of the law. The officials, or better still, the stakeholders of the aviation sector should be well tutored on the workings of the law. Secondly, airline operators should also appreciate the fact that it is said that customers are kings. I think it may not be a bad idea for them to be making what I refer to as a publicity on their various social media handles, on the various rights, obligations, and responsibilities of their customers and prospective customers. This will be an avenue to educate the public, because this issue, for instance, has thrown up the controversy on whether mobile phones should be switched off or whether mobile phones should be put on airplane mode. So airline operators, the owners of airlines, should be able to create platforms, even on social media, through which they will educate their customers and prospective customers. And then air and space law should be, even not made a compulsory course in our institutions of learning, our law faculties, should be made to become a burden, or better state, an area of law that the government of the day should accord attention to. Because I am yet to count the number of Nigerian universities that offer air and space law. On a very serious note, it's only in a country like the United States, like if you go to Southern Texas Methodist University, it's a very wonderful area of law there. If you go to their university, so these are some steps you have to take to enlighten the public.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Barrister. These issues cannot just be overemphasized. I mean, I believe that Nigeria can actually do better in providing all these things. But then to you viewers and to Nigerians, you should first of all know your right. That is being aware of the do's and the don'ts. And thank you so much, Barrister, for joining us this morning.
It's my pleasure.
We have come to the end of this particular show. And moving forward, we're going to be bringing you the standard of teaching and learning in private universities of Nigeria. And on that show is our very Reverend and Professor Christian Anieke, the Vice Chancellor of Godfrey Okoye University. Do stay with us.
Welcome back. Now we know that private universities in Nigeria have grown rapidly, over the years, and it's, seen as a safer and more disciplined alternative, compared to public institutions. However, conversations are emerging about, the real quality of teaching and learning in these schools. Now, joining us this morning to talk on this is Professor Christian Anieke. He's the Vice Chancellor, Godfrey Okoye University in ENUGU. Welcome to the program. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Professor. You're welcome.
How are you today?
I'm alive. I'm alive. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Now we see that many parents spend quite a lot sending their children to private universities, hoping for quality education and the likes. Now, from your experience, would you say that these private institutions are living up to that promise of quality, better environment and education?
Well, I have not done any research on private universities and the quality. I can only talk about my own university and a few others I know. So I can't speak for all private universities. All I do know is that it's private universities provide space for doing things differently. When we started Godfrey Okoye University, for example, asked ourselves, look, do you want to add to the number of universities we have in Nigeria, or do you want to do things differently? And it was very clear to us in our philosophy, mission, and vision that we actually want to do things differently. It's space for doing things differently. You are not encumbered by the bureaucracy of public institutions. You are not encumbered by lack of discipline. You can define what you want and you push it through. And that's precisely what you are doing in our private university space. And by the way, we are not really private. We are mission university. There's a distinction between the private and mission institutions. Our university belongs to the Catholic Diocese of ENUGU, and as a mission, there may be strictly private university. There are strictly private universities that belong to an individual. This is not the case with our own, but of course we put everything on a basket of private universities. Strictly speaking, we are not private. We are mission university with the values of the Catholic Church and all that. So doing things differently, that is actually the ambition. Do it decently. And if you ask again, I may want to go into details, but I will stop if you want me to stop now.
Okay, so as you're talking about GO, that is Godfrey Okoye University, yes, I would like you to tell us what makes Godfrey Okoye University stand out.
Well, yeah, it is, like I said, proper definition of what you want. We have, as the motto of our university, unity of knowledge. I studied in Austria and in the UK, and it was very clear to me that you could be educated, but just educated in one thing. There is a German expression that is Fachtrottel. And Fachtrottel is somebody who knows just one thing and nothing else. Don't ask him or her any other thing, just this thing. That's it. You're an expert in one thing. So I said to myself as a student, it cannot be education, that you just know one thing, you're an expert in one thing, and you don't have social relationship, you don't have emotional connection with people, and all that. You don't have spiritual depth and just know one thing. I said, good education must be holistic. It must be being an expert in one thing and knowing a bit of other things. And that's what informed the idea of unity of knowledge. Knowledge is connected in one way or the other. There is a connection between mathematics and poetry. There's a connection between poetry and the information technology. There's a connection between information technology and physics and all. Everything it's one thing that we're looking for, the truth.
Yes.
The truth is what connects all areas of knowledge. And that's what we're pushing in Godfrey Okoye University with our interdisciplinary approach to studies. And that's again that I thought about, and with the team, at the beginning, is why is it that a young person goes to learn tailoring, for example, or trading, or whatever it is, and after 2 years or 3 years, he or she can actually begin the job and even provide employment.
Of course.
And somebody will spend 4 years at university, 5 years at university, and 6 years at university, and will not be able to find a job, will not be able to provide a job. So this cannot be education. Education that doesn't satisfy your need to survive is not good for you. So that's why we brought in entrepreneurship, not just as a directive, but as something that goes into whatever we're doing, into our curriculum, into our evaluation, into our assessment. Everything is connected with it. So what does this mean? It means that the emphasis is on employment, not on studies. In other words, what skills are you getting from what you're doing? The
Mhm.
first one I asked you, if you tell me I want to study, what do you want to do with it? And if I have the feeling that you don't even know what you're going to do with it, I'll say, please, why don't you consider studying something else? Okay? So what is it? What are the skills? So you must give students skills. It's not about passing exams, it's about having skills.
Of course.
So that when they graduate, they will find jobs or they create jobs.
Mhm.
Some want to work for others, some don't want to work for others. If they don't want to work for other people, then they have to be able to create their own job, as people do when they have learned mechanic, whatever repairs, and carpentry and tailoring. They are not looking for jobs. They provide their own job and even employ people. That's what we must be doing in our universities. And this informed our first town and gown assembly, the first of its kind in Nigeria. We invited people from ENUGU and Nigeria, different areas, come and tell us how you are doing your work. Come and tell us the challenges, so that when we are teaching, we are conscious of your challenges, and we do our research in line with your challenges. We don't want to have projects that are lying in libraries. Nobody is reading them. Nobody wants them. Our students are asked to write them, and they put them in the library, and they are filled with dust, and they create problems, environmental challenges. We don't want that. We want to do something that is relevant to society.
Yes.
So that's it. So we had that, and it was quite informative. And we have been working along the lines of the challenges, the problems they raised, and that is it. This explains why most graduates of Gulf University get jobs when they graduate, or they create jobs. Because I have said, you have not succeeded as a university until your students get jobs. It is not that passing and finishing and all that and joining the long queue of job seekers. No, it is the number of your students who get jobs. That's actually a success as a university.
Exactly.
That's it.
Now, you've spoken about, it's not just about learning, but what you use that knowledge, at the end of the day. Now, when we talk, let's talk about quality teaching. When we talk about that, we know that it's not just about lecturers having degrees, but also it includes their teaching methods as well. So how innovative and engaging would you say that, your lecturers in Godfrey Okoye are when it comes to their teaching methods and how they impact knowledge on the students?
Thank you. I think we are moving away gradually from lecturing. I don't like to use the word lecturer anymore, because that is deceptive. Teacher, you're a teacher, basically a teacher. So we must be teaching at university. And teaching involves a lot of methods. Lecturing method is just one. Okay? You have demonstration method, you have project method, you have playway method, and all that. These are all for teaching. We are emphasizing that, so that nobody comes to the classroom and stands writing nonsense, on the board. Okay? You teach the students, you engage them, they ask questions. So we'll move around to assess our lecturers. Okay? We'll move around. They're not just telling you, after every year we begin with workshops, reminding you of how to teach. We bring in experts in teaching, reminding you. Of course, some will hear and move away, but then we have a mechanism for monitoring. Our lectures are just open space. You can enter any lecture hall or any teaching classroom. You can enter and sit down. Sometimes I enter a classroom and sit down. Okay? And I listen to my teachers talk to the students. And if you are not doing well, I'll invite you for a cup of tea. I know what that means, okay? No, that's it. So it is emphasis on teaching that is making all the difference. I can tell you that we have a good number of teachers in the university, those who teach, and the students will normally assess you at the end of the academic year.
Okay.
If the assessment is negative, then we thank you for the job you have done, but you may never continue in our university. Okay? And that's it. So it's not just our assessing our students, we allow the students to assess the methods we use in teaching them and all that. And that's it. So it's all about teaching now. Besides, we have a generation, Gen Z. Gen Z has entered the university. And Gen Z is a generation of virtual life, online life and all that. So we must engage them in what they know. So sometimes, don't tell them not to come to class with their phone, because they will come to class with their phone. So engage them in their phone. Sometimes say, click, look up this word. All of you, look up this word, my friend. And then before you know it, they give you the word and all that. So you use, so there are those who also want to know why they have to learn something. That's Gen Z. Why do I have to learn this? Remember, their whole life is about solution to things. They give them something and they find a solution. So engage them with that mentality, and that's it. So we try to continue to fine-tune that. Of course, for older lecturers, it's challenging, but it's challenging.
But just to ask another question on this, I mean, most of the lecturers in your university, and I would say in most of the other mission and private universities, also come from the same pool as public institutions. So would you say that, and you know, the teaching and learning method in public institutions also may look a bit different. So would you say that this is also affecting the teaching style delivery in any way?
It is, but when you look at the team at Godfrey Okoye University, see that most of them are not from public space, public institutions. We are getting our own young lecturers. At the beginning, yes, because we didn't have their own lecturers. But now we have our own professors, groomed in Godfrey Okoye University, professors of Godfrey Okoye University. We have them. And these are those who are pushing it. You have the older ones, of course, there will be. But I also see the desire among the older ones who spent all their life in public institutions, the desire to change. I see that also. That I also participate in the workshops and learning. You are never too old to learn, I've said. If you think you can no longer learn, then die. You have done your job on earth, okay? Once you have the feeling you can no longer learn something, then it's time to die. It's time to be born and time to die. But I believe that nobody can say he or she is too old to learn. You can always. I have friends. Look at Obasanjo. He did his PhD after being president of Nigeria. You know, and someone told me he saw him doing his assignment while flying to somewhere. I mean, if Obasanjo could do his PhD after his presidency, why not? I have some friends who are, after their retirement, 70 years, 80 years, they are learning something. Some even begin studies, law program, different programs, things they wanted to do in their younger days. So I do not think that somebody will not do well because he or she is coming from a public university. I don't think so. You can always learn something new. And that's why we provide workshops at the beginning of an academic year and in the course of the academic year.
Okay, thank you so much. But what do you think is the current state of private universities as an administrator that you are and the professor currently in Nigeria?
I think most of them are doing well. From what I hear, I've not been on all of them. What we did when we started Godfrey Okoye University was to move around to see successful ones, okay, and those that are not doing so well, so that we should know what to do. So I can tell you from what I hear that many are doing well, or most of them are doing well. The only thing we have to, look into is the issue of fees, as you rightly pointed out. Are we creating elitist universities in our country? Is that what you intend to do? Sometimes they say we in Godfrey Okoye University don't charge as high as others. Of course, you know that. In some places, medicine, for example, about 12 million or more than that. But we are conscious of the fact that it's a mission university, and we don't want to come to a point where the university is just meant for the rich. So we try to hold the fees a bit down. Of course, we have to pay our lecturers. We can't make it so cheap that we can't even pay our lecturers. All the lecturers want to be paid well, and if you don't pay them well, they go somewhere else.
Of course.
So you find a balance between very high and very low, and try to place our fees there. And then provide scholarships for those who are very smart, but they have nobody to help them. These are things we do. Each year, over 50% on scholarship in Godfrey Okoye University. And we'll try to do that. We'll try to get a good number of friends to support students in their desire to acquire education in spite of the poverty of their parents. So these are things we do. So I would say that the universities are doing well. Mission universities appear to be doing well in ethical matters. Because what I say is, you must ensure that students have some discipline themselves. It is good to say, these students are coming from rich homes and all that, they should do whatever they like. The tendency is that they are paid their fees and they should do whatever they like. In our university, and I think in most mission universities, you have to do the right thing. Our university is standing on the values of Catholic Church. I have no apologies for this, okay? And when you are coming to Godfrey Okoye University, that you are coming to meet Catholic values. So if you think we are too holy for you, then there are other places where you can go, okay? But I believe that discipline helps you in success. If you are disciplined, you are likely going to do well. Watch our players, the under-17 and others. Because they are disciplined, they do well in competition. Look at our girls, for example, how well they do in international competition. It's all about discipline. But if they are flying from all over the world, like the big boys that we have, they will not do well. So there is a connection between discipline and success. Get students to sit down, get them to attend their lectures, get them to avoid taking drugs, get them to wear even uniform, faculty uniform, they will do well. But allow them to do whatever they like, to sleep in their rooms, to come with their gadgets, to do every imaginable thing. They won't stop them. Remember that young people, they don't have no experience. Sometimes parents don't know that their children have no experience. They say, why don't I allow my child to do? I mean, she's not going to be a nun. He's not going to be a reverend. It's not about that. It's about the discipline the child needs to do well in this thing. And every child that does well will be grateful to the parents and grateful to the teachers.
Yes. And, there are a lot of cases of public universities and even private universities shutting down because of revenue, finance, and all that. What are the specific challenges that all these private universities face, and how do you think it should be addressed?
Yeah, funding is a major issue, it's a major challenge, and it is regrettable that government sees private or mission institutions as profit-making bodies. You cannot make profit in universities. You cannot, because it is continuous investment and improvement of the resources and the structure you have. Profit making is certainly not part of the project called university. TED fund, for example, is not available for private institutions. The lecturers or the teachers are not being paid by federal government or by state government and all that. So what is it? The tendency is to charge high fees. And some are in difficulty because when they charge high fees, students will not be there. So how they hold on, how they continue for the next 10, 20 years. So that's going to be quite a challenge. I hope that government will look into the issue of TED fund for private institutions, the issue of also sponsorship of students of private, the issue of payment of salary of private or mission institutions. Those we are training are for our market. We are training our young people for Nigeria. They will work in Nigeria and all that. They are not, well, of course, some of them would like to go outside Nigeria, but they are Nigerians anyway. So why are they being denied the benefits others are getting? Why are they doing that and all that? We should give space for our students, our young people, to choose where they want to go. If you like discipline, you know where to go, okay? If you like a particular program, you know where to go. If you want values, you know where to go. So limiting things, saying, these institutions excluded from sponsorship, from bursary, from payment of salary from TED fund, will not be the right thing to do. And at the end, after training them, you rush to take them into society and all that. That's not fair on the part of government. And I do hope that this mentality will change.
Exactly. Now, Prof, you've spoken a lot about discipline, and earlier on you said, discipline and success, go hand in hand. But at the same time, most people are also of the opinion that private and mission universities have this caging, they cage the students or the younger ones, and I mean most of them do get successful, but when it comes to their social skills, as opposed to those who went to federal or public universities, when the ability to interact, the ability to have that connection with people, they don't have it because they have been in this box space for about 4 or 5 years. So do what's your response to that?
So it depends on what you mean by social interaction. If a social interaction is irresponsibility, then I would say no. Ability to connect with others. Remember that these students live in rooms. We have said no to living alone in a room because we want to create social space.
Okay.
Know your roommate, interact with your roommate, live well with your roommate. And we even have prizes for best rooms in terms of behavior, in terms of harmony in the room. So social space is already in their room. Social space is already in the classroom and all that. It's not as if they don't interact with others.
All those gatherings,
all those gatherings, unity week. We have unity week and all that. We have parties here and there, but within a space of God for University. Then we have normal holidays. At Christmas, I have almost 3 weeks or 1 month. Then end of semester, I have 1 month. Long back, I have almost 3 months. You have time to interact and continue to develop your social intelligence. And I do not believe that students of God from University and the other private institutions lack social intelligence. I do not believe that.
I think she meant being withdrawn.
Yeah, that's
withdrawn.
Yes. Introverted, a bit,
No, they are not. No, they are not. I can tell you this. The only thing is that we try to, help them to be responsible. That's the only thing. Because if you allow a young person to leave in the Monday morning and come back on Friday, failure is programmed already. Okay, it's already programmed. That student is not going to do well in studies. And you know what is happening. Some have fallen into the hands of criminals by constantly moving out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, some have been turned into call girls. Some boys have turned into yahoo. If you don't control this, remember, don't always forget that age. You know, they are at the age where they do things without knowing the implication.
Mm-hmm.
That's always the tendency that we forget that young. I tell my students, you are little girls, in spite of your height. You are little girls. You have no experience. Okay? I have an experience of almost 59 years of experience on earth, and you just have experience of 18 years. We are not the same thing. So you need to guide. It's our responsibility to guide without actually exaggerating the guiding. They have to be young people. Young people must be young people and all that. But you have to guide them. If you don't do that, what you call social life will become criminal life.
Yes.
Exactly. That is very true.
Yeah.
Okay, so Professor, how important is collaborating with, universities and industries in shaping the lives of the youth and, the students at large?
It is very important with other universities because they get exposure. Our students go to universities outside Nigeria. Okay, they go to UK, US university. In the course of their studies, they go to Austria, they interact with other students. And that's, they come to understand that these students are not superior to them. It is good for them psychologically.
Mm-hmm.
They also have competitions. We have a very strong office for competitions. Where Godfrey Okoye University is showing its weight. In every competition in this country, it's either we take first or we don't go beyond the third or fourth position. So it's an opportunity for them to interact and, and also they have this, associations of other universities. They meet with them and they do things. So we also have intensive collaboration with some universities like UNN and others, and Babcock. We have that. Then with other universities outside the country. Then industries. I've talked about town and gown assembly.
Okay.
Since we had that assembly, we have always ensured that our students, get attached to the industries. If you are doing law, for example, you are attached to a law firm from after year 1. From year 2 of your law program, you go to a law firm during the holidays. So that by the time you graduate, you are already a lawyer. You can draft, you can do things, you know how it works. Okay? The same thing, accounting students are attached to different banks. Mass comm students are attached to we are working now that our mass comm students come to this place, as often as possible.
Okay.
These are things. So you are exposed to your professional life if you are God for University. So nothing professional will be foreign to you by the time you graduate. And I think that is one reason why our students and graduates are doing well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Now, talking about facilities, I mean, earlier on we spoke about funding and how the university comes up with the resources. But we also know that, schools, private universities, mission universities boast of impressive buildings and lovely environment. But when it comes to the laboratories, the libraries, research facilities, what is it looking like, in Godfrey?
If you want to know, you come to Godfrey Okoye University. The main campus of our university, go and look at the quality of laboratories, clean, excellent. You go and look at our dissection room for medical students, clean, marvelous. Go to our teaching hospital. So it's all hearsay. One thing is to have a room filled with the equipment, another thing is to use the equipment. Okay?
Yes.
That's another thing. I've been on accreditation where you have a room packed to computers, nobody's using them. They have these facilities that are not using. Whatever we have, we use, and we keep everything clean. If you go to our teaching hospital now, by the way, we have maybe one of the few private universities with their own teaching hospital, not borrowing from others, not going to UNTH. We have our teaching hospital that is fully equipped. Last week, the first brain surgery happened and all that.
Interesting.
Yes, excellent. And the guy is doing well. So when you see that happen in a private setting, you know that they are actually getting it right.
Yes.
So there may be one or two that will lack equipment and all that. It's understandable. It's all about funding. But certainly not go for University.
Okay, so let's actually talk about the admission process, the accreditation process. What is it like there?
Yeah, admission is very competitive, especially in so-called professional programs like law, medicine, nursing, and all that, computer science. Okay, so if you're going to study such programs in our university, you have to be very fast. We have closed law now, and very soon we'll close medicine and nursing, computer science also. So it's very competitive, because people know the quality of what you are giving. Other programs also are doing exceedingly well. And so anybody who wants to study in Godfrey Okoye University must ensure that he or she gets admission before the middle of October. Because by the end of October, you will not find space again in the university. So it's that, and don't try to overshoot the number that we can handle. You know, in some universities, you keep getting students. Whether they are standing up during lectures or not, it's not their business. Their business is that we have admitted them. We don't do that. We make sure that we have space for the students who are taken into the university.
Now, looking at
and accreditation, all our programs are fully accredited. We always ensure that we don't start a program without the approval of NUC, National Universities Commission. Okay. That's our way of life. Okay. We can never start a program without approval. And when our programs are approved, we ensure that those programs have accreditation. All programs in the university are fully accredited. Because it will be irresponsible to keep taking students in a program that's not accredited. At the end of the day, they will not graduate. So that's it. Medical, before we mounted medicine, we invited NUC. NUC gave approval. We invited the medical council. Medical council gave approval. That's why we're moving very fast. By 2027, we'll have our first set of medical doctors.
Wow, yes. That's quite wonderful. Yeah. Wonderful. Now, let's look at research when it comes to students. I mean, we know that mostly it's usually the professors, the lecturers that do research papers. But what about students? Are they also encouraged to, you know, publish research papers, or, you know, what's the research looking like for the students?
Yes, they are encouraged to work with their lecturers, of course. At this stage, you work with the lecturers. Okay. And if you are doing any postgraduate program at university, you must publish, okay, before you can graduate. You cannot graduate until your paper is accepted for publication in one of the good journals. And that's it. So we encourage publication, but you do that with the lecturers.
So how are the students taking that? Are they, you know, are they doing it?
They are. They are. Many of them have a lot of publications, and that's how they can become young professors. Yes, it is very easy for you if you have been publishing to become this. In our university, it's not a number of years. If you have the required publications to be a professor, you become a professor. That's why we have young professors in our university.
Wonderful. Yes. But there's this thing about private universities. You know, most people say when you leave the shores of this country and maybe you don't have a certificate from one federal university and it's mostly private, that most times it's not recognized.
No, it is the opposite the case. No other university is recognized in Austria and Germany as God for University is. As a matter of fact, if you are coming from a certificate from somewhere else, they may need to, you know, confirm. But if you are coming from Godfrey University, they don't need any further confirmation. Okay. So it depends on the country. Okay, if UK, if it is US, if it's Canada, if it's top countries of the world, certainly not, because these are countries that have seen our products and they have tested our food, and then they will cook well.
Okay, so what is the relationship between the industry and the classroom? Are there innovations that they are bringing in, you know, to help equip the students annually, you know, part-time, quarter-time? How do they do it?
They are. I just finished a Zoom meeting, and I was supposed to be here at 10 o'clock, but I had to go for a Zoom meeting with the embassy for based in Switzerland. Innocent Opanum is one of the best architects we have in the world. He is a part-time lecturer, but he has a studio in Abuja. And he takes about 5 to 6 students of the university, you know, to the studio where they work, where the students work with students all over the world. So the industry comes to the university and takes students to the industry and all that, and the students are enriched. He told me about an airport that's been designed by one of our graduates. You know, he has given that project to design. So a lot of that. And then we had a meeting with Manefo. Manefo is a top aerospace engineer based in Switzerland. He's organizing a competition now. But first of all, he wants to see that students do certain things, you know, certain things that the world of industry requires. This world requires. And they can, you know, then have a competition. And those who are successful in the competition will certainly have the opportunity to work in different big techs and big industries in the world. So we have that space of industry coming to tell us, okay, why don't you invest in this? Why don't you train your students along these lines, and we'll be able to take them. We have had hackathon competition. Hackathon competition came from Austria and Germany, where students were given specific assignments to do, and all that. The first person won 6 million and all that. And these students are now part of the company, automatically part of the company. So have open doors for the companies coming to our university, telling us how the students can be trained to feed the industry, and then taking the students when they graduate.
Okay, that's very lovely. Now let's talk about the medical faculty. College. College. There is one like that.
Medical college, that's what it's called.
Okay, apart from that, there are speculations that there is a permanent site for the Godfrey Okoye University Are they moving very soon, or are you comfortable with the fact that different departments are dispersed over the area? You know, the length, or is the length correct? The distance between the department and the distance at which the students live, they are quite far. Are you comfortable with that, or is there anything, you know, put into place for them to move faster to the permanent site?
I don't know what you mean by distance. We have 3 campuses actually.
Okay.
We have Thinkers Corner Campus 1, here where my office is. We have Thinkers Corner Campus 2, down where the law faculty is. And we have the main campus of Godfrey University at ENUGU. For now, the main campus houses College of Medicine and Nursing, okay? They study there and they live there. When those in medicine finish their 3-year program and have their second MBA examination, second MBA SS examination, they move to teaching hospital as that's the training. Yeah, it is possible in the next 1 year that natural sciences will join, but we must ensure that we have accommodation for all the students, so there's no movement from here to there. Some faculties will continue to be here because we have invested a lot in Thinkers Corner over the years. There are faculties that must be here, PG programs that must be here, but 1 or 2 faculties will move. But the main campus of the university, for expansion, we have 173 hectares of land there. It's for the continuous, endless expansion of Godfrey University. There's no end to the expansion. A university can be up to 100,000 students, can have.
Yes.
So when you have about 173 hectares of land, then you are qualified to accommodate 50 to 100,000 students. And that we are indeed qualified. That is the future. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I want to ask something that's usually not, I wouldn't say it's not given that much attention, but it's not always spoken about. That is when it comes to student support and mentorship. What exactly is Godfrey doing when it comes to counseling students, mentoring them, even you know, being interested in their mental health and their capabilities, their welfare, you know, under academic pressure in the school setting?
Very good, very good. That's a very good question. We have counseling units in our psychology department. We have counseling units, but then above all, every student of the university has a mentor. Okay? Yes. Once you're a student, you have a mentor, and you have to be interacting with the mentor. And when your case is beyond your mentor, of course, there's a counseling unit you have to go to. But you have a mentor. Nobody stands here and is not connected with someone else. So that's the way it works. So from your first year, you get somebody who is your mentor, and you're meeting with the mentor. And every year, we get a report from the mentor about you, about your performance and all that.
Each and every student.
Every student here. And if you don't have mentorships report, then you're in trouble. You cannot be anonymous in Godfrey University. You cannot. There's no anonymity in Godfrey University. We have to know you. And if you make yourself a dark horse, then we'll try to have some interaction with you. Okay?
So it's being followed strictly. All the students have mentors.
And there's directorates for it. Mentorship directorate. Yeah. That organizes that.
So what other factors do you put in measure to make sure that these people stay motivated, and then all the technological devices that are made available to them, how do they use it?
Yeah, first of all, how they stay motivated, that's one question. We have a competition we call Vice Chancellor for One Day. That's how to motivate students academically. Vice Chancellor for One Day is the student with the highest CGPA, cumulative grade point average in a year. And when you become Vice Chancellor for One Day, you take over the office of the Vice Chancellor. The Vice Chancellor's official convoy with all the police officers attached to the Vice Chancellor will go to the hospital to pick up and bring you to the office of the Vice Chancellor. Your parents will come, your local government chairman, sometimes you're taken to the governor of the state. You're Vice Chancellor for One Day. That's a very prestigious position. Okay, everybody looks forward to it, to becoming Vice Chancellor for One Day. And then when you become the overall best, you are put in the Hall of Fame of Godfrey University. A lot of prizes running to millions that you get. And you keep getting competitions where things that actually encourage you. Prizes, well, a lot of prizes. Our students win a lot of prizes. I can tell you that in a year, you get a student winning up to 3 million, 4 million
Interesting.
Yes, in different prices. You know?
The vice chancellor for one day, does the person get to make decisions?
Yes.
That day?
Yeah, make a decision.
And
yes.
Done.
Yeah. Well, it's left for the party. When you finish your tenure.
I think I want to go back to school.
The substantive vice chancellor will have to decide. But you make decisions. People come to you, cause I mean, and all that. And then you make do everything. I'm not in the office. I'm not vice chancellor that day. And you address the senate of the university. You address all the students, you know. And you can go around the ENUGU with official comfort. All the police officers of this are attached to you. Okay, that's something prestigious. So that's where to. And then using the IT, of course, they take the facilities we have. We will try to encourage students. Of course, the lecturer, the teachers in the classroom, and the different things we do, encourage them to use. We have exams that are taken online. For example, you have to, you know, like GCP, General Computer Testing Examination is done online and all that. So it's not a problem for students of the generation to use these tech things, you know, because that's their word. So I don't think they need persuasion to use that. You know, what they don't like is not using what can actually facilitate their studies.
That is true. Yeah. Now, looking at the global competitiveness, I mean, I would like to speak on a general note and then also specifically to Godfrey Okoye as well. How would you say that Nigerian private universities, you know, rank both in Africa and globally when it comes to academic quality, and then Godfrey Okoye as well?
Yeah, you can say the ranking. Ranking is not something. Say times just a ranking system, higher education ranking, which is prestigious. In terms of higher education, we are ranked #1 in Nigeria from staff-student ratio. We are Godfrey ranked #1. General ranking will still be out. You will say when you look at times higher education, you say private universities in the first 20 categories, at least 4 or 5 universities I got from private, so we're there. So I think the private mission institutions are doing well in terms of academic ranking, staff mixed by rank, and every other category of ranking, doing incredibly well. You see, when you look at Covenant, it's always coming first in many of the rankings and all that. And our university, Babcock, and the others that are doing well. So don't forget also it's about number publications. UNN will have thousands of publications because they have over 2,000 lecturers. Yeah. Okay, so when you put everything, even if it's one publication for one lecturer, you know, you have over 2,000 publications. So not just the facilities, but also publications.
Okay, so looking ahead, and we are almost rounding up with today's show. Looking ahead, what do you see and where do you see the future of the private universities, especially in Nigeria, and that of Godfrey Okoye?
I think Professor Mafiana of the NUC, former Deputy Executive Secretary, said it. The future of this country is private university. The future of Nigeria is private universities. He said it very clearly, and I believe that. I want public institutions to continue to do well. I want that because not everybody would like to go to private institutions. But the private institution must be driving everything, just like the private sector. In many countries of the world, it is the private sector that drives society. That private institution must be doing this. Private institutions or mission institutions cannot take all the students. How many? I mean, how many students can they absorb? Nigeria, every year, about 2 million Nigerians write JAMB. They need to go to university. And Nigeria grows by 4 to 7 million every year. So we need more institutions. But we need institutions that will be driving others. Institutions that can be role models for others. Where you can say, go to private Godfrey Okoye University and see what they're doing there. Institutions that can call the shots in aesthetics, in harmony, in orderliness, in commitment, in resilience, in discipline, in moral soundness. We need such institutions. Okay?
That is quite a lot. Yeah. But I mean, I hope in the future, you know, we'll have all of this pushing forward. Yeah. Thank you so much for this lovely, lovely conversation, Professor Anyeke.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you. God bless you.
All right, and that is it for our conversation with Professor Christian Anyeke, Vice Chancellor, Godfrey Okoye University, ENUGU, talking on the standard of teaching and learning in private universities in Nigeria. And the morning show will be right back after this break. Do stay with us.
Welcome back. I hope you had a great watch, and that was the exclusive interview with the VC of Godfrey Okoye University. And coming up next is our exclusive interview with Luke Ngwo on Political Circle. Do stay with us.
Hello, you're welcome to Political Circle on Signature Television. It started with the defection of some legislators from Labour Party to the APC in Enugu State, followed by the defection of about 1,000 party men and women from the PDP, Labour Party, ADC and so on to the APC. From the look of things, more high-profile party faithful seem to be ready to also defect to the APC. Unfortunately, the members of the APC in Enugu State seem to be divided on the development. While the foundation members of the APC are happy with the defections, the other group led by the Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Nnaji, seem to be uncomfortable with the development. Speaking on behalf of the foundation members of the APC in the state, Mr. Osto Okechukwu, former DG Voice of Nigeria, said that His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba and his group are wholeheartedly welcome to the APC in the state. He questioned why the Honorable Minister and his group are not comfortable with the likely coming of a performing governor like His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba to the party. On the other hand, Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology has also cautioned politicians seeking to come into the APC in Enugu State. He said, and I want to quote, that there is no automatic ticket for anyone. That's our focus today on Political Circle. Our topic is spate of defections to the APC in Enugu State. My name is Luke Ngwo. I'm joined by Dr. Ben Nwonye, the immediate past chairman of the APC in Enugu State. Dr. Nwonye, welcome to Political Circle.
Good morning, Luke, and thank you for having me.
It's been long.
It's been a very long time. It's good to see you.
The defections into your party, how did it come to you?
You know, it's a wonderful thing. I'm not surprised there are people who are defecting, but what I'm surprised is the way and the manner in which they have been welcomed. In the 8 years while I was the party state chairman, it was always a thing of joy to welcome new entrants. You recall that I actually we're doing every week during my own time of office. We welcomed the then immediate past governor of Enugu State, His Excellency Barrister Sullivan Chime. I welcomed him to APC. I also welcomed the former Senate President, I think it was the 8th Senate, Senator Ken Namani. I welcomed him into APC. I welcomed Ayogeze, who then became our Guba candidate. I welcomed the Jim Wobodo. And I welcomed Senator Fido Okolo. He's so rest in peace now. So we joyfully do that. We joyfully welcome people. But what is really baffling is the idea that a serving minister left his job in Abuja and will run down here and stage some rally before election. It's not in his job schedule. He's the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology. He stages from OP Junction, he goes to Ako, from Ako. He finds himself in Igbeze North, where he welcomed really low-level, yet to be recognized political figures. And then those who have left the Labour Party, the 3 members of the House, the Professor Namchi, Chiamobi, Ago, and Umeha. And then he welcomes them and he starts issuing out order. He even makes reference that they are IDPs, internally displaced politicians. He refers to them in such manner, and they're following him. So, you know, that brings to bear, again, it throws me back to now, why would a reporter, or rather, a well-respectable newspaper in Nigeria, that did a count on what these ministers have been doing, and unfortunately rated our own minister as a sleeping minister. I didn't say that. Now, if he had managed his job duty very well, if he had remained on his duty post, I don't think anybody would have called him a sleeping. I judged him, not call him. I judged him as a sleeping minister. But I think he probably thought that being awake is going down to ENUGU and dancing up and down and moving from one location to the other. It is not electioneering time yet, my friend. And you saw what happened in OP. At the end of the day, some people that they hired, they had some disagreement with them, and they started destroying the property of the event manager's property, the tent and canopies and all that. And they tried to ascribe it to PDP. It's not true. These are the people they hired to set up. They didn't pay them. My own investigation, they didn't pay them. They hired them for security. And the story came out that they didn't pay them for their security work, and they went on tried to destroy the canopies and all that. And they wind up settling those issues from behind the door and begin to push the blame to PDP. All they did, the governor of ENUGU State was going to kickstart some project and commission some road project done by the serving chairman of Nsukka local government. These are things he shouldn't be doing. I mean, I think our president should have taken note of this minister that left his duty post.
But any reason for that? Why will he be into such?
Of course, there are reasons. Number one, he's not occupied. We have 48 ministers. And there's some kind of duplicity of duties if you look at the way they're managed. So he forgot sometimes that his job duty. So his focus from day one is another election. This is barely 2 years into office. There's no minister. You go check. Just go check the book, check the record. You don't see minister. You don't even see even the Yesum Wike that is always on air. What you see him, Yesum Wike doing, of course, of the PDP, is you will see him on TV showcasing projects, not rallying PDP members. You don't see David Umahi, okay, doing rally, claiming that he has done some audio defection, 1,000 defection. From where? Where did you get the 1,000? Did he do registration of those members? He did not. So these are what we call audio defection. What we know that have defected are 3 people so far. That is the 3 members serving in the House. Those are the people we know that have defected. And all that are perhaps some of his friends who want to get job and they rally around and they call women dancing troops and all that. And they call them defectors. We know the grassroots politics. People don't defect that way. Ask him, who are the people that defected at Igbeze North? He won't be able to name any known politician from, I guess, one person. That would be the former deputy mayor of Igbeze North. That defect, that's one person. Okay, now at Ako, ask him to tell us who is the person that defected that led him to take all this dancing troupe to Ako. He can't. At OP, 3 unknown politicians. Just ask him. So you have a gentleman who has been given a job that is not equal to the task. And so because he has nothing to do on his desk, he runs down. But the problem is, here's the problem. He's running APC government down. Because as he's moving around, making this so-called receiving people, he makes utterances that are unwarranted. APC is a political party. You don't issue order and you say this people cannot come in, that person cannot come in, the governor cannot come in, and that you are going to win. Secondly, he's moving around with a man who has been barred from parading himself as a state chairman. That is Barisu Gochukwu Abala. There's a court order existing, had never been vacated or altered since August 9th, 2024. The man had been removed. And this minister, not obeying the court order, introducing him as the chairman, aiding him and abetting him to flout the court order. This is illegality.
That's leading to my next question. Is he with party members? Is he doing this with party members or is just on his own?
The man is on his own, but then he's doing it with illegality, with illegal chairman. He's also doing it with the support, unfortunately, with the support of the South Southeast Vice Chairman, Dr. Rodiobu, for whatever reason, they chose to ignore the law. He's also doing it with the support, acquiescence, and approval of the Deputy National Chairman, South, Chief ENUGU. They know this is illegality. They know that it is not electionary time. They know that they are kind of hitting up the polity. If the governor is going to launch a project somewhere in Nsukka, OP precisely, we expect the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, if he wants to compete with Governor Peter Mbah, he should be going there also on the same day and time to launch his own project. Not to go there and start dancing around with dancing troops and then talking about people are joining. He's going to win the election in 2027. The records are there. The last time he contested against Peter Mbah, they were both candidates. Peter was a candidate of PDP. Him, Uche, was a candidate of APC. What did he score? He scored a misery 14,575 votes. These are facts by the INEC record. What did Peter score? He scored well over 160,000 votes. So there's no comparison. That's what before Peter started performing. That was Peter's score based on the book, the paper he presented. He could not, him, Uche Nnaji, could not present a manifesto to ENUGU people. And so he was rejected from day one. And that rejection was resoundingly amplified when the result came out. In his own word, Abugo was 3. He got 3 votes. And that 3 votes represent himself and 2 of his aides. And these are facts. You can go and check, pick it. In his own local government, where I am from, Nkanu West, he got a misery number of 1,106 votes. Okay? When I ran for Senate, I scored way more than him. And we are talking about, this is a man who has demonstrated failure, performance failure, judged by not me or any political opponent, but adjudged by elite scholars who sat down and said, let us look at these 48 people that President Tinubu had given assignment. See how they are performing. If they actually understood their job schedule. And they looked at it one by one. And when it came to the ENUGU, the minister representing ENUGU at the FEC, they said he was sleeping. And they adjudged him a sleeping minister.
And let's leave that aspect of the conversation. Let's go into this. Because there is a lot of, call it rumors in town, speculations and all that. Are we expecting more people to defect into the APC?
Listen, look, you recall that I left APC in April. At the time. And I came back. The reason I came back is when we got a new national chairman. And
hello. You're welcome to Political Circle on Signature Television. It started with the defection of some legislators from Labour Party to the APC in Enugu State, followed by the defection of about 1,000 party men and women from the PDP Labour Party.
Minister of representing Enugu, who knows nothing about the politics, who showed up and they gave him the largest portfolio. He decided he's a technocrat. How many Enugu people did he give foreign scholarship? I'm talking about Onyama. How many Enugu people did he assist? You are from the same community as him. How many people did he raise? When you're made a minister, you raise people. You raise great men and women. We are the records. I'm not trying to go to the past, but I'm sticking with the issue. Why I am troubled that our performing governor can do better, can perform better, can show up work better if he is with the ruling party. Already, our dear president has given us a university of agri just recently. The past president, Buhari, gave us a federal polytechnic. We need to be in charge of who become the board chairman of those, who become the rector, who becomes the VC. We don't need someone either from Abia State because the person is a deputy speaker of the house, is dictating to Enugu State, who becomes a member of Southeast Development Commission. That happened. We don't need somebody from Abia State dictating to us who becomes a member representing us at Federal Character Commission. It just happened. While I love the guy, I love Ojuzo Carlo, but I'm worried that if my governor continue to stay outside the ball, outside the playing field, other people will overreach.
Take advantage.
They take advantage. I love the young man, Peter, that was just recently appointed. He's from Aji, Igbeze North. But politics is not played that way. It is in the disadvantage of Enugu people. Those who are emotionally attached to PDP don't understand the politics. Mba is its own self a political movement. Peter Mba's work, he will win. Give him a zero party, he will win. Party is just a vehicle. I want people to get that. The so-called PDP is not an Igbo people's party or Enugu people's party. It's a Nigerian party.
Well, that's your perspective.
That's my perspective.
Well, let me come into this. In the case of His Excellency Peter Mba accepting to join your party, how do you think they'll be able to manage the structure and party positions? Don't you think this might be part of why some people are wary?
It might be why they are worried, but you know what? In my own narrative, I call it, if Peter comes into APC, I will call it the Hurricane Peter. The Hurricane Peter will change the dynamic once he touches down. It will change the dynamic of who is what. Number one is that they have to obey the law. Ugabala is no longer the chairman of APC, Enugu State. Ugabala will have to go. But what happens with the structure will be determined at the Congress. Okay? But the practice is clear. Enugu State will not be different from any other state. All over the state, from Lagos to Borno, anywhere you have a sitting governor, the sitting governor is the leader of the party. Just like the president is the leader of the party. President decided whom he wants to make the chairman, the national chairman of the party. The same way the governor decides who he wants to pilot the affairs of the party. That is the party politics. The Supreme Court is also in agreement that what happens is within the party. And for me, having served as a chairman for 8 years, the state chairman for 8 years, I was also the secretary of the State Chairman's Forum, APC State Chairman Forum, a forum of the 36 state chairmen plus Abuja, 37 of us. I was the secretary. I was part and parcel of the little nitty-gritty from the beginning, from our Baba Kande, Baba Bisi Akande, all the way to Oshomole, Maimala. I was there with Oshomole, I was there with Oyegun, I was there with Maimala, Buni. I was there until Adam Abdullahi. So I know the party mechanics. You can't stay outside. A minister is not the leader of the party.
Sir, let me ask you this. Don't you think that governance is suffering with this so much interest in party politics when the time is not yet right?
I agree with you. That's what I said. When they say that the Minister of Innovation, Science and Tech have been adjudged to be a sleeping minister. He is not sleeping politically in terms of political juggling and up and down. The man is awake. However, when it comes to his job duty, the job he was hired by Tinubu to do, he's sleeping. So governance, of course, is suffering. He shows up, guess what? He held a meeting, a party meeting, comprising of all the wards, his ward executive and all that, and it lasted for 5 hours. Okay? Then he jumped, let me just finish. He jumped over again to P and held a rally. We had some fracas amongst his party of court. Governance is suffering. He's supposed to remain in Abuja.
Why is INEC not wearing the big stick?
Well, you know that INEC had never wielded the big stick on anyone. Historically, when it comes to in terms of corrective action, INEC has never done that. Whether it is a campaign, all those laws about INEC corrective, they're just in the book. They're like adultery law. There are laws that you put in the book, but nobody gets prosecuted for it. So anyone can print any poster. You've seen, even in Abuja, there are posters, of course, of our own president, people putting up the poster, but the president had never come up and say he's running. But this is a man whom we have national officers of the party from Southeast follow him around and say he's going to be the next governor. That's campaign. And the ban on campaign has not been lifted. Him himself flying around and putting up flags and dancing is campaign. Governance is something.
Time is not our friend. But let me ask you this. What will be your advice to your colleagues, party faithfuls, party men, on the recent development?
Let's just be faithful. Let's be united. You can't win an election by expelling people, by making acrimonies amongst yourself. Let's unite the party. Let's come together and forget the past. And let's welcome new members to the party. And let's pray to God and beg him back to join APC and make ENUGU State a progressive state.
Please God, your prayers will come to pass. That's our show today. I've been talking with Dr. Ben Nwonye, the immediate past chairman of the APC in ENUGU State. Thanks for being part of the show. My name is Luke Mbo. Nigeria, we hail thee.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. The morning show continues with our Abuja studio. Have a great watch.
When a group, an association in Abia's best interest association, addressed the press in Abuja, that conference began to raise queries about that image, began to raise queries about accountability, began to raise queries about appropriate prioritization, and began to raise queries about acknowledging the legacies of the past administration. That conference raised the matter of, is Abia being born today? Is Abia being invented today? And so this morning, I have former Commissioner for Information in Abia State, Dr. Eze Chikamnayo. Eze, welcome to the program.
My brother, I appreciate
How
it.
has it been?
I'm doing very well, and you're not doing badly too.
We thank God for every day.
I don't know how you managed to look younger.
Let me ask you,
Yes.
Abia is called God's own state.
Yeah.
It appears that God has abandoned Abia.
Never now. How can you say a thing like that? God will never abandon Abia state. Abia is in God's hand, remains God's own state, and will ever be God's own state.
You addressed that press conference on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And from my assessment of that press conference, it appeared that the Philistines are having a hand, they're kind of defeating the Lord's army.
No, what we did is, you see, there's a challenge we're having in Nigeria as a whole, not just Abia State. And that's the challenge that people tend to support governments based on sentiments and not based on facts. So if you are from the north, and probably your brother is the president of Nigeria, for as long as he's president, he does no wrong. If you are in party A and your party man is governor, for as long as it's your party, he could do no wrong. And that is a major challenge for us as Nigerians. If you play back, a little to 2015, when the late Mohammed Buhari became president, and he started making some 40 steps. The moment anybody come and say, why is this our president behaving this way? You hear, my friend, you are part of the PDP. After all, you people were here for 16 years. Keep quiet. You have no moral standing to talk about anything that is concerning this nation. So Buhari rode on that defense. People were making excuses for him. And before you know it, 8 years went. And all of that 8 years, everything that was supposed to have been changed was blamed on PDP that was no longer in power. Now, a new government is in power at the center. And I quarrel every day with people who will come and tell us, after all, Buhari did not do well. That is a major fault, a very faulty way of reasoning. You see, people are supposed to be adjudged based on 3 parameters. 1, the promises they made. Because you are not supposed to take the people for granted when you are running elections. You are supposed to be a man of honor. And you're supposed to promise only those things that you can achieve.
And you can provide.
Because if you don't, I'm a lawyer. In law, there's a section of the law we call obtaining by false pretense. If a politician obtains his mandate by false pretense, through making frivolous and highfalutin promises, he's as guilty as a swindler who went to promise a good he cannot deliver. So most politicians today are high on promises, but low on performance. And because they are low on performance, they now become high on propaganda in order to cover their inability to fulfill the promises they have made. And that's the challenge we're having in Abia State today. In Abia State today, we have a government that was swept into power by 2 factors. The Obi wave. Our people were tired of marginalization, and our brother Obi was running, and every Igbo man wanted to make sure that we gave Philip to that ambition. assuage all the years of marginalization in terms of the presidential seat of Nigeria. So Peter Obi was there. And because he was on the ticket, a lot of people jumped into that bandwagon of the Labour Party. And they were delivered in their various positions. Sometimes the people that were voting for them didn't even know who exactly they were voting for. There was no opportunity to check those individuals in Labour Party based on their antecedents and their capacities and their level of, delivery in terms of what they have done in the past.
They rode on the back of favorable sentiments.
Yes, exactly. So now,
yes,
in Abia State in particular, we have a Labour Party government. And most people who like P2B all over the country, the people you call obedience, to them, the Labour Party government in Abia can do no wrong. So, even when you are telling them that this Labour Party government in Abia State is not delivering on promises, concrete promises, projects that you can see based on resources available to the government at this material time, the groundswell of obedience across the country who dominate the social media will shut you down. Because in Nigeria, you support the government you like, whether the person is doing the right thing or not. And you try to demonize public officials you don't like, maybe because they belong to a particular party that is at variance with your own party. But let's come to specifics.
Yes.
In Abia, Best Interests Association, we took a very hard look at the books. There is what you call the budget performance reports that our sister Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala did a very fantastic job as Minister of Finance by saying, Mr. A, Mr. B, if you are governor of a state, before you come to the center to collect money for second quarter of 2025, please give us an idea of what you have done with monies released to you in the first quarter. Mr. Governor, before you qualify for World Bank assistance or for particular projects, you must give us your budget performance report for the year preceding that year. You are making the request. So we looked at, we are not interested in lampooning Alex Otti, but we say, let us see, this Alex Otti made some promises to Abians, part of which was transparency and accountability. He harped repeatedly on what he considered the lack of transparency and accountability of the previous governor. And he said, when I become governor, I'm going to be the most transparent governor in Nigeria. I'm going to be the most accountable governor in Nigeria. After all, I'm a banker, I'm an economist, and all of that. And Abians trusted him. And for one reason or the other, he found himself there as governor. So the question we are asking, the simple question we are asking, is Alex Otti today living up to his promises? Or has he obtained his mandate
by false pretense?
By false pretense? And our own answer is yes. From the report available to us, facts, not fiction, from the evidence as submitted by him, not produced by any other source, but the government, what they submitted in their budget performance report for 2024, that it appears from that document that Abians are in a government of one chance. The more you look, the less you see. Let me buttress one point. What I'm wearing here, if you look at me here, is, look at this. I said, Governor Alex Otti. Where are the 51 public schools which you purport to have built with 54 billion? We just took one out of the lots because there are so many other unresolved issues. But we say this one is what everybody can see, because evidence, in law we say evidence is the end of argument. Everybody in Abia State can see schools. Schools are not buried beneath the earth. And he came to the budget of last year, 2020-2024. He budgeted for public schools. At the end of 24, early this year, he sent a report that he had built, completed, delivered 51 public schools at the cost of 54 billion. So what we went in our conference to tell him yesterday, yes, Mr. Governor, you have delivered 51 public schools. You have spent 54 billion purportedly. Where are the public schools? Just give us a simple list. School number 1, school number 2, school number 3, all the way to 51. That is in the first column. 1, 2, 3, 51. Second column, location of the schools. Let us see them. Third column, pictures depicting the new schools that have been constructed. 4, in the spirit of transparency, contractors that handled those projects in line with due process and accountability. Simple. We have 17 local governments in Abia State. You have built 51 schools across Abia State. You have spent 54 billion. On the average, which means at every local government, if you multiply 17 by 2 billion, it will give you 34 billion. You still have over 10 billion left. Okay? Let's assume that every local government in Abia got 2 billion worth of public schools. Where are the schools? We can't see them.
Okay, no. Let us not, don't give me the answer yet. Because I'm going to ask you and your group, your association, as you make these demands, have you yourselves taken time to know whether the schools were built or renovated and where they're located? Or did you search and you did not find?
Thank you very much. I'm just coming back from a tour now. We went on a tour. I have the video. I will make them available to you. We went on a tour of local government by local government. We even went to the governor's local government. It's Alangwa South. We couldn't see one. In some local governments, we saw some schools that are being renovated through ASUPEB. You know what is called State Universal Basic Education Board. State Universal Basic Education Board is a joint, it's funded through federal government, state and local government. They are different, it's a different thing altogether. It's not what we are talking about. We are talking about under subhead education in Abia.
In the budget
performance report. There's a difference between budget.
Yes, I was coming to that.
Budget and budget.
In other words, it's a report that I have done this.
Retirement. I gave you 20 million to run this station. You come back for another 20 million. The owner of this station says no. Before accountant should release more money to you.
Yes. Account for the last.
Manager, account for the last one, and you brought your account. So what we are saying is budget performance report submitted by Alex Oti himself indicates that 51 public schools have been built, furnished, completed as of 2024 at the cost of 54 billion. And these 51 public schools are existing only on the internet. We can't see them. So we now came and said, okay, let us assume without considering that maybe our search, our microscope was 40. Give us a list. Yourself. We say, Commissioner of Education, just give us a simple list, a guide. Go to Umunochi local government. Go to Isochis. Go to Ngodo. You will see one school. See the picture. See the signboard. See the contractor. See the date. See the time. See the amount. That is transparency. That is accountability. Because that money does not belong to LST. It belongs to the people of Abia State. He's a custodian. In trust.
By the way, to whom did he submit this performance report?
To the Minister of, I told you that the sequence, every state, that's why governors can be held accountable. And I want Nigerians to please do this. Go to the Minister of Finance, Federal Minister of Finance. Look at budget performance report of your different states, not just Abia.
Yeah.
Look at your governors. They have submitted what they have presumably done
with the money they have collected.
They have collected. Like the president said the other day, let this grass at the grassroots be watered. I have been releasing this money. Yes, I have removed subsidy, but I can't eat the money. And I can't share the money at Ogbete market. I can't share it at Ariara market. I have to pass it through constitutional channels back to the people. So the president removes subsidy, President ENUGU. Abia State, as of 2023, the last allocation they received was 5 billion. By May, subsidy removed. By August, Abia State was receiving 18 billion. So what it means is that every state in Nigeria, ENUGU State, Abia State, Anambra State, there is a boom. The whole money has been mopped up and channeled to the state actors, the subnationals. So some governors are making good use of it, paying off pension arrears, paying off arrears of gratuities, paying off debts, paying off all the liabilities, doing new roads that couldn't have been done before, building gigantic legacy projects that were unimaginable before because of lack of funds. Now funds are available. So in Abia, we say, okay, in the name of accountability, in the spirit of transparency, Mr. Governor, we have seen you have submitted the report that you did 51 schools. You said it cost 54 billion. Well done, Mr. Governor. You have tried. Please show us the list.
Where are they?
Where are they? It shouldn't be a difficult.
Well, it's
because these are completed.
Yeah, but
these are completed. Purportedly completed projects
as contained in his own
report. State budget performance report. What I have done with the budget of last year. Remember, as of 2023, which we don't want to emphasize, from May 2023 to December 2023, Alex Oti also in the Ministry of Education budget performance took 14 billion for public schools under the subhead. We are just using, we are using public schools as a case in point. In 2020, he took 14 billion public schools. The whole of 2024, he took 54 billion. This 2025, first and second quarter, he has also taken another 18 billion in the name of public schools. But we don't want to combine 23, 24, 25. We say, let us just say from January 24 to December 24, the 54 billion, 51 schools as contained in that. Show us the schools. Location, amount, pictures. Pictures don't lie. What I expected between yesterday and now is to see all over social media pictures of fantastic schools flying from the media to counter what I have said, from the media office of Alex Oti, from the Commissioner for Information there, from the Commissioner for Education.
But I have a worry here, Dr. Eze, and that is this governor has reported to the federal ministry, which, if in doubt, would have cross-checked. Because the essence of that performance report is to be sure that indeed what you claim you did, you did.
It is not the duty of the federal. Let me correct that.
Yeah, please do. You were commissioner in
yes,
government.
it's not the duty of the federal government. Okonjo-Iweala did that. And, before, everything about monies that go to state and local governments were shrouded in secrecy. Okonjo-Iweala came and said, come on.
It's public resources.
Public resources. She was publishing Umunochi local government. Your allocation is 300 million. Before, nobody knew who got what. And she now threw the challenge back to us, the citizens, and say, this is what I have given to your governor. This is what I have given to your chairman. I'm not going to, as Minister of Finance, come and hold them
to account.
It is your money. I have released it. I have done my bit.
You go, coach. You go check
whether this money is used for. In Igbo language, you say, "Ga manama ego ozutariha toria naya." It is not the Minister of Finance or Okonjo-Iweala to go around the 774 local governments in Nigeria to check what a local government chairman has done. It's not a duty to go to governor. It is a duty, it's citizenship responsibility. It's not enough to say Tinubu is not doing well. Yes. While we are holding Tinubu to account globally at the national level, we ought to be more stringent in holding our governors and local government chairmen to account. For instance, there is no local government in Abia State today that receives less than 300 million every month from the federation account. We are also members of the oil producing states, NDDs. We get a whole lot of money from there. There is also the ecological fund. There's also the internally generated revenue. So there's money everywhere.
And it's 13% derivation.
So now, how do you now expect the people in Abuja to come and do your citizenship responsibility for you? So what we have done, we are not insulting our dear Governor Alex Oti. We are not against him. We are just simply asking a question. Sir, please, sir, this school where you say you don't build, as you don't report them for this document, I beg.
Now you write them.
Now you write them. Now you submit. Say now what you collect. See what you don't use do. Please show us where these schools are located. By now, because this is something that presumably have been completed as at 2024.
And it's on ground.
It's on ground. We are not talking about new schools that are being constructed. Somewhere this morning, somebody sent me some pictures of ongoing construction of about 3 or 4 secondary schools. I said, no, you are getting it wrong. We are not talking about ongoing construction. We are talking about finished work, finished money.
Because by the report, those jobs have been
completed. The monies have been paid away. The money has left Abia State government coffers.
You were in government.
Yes.
You were in government.
Yes.
Can I be better educated? Sometimes government pays money to contractors, and the contractors don't meet the timeline.
That's exactly the transparency we are talking about.
Because the contractor will still have the money.
If you saw when I started this with you, I said we have 4 columns in our demand. Name of school, number 1 to 51. Location of school, number 1 to 51. Name of contractor. Picture of the current status
and
of
the amount released.
And the amount released to each contract. If we have that data, the burden shifts away. We will not say, Mr. Governor has released 20 billion out of 54 billion to measure so and so to complete 3 schools in Isukwato local government.
Mr. What are you waiting for?
Mr. This.
What are you doing with public
money? What are you
money?
doing with our money? This job ought to have been completed as at 2024, as is published in this budget performance report. Then the burden of proof shifts to the contractor. But when there is no known contractor, what we now is not unknown government will now have. We have unknown projects.
Okay, no, let me.
Because no known contractor, no known location, no known amount. All you hear is LSOT is doing very well. LSOT is performing wonders. LSOT is a good government. LSOT is the best government.
You are tickling the media.
So those slogans,
you are tickling the media, not me.
Those slogans. This we don't want to run government of slogans, propaganda. Nobody is talking about LSOT, whether it's a bad man or a good man. Governance and government is not about bad man and good man. It's not a monastery. It's not a convent. Neither is it a church. It's not a place where we talk about moral rectitude. We're talking about delivery, efficiency. If you go to a company, a corporate organization, and by the way, my brother, our governments ought to run like a company.
Sure.
Because it is people's money. When I was in the corporate business, before I came into public service, when we come to our board meetings, our MD will remind us that, look, gentlemen, this is people's money that we took from the bank. The bank doesn't own money. The bank warehouses people's money. And bank has looked at us as trustworthy corporate organization. And they have released this money to us. Our duty is to entrust. Our duty is to use this money and do business. Pay back this money to the bank so that the owners of the money can access their money. The bank will make profit and the company will make profit. That's our government. I don't know. When you are talking about government, people think of some government is supposed to be run like that. The federal government has given people's money to LSOT, belonging to 4 million Abians. The 4 million Abians have allowed the LSOT as a company to warehouse this as the MD of Abia Resources. LSOT, this money that came to your coffers
on our behalf,
you have reported to us and published in the budget performance report, submitted to Abuja, that you have done 51 schools in 2024. You have spent 54 billion of our money on such schools. Just show us where it is. Is that rocket science?
Dr. Eze, I want to still go back to what is today Alex Oti's credentials as being published in the public space. You were in government. Today, every commentator in the media says Alex Oti has reinvented area market. That in the many leprous fingers of Abia, Alex Oti has healed completely the area leprous finger. and that people are excited. And let me be personal. I have a younger cousin who lives in Aba. And some time back, he bought a keke. And because of the terrible state of the Aba roads, he almost became a beggar. Today, he says, he's brought out his dilapidated keke, managed to put 1 or 2 knots to it. And because of the quality of roads in Aba, he says to me, I've not been to Aba of late, that is making out a living managing that old contraption. That seems to be a certificate of performance in Aba given to Alex. Now, can you counter that?
Now, you know, I'm a very scientific mind, apart from being a legal mind. And there's what we call induction and deduction in reasoning. So let's do a simple inductive reasoning. If not that we're already live, I will just ask you to put a call across to that your cousin and play it before our publics. You will find out that 85 to 90% of the roads that are good in Aba today were done before Alex Otti became governor. Ukebu Road, Umuola Road, the whole of Obo Hill, through Ururuka Road, through Osokwa Road, back to the express, were done under the previous government of Okezi Basu. Mivatin, Park Road, Ezuku Road, and all the way through Azikiwe Road, down to George's Street by the east, were done under the previous government. Ojuzo Kalu did a whole lot of work in the rural areas. He did the long stretch of alternate road that moved here through Obingwa to Aba. Tudoji did his bit in the administrative infrastructure of Abia State. He built the International Conference Center. He built the ultra-modern civil service complex. He built the new House of Assembly complex. He built the new Zone 9 complex and opened up what we call the Ogurube layout, a new government station layout in Umuahia, where he started a new government house. What am I saying in essence? Abia was not invented or invented in the last 24 months and couldn't have been. Alex Otti has done Port Harcourt Road that was started by Ipazo. Ipazo started it, did the demolition, did the drainages, did the first course, was caught up with the last rain. He couldn't finish it. Alex Otti came with Julius Berger and have completed it. It's a very beautiful road now. Alex Otti is working on Ohanku Road, working on all the roads around Ungwa Road. When office, you will credit him with those great job he has done around the Ohanku Road, Ungwa Road, Port Harcourt Road, Aziz. But you're not going to credit him with building a Immaculate Road or credit him with building a Ukebu Road. So, as an incremental enterprise, several governors come. Some live up to and add to development. Some live up to expectations, some below par, but definitely they make their inputs. So, coming to make that's what I say, government of solidarity, government of propaganda, government of exaggeration is a disservice to the people and a disservice to truth. Coming out to say, Alex Otti has changed Abia State, Alex Otti has revolutionized Abia State. And you say, how? Empirical evidence does not show that. Rather, empirical evidence shows that Alex Otti is working on the minds of the people, classically conditioning their minds to believe that Abia was a forest before he came up, and that Abia suddenly became an Eldorado now that he's there. But when you look at the facts, it becomes a difficult thing to wonder how a person will do this type of disservice. Now, let me give you another instance. In that budget performance report, Alex Otti recorded that he had built recreational centers in Abia State to the tune of 7.2 billion. It's not this one. Why this one up is that when you say recreational center, we may not have it in every local government. So it may just affect people in the urban area. So we'll say, okay, let's leave all of that. Let's just take one case study. In science, we call it a case study. The case study is the 51 schools built with 54 billion across the 17 local governments. We are holding him to account and say, where are they? he has not shown us. It's now over 48 hours. No single release from the government to at least say this man has gone to national media. He has said this. He has challenged us. Oh yeah, Commissioner for Education, send this to AIT, send this to Signature TV, send this to Arise. Tell them, show them the pictures. I have delivered what I claimed. Look at it. Until now, nothing to show. He collected 7.2 billion in the name of recreational centers. Not one. It's nowhere to be found. He took 9.7 billion in the name of research and development. Even if he wanted to bring back Newton and bring back all the scientists and bring them to Abia State to do research and development. Pray, what type of research and development did Alex Oti do with 9.7 billion in 2 years? And so on and so forth. He said he has paid off debt to the tune of 78 billion. Yet.
I'm going to come to that.
Yet.
Dr. Eze, I'm going to count. Because there are also reports that the series of debts left by your government and the subsequent government after you is one of the loads being carried by the Abia State government, by the current Alex Oti government, and that is doing everything it can to service those debts, relieve those affected by those debts, and make them feel the impact of government. You give me your answer when we return from the break. Please, this is a two-part conversation with Dr. Eze Chikamnayo, former Abia State Commissioner for Information. He has been raising queries about transparency, delivered project by the Alex Oti administration. He's asking me hard questions here. I'm supposed to ask him. If Alex Oti says he delivered this, where are they? The second part, I'll ask him other questions. He who comes to equity must come with clean hands. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
You are welcome back. I still have my guest in the studio, Dr. Eze Chikamnayo, former Commissioner for Information under the administration of Ochendo. I think we are there twice.
Yes, incidentally, I think I have collected a cup and gone. I was Commissioner for Information.
Yes.
99 to a point around 2003, 2004.
Yes.
Under Ojikalo.
Okay.
Then I traveled, came back, was Commissioner for Information with Ochendo from 2010 to 2015. And then went back to do my law program, finished, became a lawyer, and then incidentally went back again to serve as Commissioner for Information. So I have the honor of serving the three governors back to back.
Very good.
I'm a walking encyclopedia of developments in Abia State. So when I'm giving you, when I'm addressing issues, I carry a sense of responsibility, the weight of, responsibility, as I can be a statesman. I've paid my dues in serving at the state. And today, running my own establishment here in Abuja, I can only offer, advice to my brothers, who are there serving the state at the moment. The reason why we are alarmed, where we are alarmed, because when you are close, say, hey, who comes to equity must come with...
yes, I was going to give you some information.
There's something you call institutional memory, which is very essential in the running of organizations. It's true because when you bring people who have been there, done that, sometimes you benefit from insight. I feel bad. I feel very bad, very hot, when some mistakes of the past are being repeated because people currently running government have refused to benefit from insight. I've been part of governments, and I've also been part of those who believe that commissioners all across Nigeria are very unfortunate citizens, because most times when you're a commissioner in an administration, you have little or no inputs as to certain decisions that the governor
at the sub-national level.
At the sub-national level, but you bear the liabilities of either and of course the credit for either the good and the bad.
The failures of that administration.
So, but to what extent were you
part of the organization?
Part of the decision making is debatable, and everybody who have served as commissioner in various states will attest to what I'm saying. But we will bear it with honor. But at least you can benefit from our experience if you're currently serving. And what I find very intriguing is the fact that the public never learns. Every new government that comes, the first 2 years, people are praising them to the high heaven. When Ojikalo started in 1999, before he was in office for 2 years, the whole country was awash. Action governor of Nigeria, action governor of Nigeria. And we are all part of it. We were excited, everything that were done. But when I look back, after so many years, almost 3 decades now, I will advise our people to keep their praise to themselves for some time. And, do some, analysis, because lack of analysis is what is paralyzing our environment. Do some analysis, ask some hard questions, demand for, facts and not, fictions. In the case of Alessoti, the reason why all of us in Abia are shocked to our marrows is that, when he was coming, he made very, very specific promises. I will not sack civil servants, he said, before 2023.
He promised.
He promised. Today, he has sacked over 15 civil servants. Reason, he said they were employed by the last administration. And the question is, the people he just employed 2 months ago, would it be right, moral, and just for the person who will succeed him
to sack them
when he leaves office? All the permanent secretaries and the directors that he met have been sent away. As at last week, we have done burial of about 7 of them. Because in the current situation of this country, when you unjustly push people out of their means of livelihood, you end up giving them a
They are not just heartbroken,
they
are economically broken.
They are finished. Now, he said he was very, very, very angry. He said it, and I'll send you the tapes, that all the arrears of gratuities and pensions from 1999 to date accumulated by successive governments, like you have rightly said, that he was going to push them away and bring succor and laughter. Whereas the previous governors were saying, we have limited resources. If we get 5 billion and the wage bill is about 2.4 to 3 billion and we run government, how do we pay gratuity and arrears? And truly, we all know that those previous governments were having issues of money, running from bank to bank, both locally and internationally, trying to borrow money. To the glory of God, Alessoti came. And to the glory of God, the opportunity to fulfill those promises also came at the same time. Tinubu came and removed subsidy and unleashed a boom. Abia now, in less than 2 years, okay, let me give you statistics I found out from the National Statistics Board. El-Rufai, Kaduna State, ran for 8 years with 800 billion. Ibazu ran for 8 years with 424 billion. So on and so forth in their era. Alessoti in 2 years has grossed 1.2 trillion. In 2 years. So no matter what you talk about devaluation of the naira or whatever you talk about, what we are talking about is that Pitamba in Enugu State, who is getting less than Abia State, is posting the projects. We are seeing them, the smart schools. We are seeing the schools, the structures, the locations, and the things that are being done. The airports that he's helping to put back to us, the new airline, the agreements, the contractors involved, the dynamics, we are seeing them, and so forth and so on. We want to be able to join and promote our own governor and say, our governor has done 51 schools. We wear it as a badge of honor and say, look at our 51 schools. When Enugu people are showcasing their smart schools or showcasing their airline or showcasing any of the great things that their governor is doing. Last time I traveled by road, as soon as I hit Otuba, I came all the way to Nsukka, the road that goes to the university. By the left, the road will normally take, a way between Nsukka and Enugu, the bypass. Yes. Okay? I saw that the road is being dualized, that forests are being, cleaned out and the road is being dualized. Physically, I could see them. My friend, former Honorable Naji, I saw that his fence had been broken and that road is being widened. So these are, evidence does not need argument. So when those things are happening, I should be able to come to my state and say, see what my governor is doing with our resources.
God is still with us.
So asking these questions is not a sign of hatred. It's not even politics. It's just we have asked them privately and we're not having any answers. But rather, we are being inundated by slogans. LSOT is the best governor. LSOT is the best governor. Say, we want to agree with you. Just show us, and it will surface.
Let me tell you some.
Give us a list.
Let me tell you a group or two.
And up till now, just a minute. Up till now, there is no recreational center anywhere in Abia State, and 7-point-something billion has gone. Up till now, there is no single picture of any public school, not one, completed. When Ochindo was governor, T.A. Oji, as a civil servant, former civil servant, he concentrated on the administrative infrastructure and he built visible secretariats. Since LSOT became governor, he has not laid the foundation stone of any structure, not one, anywhere in Abia. No single legacy building. And yet over 1 trillion naira has gone. There are bloggers in Nigeria that are collecting 70 million naira retainership from LSOT. Every skit maker in Nigeria is on his way to Abia State every single year to collect retainership. Every social media handle has positive things about her. There's one that normally combs his empty head. He's always posing with LSOT, taking pictures. And we're saying we have 1 trillion naira. My brother, we have 1 trillion naira that has come in and more. You have built Port Harcourt Road, 6.5 kilometers. Everybody believes that that contract was inflected because when you are building 6.5 kilometers of a road that has already been started before you came, and you are claiming 36-point-something billion. Let us assume that 6-point-something billion. Let's not go
was expended.
So we are saying, okay, you say you have done capital projects, building of roads in Abia to the tune of 300 and something billion. Remove the 36 billion you say you spent on Port Harcourt Road. Let's remove the 7 billion you spent from Tower to inside the town. Let us remove the ones you are even the ongoing projects. All that we have added together based on his own reports. It's not up to 100 billion on roads. Yet, by SEFTA's report, the budget performance report, over 300 billion has been taken away. So a lot of people are wondering, and questions are being asked. SARS, is it possible there's a conflict of interest? Is it possible that Abia money is going somewhere? People have come out to say that LSOT started a bank just 3 months before he became governor, the Signature Bank. That bank had less than 3 branches.
By the way, I want to say there's no relationship between Signature TV and Signature Bank.
Please,
that's the relationship.
Yeah, I remember you have
Signature TV is
okay,
it's a journalist-owned television outfit.
Now, there's a bank LSOT had. The chairman of that bank, Dosumu, is also the chairman of Julius Berger at the time, and that was why issues of conflict of interest was raised when LSOT, before even he was sworn in, already awarded Port Harcourt Road to Julius Berger, and say, okay, you are awarding Port Harcourt Road to Julius Berger, where the chairman of Julius Berger is also the chairman of your bank. But let's assume, without considering, that all the due processes were followed and the rest, and concede to him the 36 billion, which, by the way, by now is ranking in the Guinness Book of Record as the most expensive road in the Nigeria.
Guinness Book of Records?
Yes, because Dave Umahi is building the coastal road, and he came out to address Nigerians on Arise TV and said the worst part of the coastal road is being delivered at the cost of 4 billion naira per kilometer. The worst part. The best part is at 1.2 billion per kilometer. But LSOT's Port Harcourt Road, which is an existing road inside the town, no swamp, no bridge, no hard terrain, is grossing at 6.5 billion per kilometer. 6.5 billion per kilometer. These are hard facts. If you are building Port Harcourt Road about at 6.5 billion per kilometer, and Dave Umahi is building coastal road in the swamps at 4-point-something billion, the worst part of it, that has bridges and roads and the rest of them. SARS, is it possible there is something fishy somewhere? Is it possible that the contract is inflated beyond imagination? But let us assume, without considering.
Now, let me put this assumption. Yes. Because I'm told, I'm not a soil engineer,
yes,
that Port Harcourt Road has been an ENUGU area, and in fact has defied government after government and required special treatment.
The issue is what you are told is different from what is real. What is real is that the hardest part of every road is the initial stages of demolition of structures, drainages, managing the water movement and the rest. I said all of that have been completed before LSOT became governor. And pictures don't lie, videos don't lie. I will supply them to you. Port Harcourt Road, we have finished demolition, we have done the drainage, we have done the channeling of the flood all the way to waterside. But because of the rainy season, the first course that was done with sand and mud and the rest of them became impassable. But I said, be that as it may, can that be compared to the coastal road at the ocean, where you have to do some filling on layers and layers and no single piece of road was laid on the it's not cement technology that was used, it's asphalt. So Julius Berger went in there and collected 36.5 billion for less than 7 kilometer roads. And it is today on record the most expensive road delivered anywhere in Nigeria.
Thank God it's not in the
It has gone into the Guinness Book of Record because you can't find any such expense even if you convert to dollars. But let's assume that all of that was proper. And you have a governor said, I have collected 300 billion for road construction capital projects. And we said, remove 36 billion, remove 7 billion Osa Road, remove this, remove. By the time we did all of that with the calculator on the table, yet to see where almost 200 billion is. But we are seeing, a lot of people are seeing, that signature bank of LSOT that started with less than 3 branches as at April 2023 now has over 10 branches across the country. And that the recapitalization of 500 billion, which other banks are struggling, existing banks are sweating and doing everything to fulfill, that if you go to Signature Bank, it's not a challenge. So the question is, why are contractors whom we cannot see, why are they being made to be people who must have accounts in Signature Bank? Why are all government activities being channeled to that bank? This is conflict of interest. This is unconscionable. This is illegal. So what is making us even more surprised and shocked is that this man who is having issues of conflict of interest, having issues of inflation of contracts, having issues of unknown projects, unknown locations, unknown contractors, why is it as the Best performing governor in the Southeast.
Maybe let me
Best performing governor in Nigeria.
let me answer.
Best performing governor in Africa.
I have to answer you. Why I have to answer it? Because let us look at all the narratives. Your narrative and the other narrative. The narrative in the public space is that Alex Otti has diligently been attending to the needs of retirees progressively. These are retirees who were not paid by your administration and the administration after that, that was left a humongous amount of debt in that regard, unpaid pensions, no promotions, that has been progressively liquidating and making those retirees happy. I'm just telling you.
Hold on. Hold it there. You see, this your gymnastics and semantics of words is what